Where the leaves flutter, the fire will also continue. The flames will illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. At the Konoha Ninja School, groups of freshmen listened to the speech of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and many freshmen showed admiration and even fanatical excitement on their faces. At this time, the third Hokage was in his prime, not yet 40 years old, and the Second Shinobi World War had not yet broken out. It was a peaceful period. Among the freshmen, there was also Asano Tsuji with an excited smile on his face, wearing a black shirt and short brown hair. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen on the stage, I thought to myself, no matter how many times I see it, I still can't imagine that black Zetsu with a cage and fire is so powerful. Yes, Asano Tsuji is a time traveler. As for how he died, we have to say that it was a toad's pie in the sky. That day, I was eager to see the official explanation, but I didn't expect that what I got was a toad's pie in the sky. Asako Tsuji felt a little discouraged, so he immediately logged in to open a duel. As a result, he was defeated by the third generation of Black Zetsu, the cage and the fire. He was so angry that he had a myocardial infarction on the spot, and when he woke up, he traveled to the world of Naruto. As an orphan in his previous life, he didn't have much to worry about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a myocardial infarction because of a duel. I'm a super shadow. He traveled here and became a baby. The good news is that his parents are both there, but the bad news is that he is from a civilian family. But fortunately, his family runs a barbecue restaurant, and Asako Tsuji has never been hungry since he was born. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded next to him. Tsuji, is your family open today? Shinsong Tsuji turned around and saw a cute little fat man. Of course we are open. Our family only takes a month off a year. That's good. When I saw your uncle and aunt sending you to school this morning, I thought they were off today. I would like them to take a break, but there is no way. Who told me that my family's business is so popular? In fact, Shinsong Tsuji's family used to run a barbecue restaurant, but most of the barbecue market has been occupied by the Akimichi clan. After all, a person who loves to eat knows how to make delicious food the best. However, when Asao Tsuji was 3 years old, looking at the poorly profitable barbecue restaurant at home, Asao Tsuji proposed a suggestion, that is, to open a barbecue restaurant, which is completely different. The most critical time is the ingredients. In the previous life, as a genuine Northeasterner, he was not good at barbecue. Why can he recharge the monthly card every month and buy every point ninja? It was because I worked part-time at the barbecue restaurant. Asao Tsuji's parents were worried at first, but after tasting the ingredients prepared by Asao Tsuji and the barbecue technique, they were completely convinced by him. As for why the two did not doubt that Asao Tsuji created barbecue at the age of 3, it can only be said that he was gifted. After all, in this world, everything unreasonable can be planned as a genius. Didn't you see that Uchiha Itachi started thinking about the meaning of life at the age of 6? Then Asao Tsuji, created barbecue at the age of 3, didn't take it for granted. The fat boy is called Akimichi Tuban, a member of the Akimichi clan, but he does not live in the Akimichi clan's residential area, because he follows his mother's surname. His mother married a commoner who lived opposite Asano Tsuji's house. Yeah, I can't get in line every time I go there. It's because you get up too late every time. You live opposite, but you can't even get a number. In fact, Tsuji, you can secretly give me a privilege, such as skipping the line. Asano Tsuji was quite helpless, so I asked you to come directly to my kitchen to eat. But you didn't do it. Akimichi Tuban, how can that be? My mother told me that you must pay for meals. And to be honest, the food in your kitchen is not freshly baked, and the taste is not as good as freshly baked food. Because the business is too busy, the barbecue is grilled when there is free time and then put there. If Asano Tsuji wants to eat, he can go and eat. Hey, it's good to have something to eat. Do you know how busy my family is every day? Even if we hire so many people, my parents still have to go to work. I help when I get home every day. We have to wait until everything is done before we can have dinner. Okay? However, after Asano Tsuji said so much, Akimichi Tuban didn't listen at all. He just opened his watery eyes and stared at him pleadingly. Okay, I'm afraid of you. I'll go back and mention it. See if we can organize a VIP recharge event. What is VIP? It's a member, a person with privileges. Anyway, you get a card after you recharge the money, and you don't have to queue every time you come. Akimichi Tuban jumped up excitedly. Oh, that's great. Asano Tsuji quickly grabbed the other party's hand that wanted to wave. Be gentle. Sorry, too excited. Asano Tsuji looked around. Fortunately, the students nearby were very excited and no one paid attention to this place. However, when he looked up at the third Hokage who was continuing his speech, Asano Suji had an intimate look with him. "It's over. Has the third Hokage discovered us?" Asano Suji didn't expect to leave a bad impression at the beginning of the school. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to talk, but his eyes looked at Asano Suji and the other person kindly, and he didn't care about the two people slacking off. Asano Suji was a little embarrassed to be stared at like this, and scratched his head shyly. As for Akimichi Tuban, the guy who only had food in his mind didn't notice Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. He was already thinking about lining up after school, otherwise he wouldn't be able to eat hot food. After calming down, Asano Suji continued to listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech. Although the speech was a bit brainwashing, it was indeed very inspiring, and there were many things to learn from it. The meaning of the will of fire. Young people are the hope of the future, and the older generation should trust and protect them. The sacrifice of the older generation is not meaningless, but will inspire young people to become the pillars of the future. The flames of the fallen leaves are a metaphor for the heroic sacrifice of the older generation, and the new leaves are a metaphor for the young people. Qian Zongji thinks this sentence is very correct, and he also thinks that many people are practicing this, such as his parents, who worked so hard to open a barbecue restaurant just so that he can enter the ninja school. Although the ninja school is open to civilians, not all civilians can enter. If the test does not meet the standards, they will be eliminated. And Xiansong Zongji has never worried about eating since he was a child. He is very self-disciplined and exercises every day. He is also satisfied with fish protein, beef, and mutton every meal, so he can easily pass the test. All of this is due to his parents and his grandparents. That's right, Xiansong Zongji's grandparents are only 45 years old this year. They run a pharmacy. Xiansong Zongji has been taking medicinal baths since he was a child and has developed a good physique. He also won the 5th place in this entrance test. The first is Uchiha, the second is Hyuga, the third is Sarutobi, and the fourth is Shimura. These are all unfamiliar names. Anyway, Asano Suji has not heard of them much in the original work. Although I have watched Naruto, I don't remember the details, and the general plot line is also similar. However, the time when Asano Suji traveled through time was very awkward. He was in the dark and knew nothing. However, based on the principle of making the best of a situation, Asano Suji said that he didn't want to think too much, and let it be whatever it is, as long as the strength can protect himself and his family. However, if there are familiar people in the same group, Asano Suji looked at the little yellow-haired boy standing in one of the 2 rows at the back, who was looking at the Sandame excitedly, with admiration in his eyes. The father of the prince. Chapter 2. Class Division Konoha's Minato Namikaze, a man of near perfection, rendered everyone else in his presence relatively unremarkable, if only he had not met an untimely demise. As he attentively observed the speech, Minato seemed to sense something amiss and lowered his gaze. Is it merely my imagination? In that fleeting moment when he bowed his head, T.G. Asaka swiftly turned away. Such keen observational skills. Is this what one might call talent? Among the top 10 performers in this examination, Minato was one of the only 2 commoners, achieving an admirable 8th place. With his slight frame, reminiscent of malnutrition, and his hair now a lifeless shade of yellow rather than the soft golden locks of youth, Minato and Appo's current appearance was a far cry from the gentle, vibrant image one might expect. T.G. Asaka couldn't help but marvel at Minato's extraordinary talent, not of the physical variety, but rather of the mental. As an orphan, he had persevered through hardship and deprivation to reach this remarkable stage, a testament to his unwavering determination and innate ability, both of which surpassed T.G.'s own. If T.G. had been born an orphan, he doubted he would have aspired to be a ninja. Perhaps he would have sought a humble job in a shop, content to drift through life without the dangers that came with the shinobi path. After all, as a solitary figure, he could likely avoid the tumult that would accompany the Ninetales rampage. After all, one could perish with just a mere touch. In the days to come, he hoped everyone would coexist harmoniously, striving for academic excellence and mutual growth. It was a laborious endeavor, as evidenced by the official tone of his concluding remarks. Yet, T.G. could discern the beads of sweat on the 3rd Hokage's forehead, indicative of a certain nervousness. After all, he had only recently assumed the role of Hokage and required a script for such speeches, not yet having committed them to memory. Following the speech, the instructors of each class approached to announce their respective rosters, calling forth the names of those who would accompany them. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the scene quietly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. These are the future of our village. It was amusing, he thought, that despite being a master of ninjutsu, he struggled to memorize even a speech. As he turned to face the voice that interrupted his reverie, Hiruzen was met with the presence of his old friend. Danzo Shimura, I came to see if there are any promising candidates. Has your Root organization found any gems this year? Root lacks the renown of the Umbu. Having been established for only a few years, talent is scarce, Hiruzen replied with a furrowed brow, recalling the headache that accompanied the discussion. While many aspired to join the Umbu, few knew what Root entailed. Looking at Danzo's robust visage, Hiruzen rubbed his chin, puzzled. We are the same age. How is it that you remain so clean-shaven? Not that it matters. We are still young. If you continue to develop, talent will eventually come your way. Humph. Do I need your reminders? Every promising candidate I spot is whisked away by you beforehand. Do you think I am unaware? Hiruzen averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. You will come to regret that. I just spotted a promising individual, though they require further evaluation. Should they perform well, I may recruit them. Hey, I'm the Hokage here, might I not be consulted? I'm still an advisor, you know. With a dismissive gesture, Danzo turned to leave. Inadvertently stepping on a discarded ball. Where did this come from? Ah, forget it. Let and Amp, Oppos, as head of the hot springs. This speech has left me quite perspired. In a discreet corner, Hiruzen employed a transformation jutsu, emerging moments later as a brawny youth, chuckling to himself. T.G. Asaka observed the grinning Akimichi CHG beside him, pleased with their class assignment. After all, the top 10 performers were all in this class. Was that not a sign of excellence? What are you grinning about? Guess what I just found? What? A rice ball. CHG exclaimed, revealing a wrapped rice ball from behind his back. You shouldn't eat things that have fallen on the ground. TG was taken aback. Had CHG truly reached the point of considering food from the ground as acceptable? CHG shook his head earnestly. How could it be something that fell? Then why did you claim to have found it? I found it on someone else's table. You should return it immediately. It might belong to someone else. I asked the people around, and they all said it and Amp, Oppos, as not theirs. TG sighed, rubbing his forehead. It could simply be that the student temporarily placed it on their desk. Which table did you take it from? From the middle position. TG and CHG sat together at the back, quite far from the center. You truly have an eye for selection. We are quite distant from that spot. What prompted you to venture over there? My nose detected the sound of food in need of rescue. TG. I do not comprehend how you can hear sounds. Determined to locate the rightful owner before they went without lunch, TG urged, quickly return it. It's not as if you didn't bring your own meal. But the aroma of this rice ball is simply divine. I truly wish to taste it, TG. CHG pleaded. TG maintained a stern expression. CHG immediately relented. All right. Look. That person with the high buttocks is surely searching for their rice ball on the ground. You must return it to them. TG had spotted a figure with a notably elevated posterior, swaying as if engaged in a performance, unmistakably seeking something lost. Very well. Despite his words, CHG remained rooted in place, paralyzed by the prospect of food, yet bashful in social situations. Sighing, TG offered, I shall accompany you. Great. CHG beamed. We should also offer an apology. After all, this is a matter of taking something without permission. Rest assured, I shall do so. With the teacher yet to arrive, TG and CHG hastened toward the center position, intent on returning the rice ball. Upon arrival, they beheld the elevated backside, with the head obscured beneath the table as it searched for a lost item. Goodness, what a splendid American-style posterior. It could be the reincarnation of Captain America. CHG registered the comment, but was unaware of the reference. What is this Captain America you speak of? The swaying posterior halted at the sound of their voices, slowly rising from beneath the table to reveal a striking head of yellow hair. Akimichi CHG, TG Asaka, is there something you need from me? You remember our names? TG was surprised by Minato Namikaze and Oppos. S impressive memory. He had recalled both their names during class division. I merely took note. How very humble. Minato appeared puzzled. TG refrained from elaborating, having resolved to amend his habitual expressions. Are you searching for this? Chapter 3. Chicken leg for rice ball. Akadu Tubo's gaze lingered, reluctant to part with the rice ball in his grasp. Upon seeing the familiar rice ball, Namikaze Minato exclaimed. Wonderful. I thought I had lost it. I distinctly remember placing it on the table. Thankfully, you picked it up. His emotional intelligence was commendable. Had it been someone more confrontational, they might have accused Akadu Tubo of pilfering their rice ball. Yet Minato graciously provided an escape route. Asa Ao Zongshur, self-assured in his thick skin, interjected, no worries, let's return it to its rightful owner. Come on, Tubo. Just as Minato reached for the rice ball, he discovered it firmly clasped between Akadu's thumb and forefinger. All right, thank you. Akadu? Asa Ao Zongshur could hardly bear to witness this scene. It was a recurring issue for Akadu. When faced with something delicious, he lost control of his physical impulses, a purely physiological reaction. Is it really that irresistible? With an apologetic look, Akadu gazed at Minato, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, attempting to pry his fingers apart with his other hand. However, both hands were locked in a struggle, refusing to relent. Asa Ao Zongshur gently tapped the back of Akadu and Amp, Oppos' head. All right, enough of this spectacle. You're just making a fool of yourself. Minato. Minato replied kindly, what is it? Asa Ao Zongshire paused, then realized. Could we possibly trade for the rice ball in your hand? There's no need for that. We are classmates. If Akadu is truly yearning for it, I have no objections. We can grill a few fish during lunch. There's ample time then, and some students even go home for meals. There's a small grove and a stream nearby where we could catch fish to eat. Before Asa Ao Zongshire could continue, Akadu stepped forward, grasping Minato's hand in gratitude while affectionately calling his name. Really? Thank you so much. Minato. Minato was taken aback. Minato? It's merely a rice ball. Why the sudden intimacy? Asa Ao Zongshire explained, that's just how he is. If someone offers him food, he considers them a friend. I see. It's no trouble at all. If you wish to eat tomorrow, I can prepare another, Minato replied, tilting his head with closed eyes, his voice warm and gentle. The nearby chubby boy was utterly captivated. Truly deserving of the title little son, possessing such charm at such a young age. Akadu thought little of it, merely admiring Minato's prowess, deeming him a fitting friend. You made this yourself? You're amazing. All right. Rest assured, we won't take it for free. We'll trade you a chicken leg, Asa Ao Zongshire said, swiftly returning to his seat to retrieve a large package from beneath the table. Upon opening the box, it was filled to the brim with chicken legs. Take as many as you like. Minato's attention was drawn to another matter. There were nearly a dozen chicken legs within. And judging by the bulging appearance of Asa Ao Zongshire's package, there were likely more boxes inside. Do you really eat this much in one sitting? Primarily because this guy can eat. Half of it is practically his. I only have 2. But since it's a trade, it should be his. Asa Ao Zongshire gestured toward Akadu with his thumb. Unexpectedly, Akadu had already started munching on the rice ball. Delicious. Minato, you should try it too. My mom makes the best chicken legs. Given that there was only one rice ball for lunch, and fishing would consume precious training time, Minato welcomed this fortuitous solution. Well then, thank you both. Exchanging chicken legs for a rice ball may seem absurd, yet it transpired. As class was about to commence, Akadu rubbed his belly, feeling no satisfaction from the single rice ball, which only heightened his hunger. I should snack later. Asa Ao Zongshire noted the size of Akadu's belly. That rice ball was at least as large as both of his hands, and it had vanished in mere seconds, yet he still claimed to be hungry. You really can eat. By the way, have you begun training in the family secret techniques? Akadu shook his head. Not yet. My mom says it's still a bit early. That my weight is still too light. Still too light? Your weight is nearly double mine. The two were of similar height. Yet Akadu's girth was twice that of Asa Ao Zongshire. Indeed, my mom said I should wait until next year, when I have more body fat and weight before starting my training. Asa Ao Zongshire recalled Akadu's family technique from the original story, which consumed a significant amount of energy. If not adequately nourished, one would indeed be drained. Very well. Creak. The classroom door swung open, revealing a young teacher wearing a Chunin forehead protector, with a handsome appearance sure to attract female admirers. Hello, students. I am your teacher, Hakuba Inoue, and also a Chunin. I will be your instructor for the foreseeable future. Before we begin our lessons, how about a self-introduction? Share your interests and hobbies. A classic self-introduction, along with the ubiquitous dream of becoming Hokage. Asa Ao Zongshire stepped forward for his turn. I am Asa Ao Zongshire, and my hobby is studying cuisine. I aspire to become a jonin skilled in sealing techniques. Indeed. Asa Ao Zongshire had a keen interest in sealing techniques, especially since the final battle against Kagaya had utilized such arts. Mastering sealing techniques would render him unafraid to traverse the world. Akadu spoke next. Hello everyone, I am Akadu Tibo. My hobby is enjoying delicious food. And my dream is to become a gourmet who can savor the entirety of the ninja world. A stoic black-haired boy approached. I am Uchiha Shichi. I have no particular likes. My dream is to become the strongest Uchiha. I am Hyuga Shoyo. My hobby is practicing gentle fist. And my dream is to become the head of the clan. His tone became notably grave towards the end. Asa Ao Zongshire reflected, another child oppressed by the branch family. They might as well aim to become Hokage. Still, with a name like yours, it's a shame you don't play volleyball. The only little son in the class, with an exceptionally striking hair color, Namikaze Minato, stepped up to the front, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the girls. So handsome. Hello everyone, I am Namikaze Minato. I enjoy making new friends and helping others. I believe that ninjas exist to protect their village and its people. So I will continually strive to enhance my abilities and contribute to Konoha in the future. I also love acquiring new knowledge and have a keen interest in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. I aspire to master more ninjutsu and aim to become a great and powerful ninja like Hokage-sama. While I still have many shortcomings, I will persistently work hard and challenge myself, believing that with perseverance, my dream will surely come to fruition. Lastly, I hope to become good friends with everyone, growing and progressing together for the prosperity of Konoha. Asa Ao Zongshire was left speechless, only the teacher's applause snapping everyone back to reality. Bravo. Everyone should take a cue from Namikaze. Asa Ao Zongshire mused. Wow, his self-introduction was a single paragraph, while yours resembles a short essay. No wonder he is destined to become Hokage. Does he already possess the mindset of one? Chapter 4, Chakra Refinement Technique. Well, that concludes this morning's lesson. Everyone, take a break and enjoy a meal. This afternoon, we will delve into the topic you are most eager to explore, the chakra refinement technique. Although the majority of this class consists of descendants from prominent clans or ninja families, most of them have already refined their chakra. However, a small number have yet to do so, including Minato Namikaze and, of course, Aoi SG. Can I have one? No, I've already given you one, he replied. Why do you still want more? But that burger in your hand looks incredibly appetizing. Aoi SG had even prepared 3 burgers today. Anticipating that Akimichi Tobarama would definitely want one. It's just a regular meat sandwich. How can it be that delicious? Akimichi Tobarama widened his watery eyes, attempting to sway him with friendship, but it and amp, Appos, s really tasty. Aoi SG responded, Don and amp, Appos, T look at me like that. I said no, and besides, you Haven and amp, Appos, T finished your drumstick. Then I and amp, Appos, LL trade you my drumstick for one. Don and amp, Appos, T overthink it. 2 is enough for me, or I might get sick of it. But a burger is a staple. If I give you one, I won't have any left. Oh, so you are here. The 2 seated beneath the tree heard a familiar voice and looked up. Minato? What brings you here? I thought you were invited to lunch by a few girls. I'm not quite used to being around so many girls, Minato admitted, tugging at his hair. Aoi SG, listening to this humble confession, thought to himself, truly, handsome people are different from us ordinary folk. And the young girls in the ninja world are quite bold, approaching attractive individuals and speaking to them, even after just a brief acquaintance. Could it be shyness? Minato candidly acknowledged. A little. Aoi SG was at a loss for words. Minato approached the empty space by the tree with his lunchbox. May I sit here? Akimichi Tobarama, who thrived in a lively atmosphere, welcomed him. Of course. This is a shared space. Aoi SG had no objections. If he wanted to sit, then so be it. Seated in the middle. Akimichi Tobarama had Aoi SG to his right and Minato chose the left side, creating a pleasing symmetry. Once settled, Minato did not initiate conversation but began to eat his drumstick earnestly. After tasting the delicious meat, his eyes lit up. This drumstick is delightful, Akimichi. Your mother is quite the chef. Haha, it's nothing special. My mom just provides the drumsticks. The marinade is actually SG's invention. Minato turned to Aoi SG. Aoi, I didn't know you were such a talented cook. It makes sense, given your passion for culinary arts. Aoi SG continued to eat his meal quietly, casually waving his hand. It's just a small skill. This act went unnoticed by the others. Yet, as childhood friends, they were well aware of Aoi SG and amp, Appos, S mannerisms, his typical showmanship. However, they refrained from calling him out and instead redirected the conversation. By the way, Minato, are those rice balls your own creation? Or did a family member teach you? They and amp, Appos, read truly delicious, sweet with a hint of plum. And the balance of salty and sweet is just perfect. I created them myself. An old lady next door sells rice balls and taught me. Really? Could you tell me where to find her? I'd like to buy some after school. Aoi SG quietly interjected, not just some. It sounds like you'll want to buy a whole lot. Rice balls have a short shelf life. He recalled the physique of the Akimichi family. Even a large quantity would be consumed in a single evening. Of course. How about this? Akimichi, after school, you can walk with me. All right, it's settled then. Just make sure you don't leave early. Aoi SG wondered if it was just his imagination. But it seemed as if pink bubbles had suddenly appeared around the 2 of them. Could they be this close after just a brief acquaintance? By the way, Aoi, would you like to join us? Me? I suppose. Akimichi Tobarama draped an arm over Aoi SG's shoulder. Of course SG will come, right? With no choice but to agree, Aoi SG knew refusing would lead to an incessant barrage of questions from Tobarama, which he could not tolerate. Lest he end up with a case of goosebumps. Yes, I will go. After enjoying a delightful lunch, they arrived at the class Aoi SG had been eagerly anticipating, the one on chakra refinement. If one were to speak of the most wondrous aspect of being transported into the world of Naruto, it would undoubtedly be chakra, whether in ninjutsu or taijutsu. The foundation lies in chakra. However, possessing chakra and being able to extract and utilize it are 2 distinct matters. Aoi SG had learned to form seals early on. As many a ninja frequented the barbecue restaurant he visited daily. Each time he encountered a ninja, he would eagerly approach them for guidance. While they wouldn't teach him the chakra refinement technique, they were willing to demonstrate the seals, which were entertaining for children. He had mastered the 12 basic seals. While he couldn't flawlessly perform 4 in a second, he managed well enough. However, practicing so many seals quickly without knowing how to refine chakra would yield little success in executing ninjutsu. As his mind raced, the instructor, Hakuba Jin, prepared to begin his lesson. Although he knew that most students had already learned the technique, Hakuba started from the beginning. First, this morning we discussed the history of the ninja world. To perform ninjutsu, one must possess chakra. Chakra refinement technique. Alright everyone, take a moment to absorb that. Once the instructor concluded, Aoi SG found his teaching quite effective and easy to comprehend. Despite the fact that everyone had learned the chakra refinement technique, they still put on a show of understanding. For the rules stipulated that ninjas were not permitted to teach ninjutsu to civilians without permission, even if they were from the same clan. In just a few minutes, students began to raise their hands, declaring their success. Only 2 individuals were left unaccounted for, Minato and Aoi SG, who had yet to learn. When Minato raised his hand, "I did it, teacher." All eyes turned to him. After all, he was one of the only 2 students whose parents were not ninjas and who were not from prominent families, just an ordinary civilian. That was fast, Namikaze. Well, take a moment to feel it, Hakuba Jin remarked, surprised at Minato's quick progress. He had expected it to take at least half a day. Remarkable speed, truly interesting. A typical Uchiha youth. Minato? Fascinating. Minato is impressive. He learned faster than I did, exclaimed one of Minato's admirers. Indeed, not only is he handsome, but he is also gifted. Aoi SG couldn't help but marvel at Minato's talent. It was only when the true learning began that Aoi SG realized the difficulty of the task ahead. He felt utterly lost, as if navigating through darkness. While he aimed to rely on intuition, it was far from simple. Finally, as the class neared its conclusion, Aoi SG successfully raised his hand. Upon opening his eyes again, he asked, "Teacher?" Hakuba Jin generously offered praise. "Excellent work, Aoi." "Thank you, teacher." Chapter 5 Invitation, Part 1. How does it feel to be a teacher? In the Hokage building, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired of the standing Hakuba Ikamura about his experience as an instructor. Due to injuries sustained in battle, he had stepped back from his role as a combat ninja to embrace the vocation of teaching. It feels quite good, though the experience is not particularly profound. After all, the elite class requires minimal guidance. Ha ha ha, they are all bright children. Sarutobi observed the scene of students leaving school through the crystal ball, filled with satisfaction, recognizing them as the future of the village. By the way, Lord Third, I have high hopes for 2 students in my class. Oh, why is that? Hakuba then shared his thoughts on Minato Namikaze and Aoi Soshire, noting that for commoners, their speed of chakra refinement is nothing short of genius. Is that so? Then please do take the time to mentor them. Commoners do not have the same opportunities as those from noble clans and, without proper guidance, might graduate only knowing the basic transformation technique. That is certainly true. The 2 continued to discuss future teaching plans, and Hakuba Ikamura prepared to take his leave. I shall take my leave now, as I need to prepare for tomorrow and Appo's lessons. Farewell, Lord Third. Do take care of your health and avoid overexertion. Sarutobi patted his shoulder. And in that brief moment of contact, Hakuba felt a wave of comfort wash over him, alleviating the pain from his lingering injuries. Hakuba looked at Sarutobi with excitement, saying, "Lord Third, it is just a minor ninjutsu. Teaching is important, but one must also take proper care to heal." "I understand. Thank you, Lord Third." After Hakuba Ikamura departed, a deep voice resonated in the office. "Sarutobi, hand those 2 children over to me." Just as he was about to sneak a glance at the girls bathing, his old friend arrived, causing Sarutobi to sigh as he rubbed his forehead. "You have uttered that phrase countless times. My stance remains unchanged. No." Shimura Danzo, knowing that a forceful approach would not work, switched to a more persuasive tone. What if they willingly agreed to join the route? Sarutobi, who was more susceptible to softer tactics, inquired, "What do you mean? You intend to entice them?" "Humph, I need no such enticements. My status alone is sufficient for them to join." Sarutobi felt exasperated, as if everyone in the village was familiar with him. He was not the Hokage. Shimura Danzo, being highly perceptive, quickly caught the meaning behind Sarutobi's gaze. "What is that look? The Hokage is impressive, but I am also one of the Hokage's advisors." Yes. I have not said otherwise. However, if you can ensure their voluntary enrollment, then it may be acceptable." Danzo replied, "So, it is settled then." "Wait a moment. Voluntary or not, you must not harbor any ill intentions. They are still mere children." Although the route has only recently been established and has recruited few, Sarutobi had previously recommended several talents, none of whom returned unscathed. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi felt a headache coming on. In this world, light and darkness coexist, and some tasks inevitably fall to someone. They are all devoted to Konoha. I have done nothing wrong by them. Danzo understood Sarutobi's sentiments. Engaging in shadowy pursuits always carries risks, sometimes requiring one to infiltrate other villages as a spy, which could be emotionally taxing. It is precisely because they willingly contribute to Konoha that we owe them. By the way, has this month's compensation been dispersed? Sarutobi inquired. Rest assured, I am more familiar with these matters than you. Every detail has been attended to. At this time, Danzo had not yet been corrupted by darkness. Though his thoughts were somewhat radical, he maintained a clear sense of reward and punishment. That is reassuring. Danzo continued, by the way, I have heard that the Umbu has recruited a formidable individual. What are you scheming now? It would be a pity to place such talent in the Umbu. If they were to join my... Before Danzo could finish his sentence, Sarutobi interjected. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage, and you shall not covet this individual. I have already allowed you to engage with the 2 children. It seems I have granted you too much authority, even seeking to claim the elite around you. Danzo merely sought to tease. Acquiring them would be optimal, but if not, it mattered little. TCH, you will regret this decision. Always with the regret. Yet I have yet to see you truly make me feel remorse. At that moment, a Kimchi Tobak was devouring rice balls, one in each hand, eagerly awaiting his grandmother to prepare more. Delicious, delicious. Grandmother, I want more. Oh dear, slow down. Even your grandmother cannot keep pace with your appetite. Yet the rice ball vendor and Amp, Appo's grandmother was kind-hearted. A normal person might be astonished by Tobak and Amp, Appo's voraciousness, but the elderly woman found joy in it, perhaps seeing a child's hearty appetite as a blessing. Minato Namikaze observed Tobak's belly swelling, already so full, yet still shoving rice balls into his mouth. Is it really alright to eat like that? You do not understand. The Akimichi clan is like this. You will come to see it in time, and they can slim down quite easily too. As a commoner, Minato was not particularly familiar with the ninja clans. But Tobak was the first he had encountered with such an appetite. Really? I have never seen anyone eat like this. Aoi Sosure replied, of course. Once you become a ninja, you will understand. Ninjas can eat a lot. At my family's barbecue shop, many ninjas come daily, devouring heaps of food. Due to the secluded location of Minato's street, few ninjas resided nearby, and shopping was done mostly by small vendors, so he had not often witnessed ninjas during meals. Aoi Sosure glanced at the small two-story building beside the rice ball vendor's little house. Is this your home? It is quite spacious. Minato, feeling a bit embarrassed, pointed at the tiny wooden house situated between the small house and the two-story building. Actually, that is my home. Aoi Sosure looked at the wooden house, which resembled a public restroom in size, and could not help but think it was indeed too small. So, you live there alone? Tobak turned to Minato. Yes. Do you really live there by yourself? Minato replied naturally. I am an orphan, so I live alone. Tobak's face displayed a hint of remorse. I am sorry. Minato brushed it off, having long since built resilience against such sentiments. It's fine. Aoi Sosure patted both Minato and Tobak on the shoulders. Eat plenty. This will help you gain strength. Tobak's thoughts were instantly drawn back to the food, and he resumed eating rice balls. MHM. Minato shook his hand, signaling that he was already full. Chapter 6 Invitation, Part 2. After a hearty meal, several individuals prepared to return home. Minato Namikaze did not insist on keeping the two guests longer, as it was quite late, and there was little preparation for their stay. He thought it best to invite them again when better arrangements could be made. Akadu Tumaki did not ponder this deeply, content with merely having something to eat. On the other hand, Senjutsu Suk noticed but chose not to comment further. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Minato watched as the two figures gradually receded into the distance, and only after they vanished from sight did he return to reality. Observing his grandmother, who had begun tidying up, he hurried to assist her. Let me help you, Grandma. Thank you, little Minato. It and Amp, Appo's, nothing. You've made a friend. How wonderful. Living on the same street, Minato had grown up under her watchful eye. This neighborhood was filled with elderly residents, with very few children, as many struggled to support themselves, let alone raise offspring. Minato was, in fact, the only child in that area. Unlike other children, Minato had learned early on the value of helping neighbors and showing gratitude, showcasing a remarkable maturity for his age, which fostered a strong, yet gentle spirit within him. His grandmother felt genuine joy at Minato's newfound friendship, and he himself was thrilled to have made a friend on his very first day at school. Once the chores were completed, Minato returned to his modest wooden home. Though small, it was impeccably clean and orderly. After refreshing himself briefly, he sat cross-legged on his bed and began practicing the chakra refinement technique. Although he had already mastered it, these were essential skills that required consolidation and proficiency. Being of humble origins, Minato was acutely aware that if he wished to catch up to the powerful ninjas and one day become Hokage, he had to strive diligently. Come on. He encouraged himself silently. After practicing for a while, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Knock, knock. Who could that be at this hour? Minato wondered, opening his eyes in confusion. I and Amp, Appo's, am coming. As he slowly opened the door, he was met with the sight of a middle-aged man with brown hair, neatly styled bangs, and a cross-shaped scar on his chin. This was Shimura Danzo, who had come to recruit Minato. Usually sporting a stern expression, the moonlight cast a shadow on his face, rendering him somewhat ominous. However, Minato was not one to judge solely by appearances. He was simply curious why a stranger would seek him out at such an hour. May I ask who you are? Danzo, somewhat offended that the young boy did not recognize him, chose not to dwell on it, thinking that as long as he was of value, it was sufficient. A commoner is a commoner. I am Shimura Danzo, advisor to the Hokage. Oh, it is Lord Danzo. Greetings. Surprised by the revelation of the man and Appo's identity, Minato quickly bowed, expressing his respect. Danzo appreciated Minato's show of respect and decided to overlook the boy's earlier ignorance. May I inquire why you are here, Lord Danzo? I hold your talent in high regard. How would you feel about joining the route? What is the route? Just as Danzo was about to explain, a voice interrupted them. Hey, what are you doing out here so late, little Minato? Minato turned to see Jiraiya, his long white hair cascading down to his waist, clad in a bathrobe, with a red mark beneath his eyes. Lord Jiraiya? I didn't expect to see you here again. Ah yes, this bathhouse is the only one that feels comfortable to me among so many streets. Huh, Danzo, what are you doing here? Danzo was equally surprised and puzzled as to why Jiraiya was present. Was it a directive from Hiruzen, or merely coincidence? I was about to ask you the same thing. Dawn and Amp, Oppos. T think just because you and Amp, Oppos, VE recently become a J-nin, you can disregard the 3 ninja bands. Danzo knew Jiraiya well and could easily deduce what he had been up to based on his attire. Haha, rest assured, I won't forget. Jiraiya scratched his head and chuckled, attempting to deflect the situation. Danzo gestured toward Minato, looking at Jiraiya. Do you know this boy? Oh, I might offer him a few pointers. Ninjutsu. Just some basic training. I see this kid is quite diligent. Dawn and Oppos. T worry, I want to teach him ninjutsu on my own. Jiraiya approached and gently ruffled Minato and Oppos' hair. Danzo remarked. So, this boy is your disciple? Jiraiya suddenly adopted a mischievous look. Of course not, you know how it is. Danzo sighed. Fine, I am not one to covet another and Oppos' apprentice. Before any further conversation could unfold, Danzo abruptly vanished. Danzo and Oppos' body flicker technique is truly impressive, Jiraiya mused. Deciding he must adopt such a skill next time. Lord Jiraiya, what exactly is going on? Nothing to worry about, just go back to sleep. You have school tomorrow. All right. Minato felt somewhat bewildered, finding it strange to encounter 2 significant figures in one night. Though he occasionally crossed paths with Jiraiya, their interactions were usually brief. Once Minato closed the door, Jiraiya looked up at the sky, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. I hope I haven and Oppos' disrupted Danzo and Oppos' recruitment plans. Oh well, time to gather materials. Having failed to recruit Minato, Danzo was undeterred. His next target was T-Suk, and he had a strong feeling he would succeed. In just a few minutes, Danzo arrived at T-Suk and Oppos' doorstep, brushing off the dust from his clothing. Unlike Minato, who was an orphan, T-Suk, with living parents, required a degree of decorum. Knock. Knock. Who is it? A gentle female voice inquired. The door was opened by a young woman in a white house dress, wearing an apron. May I ask who you are? Hello, I am Shimura Danzo, advisor to the Hokage. The young woman quickly bowed. Ah, Lord Danzo. Yes, I am here to see T-Suk. Of course, he is upstairs training. I will go fetch him. No need, let him concentrate on his training. I shall go see for myself. Hearing that T-Suk was training piqued Danzo and Oppos' interest. After all, true understanding of a person and Oppos' talent could only be gained through observation. And he was eager to witness T-Suk and Oppos' training firsthand. Chapter 7 Invitation, Part 3. Seated cross-legged on the bed, Aosho Zongshi felt the extracted chakra coursing through him, multiplying and intensifying, as if his entire being was brimming with power, eager to unleash ninjutsu, though he regrettably possessed no skills in that area. Sighing in resignation, he slowly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared before him, reeking of smoke. What does this mean? Aosho Zongshi nearly jumped in fright, taking several deep breaths to regain his composure. It's nothing, just a bit surprised. The couple exchanged glances before closing the door behind them. Thank you, madam. Shimura Danzo nodded. Aosho Zongshi scrutinized the man before him, whose rugged features and the cross-shaped scar on his chin starkly contrasted with the bandaged, sinister figure he would later become. Lord Danzo, do you know why I have come to see you? Aosho Zongshi shook his head in confusion. He had never had any prior contact with Shimura Danzo and could not fathom why the man would seek him out. Are you familiar with the Umbu? Aosho Zongshi nodded. Yes, it was mentioned in class today. And do you know about the root? A flicker of surprise crossed Aosho Zongshi and Oppos' eyes. But he quickly masked his ignorance with a blink. What is the root? Does it refer to? He gestured vaguely beneath him. Perverse thoughts. Danzo retorted. I simply could not imagine. The root exists parallel to the Umbu, but it is far more illustrious, requiring a greater caliber of elite. And the missions are significantly more demanding. To join the root, one must contribute to Konoha. And what is the compensation like? Danzo anticipated a look of admiration in response to his words, but Aosho Zongshi's inquiry left him momentarily dumbfounded. What? Are you implying that the root is superior to the Umbu? Naturally. And what of the salary? How does the remuneration for missions compare to that of the Umbu? Danzo hesitated. He had never truly contemplated this aspect. After all financial resources of the root were under his control, and the earnings from missions were managed by him. The ninjas of the root essentially remained within its confines, engaging in daily activities without special expenditures. Thus, overall, the salary of the root depended on Danzo and Oppos' willingness to provide it, as the ninjas would not demand anything. Oh, that is something you will learn once you join the root. In truth, Aosho Zongshi was reluctant to join the root. The darkness of the ninja world was no trivial matter. He had no desire to engage with a man like Shimura Danzo, who would later reveal his true character. Though Danzo had not yet exhibited his future traits, Aosho Zongshi remained cautious. What if I choose not to join? Danzo was perplexed as to why so many were reluctant to join the root. While it was understandable that Minato Namikaze had declined, it was baffling that even Jiraiya had shown interest, Yet Aosho Zongshi was also hesitant. Why? Aosho Zongshi noticed Danzo and Appo's expression becoming increasingly agitated. Lord Danzo, please remain calm. I hope my refusal does not cause you to become psychologically unstable. Danzo inhaled deeply. First of all, I am not yet a ninja. Danzo nodded for him to continue. Furthermore, I only learned chakra extraction today. With my current abilities, can I truly join the route? This query caught Danzo off guard. Even if Aosho Zongshi were to join the route, he would not quickly become effective combat power and would require time for training. However, Lord Danzo, you could invest in me. Invest in you? I am not interested in business. Danzo assumed Aosho Zongshi was referring to his family and Appo's barbecue restaurant. Yet Aosho Zongshi shook his head and pointed to himself. While this may seem shameless, you could indeed invest in me by teaching me ninjutsu and sealing techniques. Once I become a ninja, I will repay you. No, you have not joined the route. What if I suffer a loss by investing in you? Join the Umbu. And once I mark you, you will have no choice but to adhere to my guidance. In other words, a form of brainwashing. Aosho Zongshi was quite clever in his reasoning. He proposed that Danzo invest in him to make him stronger, only for him to refuse to join later. While these ninjutsu were trivial to Danzo, the investment of time and energy would be considerable. You are mistaken, Lord Danzo. Your route is still in its infancy. Just recently established. Danzo conceded. Indeed, it has not been long since its establishment. Exactly. If I were to join now, I would be of no assistance. My strength is insufficient, and you would need to expend time training me. Moreover, the route and Appo's system is still immature. Would you not agree? After a few minutes of spoken reasoning, Aosho Zongshi felt as though his mouth had run dry. Yet Danzo regarded him intently, contemplating whether his precociousness was merely a sign of maturity or true brilliance. Upon hearing such remarks, Danzo could only draw one conclusion. So, does that imply you have declined? Of course not, Lord Danzo. How could I possibly refuse your invitation? It is merely that the timing is not yet right. Once I graduate, I shall wholeheartedly serve the route, for you are an exemplary leader, so charismatic, such a capable commander. It would be a pity if you were not the Hokage. While Danzo dismissed the earlier flattery as mere sycophancy, the final comment piqued his interest. Really? Absolutely. Then I shall await your decision. Do not let me down. Certainly. Danzo tossed a scroll towards him. Here. What is this? I heard you are interested in sealing techniques. Learning sealing techniques is no simple task. This is the most basic sealing technique. We shall see how you fare once you have mastered it. For I have little patience for boastful individuals. Thank you, Lord Danzo. I shall not disappoint you. Very well, I shall take my leave. Will you not stay for a meal? No, I have many matters to attend to. What a pity. With a decisive click, Danzo closed the door, leaning against it. Aosho Zongshi gazed at the scroll in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips as he looked up at the light fixture in the ceiling. Letting out a resigned sigh. Outside, Shimura Danzo cast a disdainful glance at the moon, a smirk curling his lips. Chapter 8. Sealing Technique After Dinner. Escher Asaka eagerly approached his desk and unfurled a scroll before him. Upon opening it, he was greeted by an array of obscure characters and incantations. What on earth is this? After more than an hour of scrutiny, he deciphered only two essential points. First, he needed to locate books that could elucidate the meanings of these inscriptions, which were available at the Konoha Ninja Library for borrowing. Without understanding these symbols, he would be unable to properly execute the sealing technique, rendering his chakra control ineffective. The second point was that to inscribe these seals, he required a specific scroll infused with chakra. It must be akin to chakra test paper, he mused, wincing at the thought of its cost. If chakra test paper was expensive, then a chakra scroll would surely be exorbitant. It was no wonder that specialized ninjas who wielded sealing techniques were a rarity in the ranks of the Hokage. He lamented, the only exception being Tenten, who merely utilized summoning scrolls for weaponry. Such practices were beyond the reach of the impoverished. The destitute rely on mutations, while the affluent continue to leverage the increasing value of technology. With a shake of his head, Escher carefully stored the scroll in his drawer and locked it away before retiring for the night. The day's lesson focused on the projection of ninja tools. As the Uchiha clan, renowned for their prowess, was called upon by the instructor, Uchiha Ichi stepped forward. With a flick of his ebony locks, he incited a chorus of cheers from the surrounding girls. Despite his initially aloof demeanor, his skill was anything but pretentious. No problem, sensei, he replied confidently. Approaching the table laden with weapons, he surveyed the collection of wooden shuriken and kunai, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The authentic training he practiced at home contrasted starkly with the wooden replicas provided at school. He sighed, accepting the wooden substitutes, albeit lighter in weight. By maging, a seasoned Nin perceptively noted Ichi and Appo's disdain and expressed his own frustration. I wish I could provide you with the real deal. However, our budget is limited. Furthermore, using real weapons could pose a danger to the untrained. With a flick of his fingertip, Ichi sent a shuriken soaring, striking the target and Appo's center flawlessly. His performance of the shuriken technique, which he considered miraculous, was executed without a bead of sweat, merely brushing aside the bangs that partially obscured his right eye. Baimajin could not help but commend him, acknowledging that his shuriken technique had reached the pinnacle of a genin and Appo's standards. What an impressive shuriken technique. Escher watched this display with a sense of awe, reflecting on the stark contrast between the current generation and those of the past. Although they enjoyed a fleeting peace, families with even a modicum of intelligence were acutely aware that war loomed on the horizon. Thus, their training was heavily skewed towards practical combat and was executed exceptionally well. Escher pondered silently. Can I truly catch up to them? His gaze drifted to his peers. A kid TB and Namikaze Minato. One was engrossed in a bag of chips while the other had already begun to practice, mimicking SH Ichi and Appo's grip on the shuriken. Is this what it means to be a genius? No, it is more accurate to say, a diligent genius. While Escher lamented his perceived inadequacies, Minato diligently absorbed knowledge like a sponge, striving to close the gap and eventually surpass it. Escher chuckled self-deprecatingly. Noticing Escher and Appo's demeanor, Minato inquired, "What's wrong?" Escher. After becoming familiar with one another, the three began to address each other by name. TB, pulling himself away from the allure of the chips, turned to Escher. Are you all right, Escher? Are you hungry? Escher replied, It and Appo's nothing, just a realization that I need to work harder in the future. Minato. Though somewhat unclear, sensed the gravity of Escher and Appo's journey, while TB, having grown up alongside him, understood just how hard Escher labored. Isn't that a given? When do you not put in the effort? You just need to double your efforts. As the afternoon drew to a close, Escher bid farewell to Minato and instructed TB to head home first, as he intended to visit the library to borrow a book. All right. He browsed through various titles. Outdoor Survival Manual, Comprehensive Guide to Weeds, Fashion Coordination, and Design Concepts for Ninja Footwear. Unable to resist, he flipped through the pages of the latter, intrigued by the bizarre design that left toes exposed while still functioning like real shoes, except in the rain. The pages revealed an introduction from the designer, accompanied by numerous images of the shoes. Why were all the models female? The more he flipped, the more he sensed something amiss. The footwear was exclusively modeled by women. A sudden, unwelcome thought crossed Escher and Appo's mind. To avoid further entrapment in this peculiar subject, he resolutely tucked the book to his chest, intending to unravel the designer and Appo's thoughts later. Without any ulterior motives, of course. The Will of Fire Theory? Culinary Arts Compendium. Truly, the library was a treasure trove, devoid of ninja techniques, yet replete with various books. After nearly half an hour of searching without success, despite having inquired with the librarian about this section, Escher wondered how long it would take to find what he sought. The library shelves towered over 2 meters high, and he had only been perusing the titles at his eye level. Could it be that the desired volume was perched above? Sighing, Escher craned his neck to scan the higher shelves, relieved that his eyesight remained sharp. Yet, after a few minutes, fatigue set in. Staring intently at the spines of books had left his eyes dry and strained. Suddenly, he caught sight of an intriguing title. The Meaning of Special Characters? Surely this must be the one. However, upon assessing its height, he realized he would need a ladder. Just then, a sharp, eerie voice interrupted his thoughts. Are you looking for this book? Before Escher could react, the very volume he sought was presented to him. Here. He reached out to accept it, only to pause in surprise as he recognized the child before him. Oh, you know me? Of course, came the reply. Orochimaru-sama. The disciple of the Hokage is well known to us all. Chapter 9. Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru was remarkably youthful, likely just in his early 20s. With long black hair, golden elongated pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to the wings of his nose, and pale skin adorned with bluish-green, comma-shaped earrings, his most striking feature was his complexion, which appeared flawless and delicate. At this stage of life, he exuded a sense of cold handsomeness rather than darkness or cruelty. Orochimaru perused a book inscribed with special characters. Are you interested in sealing techniques? He inquired. How did you know? Replied always Suji, for it was uncommon for ordinary individuals to study such script. Typically, only those who practice sealing techniques would seek to comprehend their meanings. Well, you are quite astute. Are you interested in sealing techniques? I have a slight interest. Does Lord Orochimaru share this curiosity? Not particularly, but I have studied some sealing techniques. Really? How would you assess their difficulty? It seems manageable, however. I have not studied for long. Sealing techniques can be rather impractical in combat, as they require excessive preparation and lengthy activation times. Although their effects can be impressive upon successful execution, opponents rarely afford one the luxury of time to prepare. Orochimaru subsequently offered his own insights, cautioning that one would encounter many challenges if they aspired to rely on sealing techniques in combat as a ninja. Aoi Suji, however, appeared to disregard this advice, primarily due to his genuine interest in sealing techniques. Lord Orochimaru, do you have any tips or secrets to share? Secrets? Perhaps first focus on mastering your chakra control. He suggested. Is that so? Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Despite Orochimaru and Appo's later notoriety, it was undeniable that in his youth, he was a prodigious talent. adept at learning and possessing a comprehensive grasp of theoretical knowledge and scientific experimentation, an all-encompassing genius, though ultimately limited by his lineage. By the way, I recall you are the son of the barbecue restaurant owner on Commercial Street. What brings you to study sealing techniques? Was it suggested by someone? Of course. You need not share if you prefer to keep it private. That is your prerogative. Orochimaru and Appo's inquiry stemmed from simple curiosity. To my surprise, you remember me. Your memory is impressive. In truth, Aoi had previously encountered Orochimaru, as well as Tsunade and Jiraiya, during a visit to his home for a meal. However, at that time, he had merely served them and had not approached the trio. It was remarkable that Orochimaru's keen observation skills allowed him to recall Aoi after such a brief encounter. It was Lord Danzo who introduced me to the storage sealing technique. I am still in the process of learning. Upon hearing the familiar name, Orochimaru remained silent for a moment, as he was aware that his mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Shimura Danzo were quite acquainted. Nonetheless, Orochimaru understood that Danzo was not as straightforward as he seemed. He was, after all, coveting the title of Hokage. Danzo? Orochimaru finally responded. The atmosphere grew awkwardly silent, leaving Aoi fidgeting uncomfortably. Then, I shall take my leave, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru casually acknowledged him before returning to his book, muttering, Aoi cast a fleeting glance at the book, which detailed human anatomy. Was he truly interested in such subjects at this juncture? Certainly not. Orochimaru's curiosity was merely to expand his knowledge, as intelligence reports suggested that the Second Shinobi World War could be imminent. With war comes injury, and Orochimaru, whose strength was still developing, needed to be prepared for self-treatment in the absence of Tsunade. On his way back, Aoi purchased a pen, chakra scrolls, and chakra test paper, all of which consumed his entire month and Appo's allowance. Alas, this is rather expensive. Must I truly become a sealing technique ninja? Perhaps I shall learn what I can. As there are no other ninjutsu to study, in the future, Aoi would undoubtedly have more opportunities to utilize these tools, leading to greater expenses, a true financial burden. Let me first test my chakra attributes. Aoi gradually infused his chakra into the test paper and, after a few moments, observed the paper's transformation. The left side crinkled while the right side disintegrated. Earth and lightning. Am I destined to follow Kakashi's path? But alas, I do not possess the Sharingan, and I cannot wield Chidori. Moreover, Aoi was uncertain how to cultivate Chidori, as it lacked a defined training process unlike the Rasengan. As for the Rasengan itself, Aoi decided he should first refine his chakra control, otherwise, he would exhaust himself after only a few attempts, unlike Naruto. Additionally, Naruto was already 12 when he trained with the Rasengan, whereas Aoi was only 6. Assessing his chakra reserves, Aoi realized that he would be fortunate to unleash a single Rasengan, let alone practice it. His immediate task was to study sealing techniques, and thus Aoi began perusing a comprehensive guide to special characters, where each character represented a specific meaning. For instance, the 12 basic seals: Z, right thumb overlapping the left, with the right thumb on top; Cho, right hand horizontal, left hand vertical; In, both thumbs extended straight; Mao, right hand extended except for the pinky, while the other fingers are gently clenched. Although Aoi had previously practiced these 12 seals under the guidance of others, merely mimicking their actions without special explanations, this book elucidated the concepts thoroughly. As time progressed, Aoi diligently translated each character in the scroll, transforming it into an easily comprehensible version of sealing techniques. After 2 hours of labor, he sighed in relief, grateful that it was inscribed in special characters. Had it been in plain text, he might have given up before achieving any understanding of sealing techniques. Wiping the sweat from his brow and massaging his sore fingers, Aoi resolved to take a bath and have a bite to eat before returning to practice sealing techniques. After refreshing himself, he was ready to begin. He first practiced drawing the symbols on ordinary paper, and once he mastered them, he would transfer them to the chakra scroll. A bit crooked, not the most aesthetically pleasing. Thankfully, it and Appo's. That's not as challenging as calligraphy. Is this the semi-cursive script? Not bad. Throughout the practice, Aoi gradually improved his grip on the pen, striving to write these special symbols with the utmost efficiency. Phew, that should suffice. Glancing out at the night sky and then at the clock, he realized, is it already this late? Time to rest. I shall practice again tomorrow. Chapter 10, The Initiation Bang. After 7 arduous days, Ayakawa Tushir meticulously concentrated his chakra, gradually condensing it at the tip of his pen to intricately inscribe the sealing runes. Each stroke demanded precision and delicacy, requiring him to exhaust his chakra before resting and resuming the next day. Finally, after this laborious process, he succeeded in etching the storage sealing rune onto the chakra scroll. He placed several cups atop the scroll and, following the prescribed method, infused chakra into the scroll. With a resounding pop, a small white cloud emerged. Had he succeeded? Upon examining the scroll, he noticed that the cups had vanished. If all went well, they should now be sealed within the scroll. If he could successfully retrieve them again, it would be a significant accomplishment. Ayakawa Tushir infused chakra into the sealing scroll once more. Bang. Was there something? Had he truly succeeded? His hopeful expression quickly shattered as the same cups appeared again. But they were not intact. They were shattered. Damn, they're broken. Undeterred by this setback, Ayaka Watusha resolved to try again, analyzing where he might have gone astray. Perhaps it was spatial turbulence? That shouldn't be. This is merely a basic storage sealing technique. Could it involve another dimension? He recalled the summoning scrolls frequently used in the original text, which, while primarily for summoning weapons, also served as a means of storing items. As it turned out, mere artistic skill was insufficient. The technique required more than just ability. Ayaka Watusha meticulously compared his work and attempted 3 more times, witnessing a gradual improvement from shattered cups to those merely cracked. My drawings are flawless, there is no doubt about that. Each attempt mirrored the last. And even when he utilized the initial scroll for storage, it too only manifested a single crack. Was it truly a matter of innate talent for spatial sensitivity? Yet, what kind of sensitivity was that? Perhaps it was merely a matter of practice, as he felt no profound connection to the enigmatic concept of space. However, pondering the notion of spatial talent sparked an idea within Ayaka Watusha. The following day at school, he carried 3 scrolls with him. During lunch, his friends, Akadu DB and Bufing Shuemin, exchanged their meals, but when Ayaka Watusha produced the scrolls, they looked at him in confusion. Tusher? Where's your lunch? Indeed. What are those 3 scrolls for? Inside these scrolls is my lunch. To avoid damaging my belongings, my cups at home are already gone. If I continued to break things, my guests would have nothing to drink at the barbecue. So, I decided to store some food in here. After all, if the food gets smashed, it might just turn out softer and easier to eat. Ayaka Watusha had packed rice balls and grilled meat in the scrolls. When they were crushed, they would become a delightful mix of grilled meat and rice. This must be a storage scroll, right? Did you buy it from the tool shop? It must have cost a fortune to use it for food. I made it myself. What? You made it yourself? Wufing Shuemin stared at Ayaka Watusha in disbelief. Are you saying you drew this scroll yourself? Ayaka Watusha nodded. Yes. When did you learn sealing techniques? It's only been a few days. Lord Danzo taught me the sealing arts. I've made some progress over this short time. Impressive. This is fantastic. We won't have to carry so many snacks in a bag anymore. With these scrolls, we can store as much as we want. It's exhausting to lug a backpack to school every day. You have to be practical. Exercise is important. Indeed, DB, consider it a workout. Both of you. Channel your chakra into the scrolls. I'll teach you how to form the seals. I'm concerned you might struggle with the procedure. After their lesson, Ayaka Watusha asked, Are you ready to practice? Ready. Both Bufing Shuemin and Akadu DB replied in unison. Now, summon the contents of the scrolls. Release. Release. With a pop, 2 plumes of smoke dissipated, revealing Akadu DB and Appo's meal. So, your lunch today is grilled meat over rice? May I have some? Ayaka Watusha observed the fragmented meat and the indistinguishable rice ball, conjuring up a true grilled meat over rice dish. It's for you. Enjoy without worry. Wufing Shuemin looked at his own plate, which held a pristine grilled meat and a beautifully formed rice ball. I have a rice ball and a whole piece of grilled meat. Is this another way to eat? Truly. One who could master the Flying Thunder God technique in the future possessed extraordinary spatial talent. To achieve such results on the first use of a scroll was remarkable. Ayaka Watusha felt a mix of envy and admiration for Bufing Shuemin and Appo's innate gifts, resolving to practice diligently. Indeed, it's another way to enjoy it. Ayaka Watusha adeptly performed the release seal, pop. A whole piece of grilled meat and a rice ball appeared, though the nori on the rice ball was slightly torn. He sighed in relief. Progress was evident. Let us begin. A week passed swiftly, and Ayaka Watusha had become proficient in drawing storage seals. The items he summoned were all intact. The more runes he inscribed and the larger the scroll, the greater the storage capacity. He purchased an exceptionally long scroll and began meticulously inscribing it. Why can't I consolidate storage into a more compact form to hold more items? Although the scrolls claimed to store numerous items, the act of inscribing one seal after another on an elongated scroll seemed no different from piecing together smaller scrolls. Ayaka Watusha fell into contemplation. If he could store more items at minimal expense, it would be far more convenient. Imagine a scroll as thin as paper that could contain a vast array of items, no need to carry multiple scrolls. However, being only familiar with the basics, Ayaka Watusha could only conceive this idea in his mind. He lacked the knowledge to actualize it. Damn, I'm experiencing the benefits of learning for the first time. Ayaka Watusha envied the abundance of publicly accessible knowledge in his past life, contrasting it with the costly nature of education in the ninja world. He felt troubled, pondering how to learn other sealing techniques in the future. Chapter 11. Sparring Part 1. Time has flown by, and the end-of-term examinations are upon us. Akimichi Dongbang munched on his chips, reflecting on the swift passage of time. Indeed, a year is both brief and lengthy. Yet it has sufficed to alter numerous aspects of life. Not only have individual abilities undergone significant transformations, but the intricate web of relationships surrounding us has also evolved. One cannot help but admire the magnetic charm of Namikaze Minato. His mere presence attracts others effortlessly, resulting in an ever-growing circle of friends. Remarkably, even friendships have blossomed across grades, such as with the slightly older Inazuka Kiba. It is worth mentioning that Akimichi Dingzwa and Dongbang share a slight familial connection, which allows them to bond quite well. Conversely, Asakura SG finds himself less adept at navigating social interactions, grappling with a hint of social anxiety. Narashikaku leaned against a tree, observing Asakura SG sprawled on the ground, pencil in hand, claiming to practice drawing runes. However, his gaze secretly wandered to a group of girls playing jump rope in the distance as he curiously watched their legs. Shikaku, having observed this for quite some time, remained perplexed, perhaps due to his lack of exposure to the youthful experiences that necessitate such interactions. Are you really that socially anxious? He teased. Asakura SG nonchalantly tucked away his pencil, responding, What and Appo's? S wrong. If socializing terrifies you, then you are indeed socially anxious. Just then, Yamanaka Ino spoke up, with finals approaching. We will soon have practical examinations. How prepared are you all? Narashikaku, exuding a carefree demeanor, lazily replied, What can we do? If we encounter an unbeatable opponent, we just surrender. After all, achieving first place is out of the question, and coming in last is equally impossible. Losing that spot would earn me a beating from my father. As for first place, we all know it will undoubtedly go to Minato. In just a year. Namake's Minato and Appo's talents have begun to shine through, as he diligently approaches his teachers with questions after class. Hakuba Shinji responds kindly, often imparting small tricks of the trade. It is not that he intentionally gives special attention to Minato, rather, others simply do not seek his guidance. Do teachers truly shy away from answering students and Appo's inquiries? Certainly not. It and Appo's just that no one approaches them. Upon hearing this, Minato quickly waved his hands in modesty, scratching his head shyly. No, I think everyone is quite skilled. When it comes time to spar, who knows who will emerge victorious? Such humility. Have you not noticed that Hinata and Uchiha no longer bicker? Their rivalry has shifted focus towards you. One must acknowledge that having an ordinary ninja between them has quelled their disputes, redirecting their energy towards serious study. Otherwise, in regular classes, Uchiha and Hinata would engage in daily verbal sparring, neither willing to concede. Yet now, they unite against a common foe, vowing that whoever manages to defeat Namake's Minato will claim the title of the foremost clan. Throughout this year, Minato has not only mastered the body flicker technique, typically reserved for upperclassmen, but has also acquired various D-rank ninjutsu. Moreover, he has been personally instructed in several C-rank techniques by Hakuba Shinji. Although he can only release 2 C-rank techniques at a time before exhausting himself, it is still impressive that a 7-year-old commoner can perform such feats. Meanwhile, Asakura SG has also made notable progress. He sought out his teacher, but instead of inquiring broadly about ninjutsu, he focused on his strength in sealing techniques. Regrettably, Hakuba Shinji possesses only a rudimentary understanding of sealing jutsu, providing little advanced instruction. Nevertheless, SG and Appo's storage sealing technique has advanced significantly. He can now store nearly 1,000 pounds of items on a palm-sized piece of paper adorned with seals. However, it is unfortunate that since the last time he received a scroll for study, Shimura Danzo has not approached him again. Asakura SG feels a pang of disappointment. Not because Danzo has neglected him, but due to the absence of opportunities to learn new sealing techniques. Fortunately, he has secretly managed to create a miniature Rasengan, which he affectionately named Rasengan Bullet, showcasing his exceptional chakra control. Asakura SG and Appo's Rasengan Bullet is a compact version, launched from his fingertips. Akin to a bullet in its precision and penetration, sacrificing explosive power for increased effectiveness. He has no intention of using or teaching this technique before graduation. As its origins are somewhat dubious, he fears exposure could reveal his true inspirations. By chance, Asakura SG has often encountered Orochimaru at the library, leading to a budding familiarity between them. Orochimaru, impressed by modern advancements, has shared several sealing techniques, notably the cursed seal. The term cursed seal encompasses various applications and appears more sophisticated than traditional sealing methods. Sealing techniques using cursed seals manifest as markings on the sealed individual. SG learned 1 even-numbered seal and 1 odd-numbered seal, both effective in restraining opponents and Appo's chakra, provided their chakra levels are comparable. He believes mastering these fundamentals is essential, as many sealing techniques build upon the foundations of even and odd seals, with the exception of a few elemental seals. A solid grasp of the basics will alleviate the complexity of advanced techniques. Recently, Asakura SG has been experimenting with simplifying the storage seal into a cursed seal format, inscribing it directly onto scrolls for convenience in battle. This innovation would allow for seamless storage even if the scroll were damaged, enhancing practicality. Moreover, many future sealing techniques will require swift and effective execution, akin to Minato's later abilities, where a mere press to the heart activates a contract seal. Should he master a highly efficient sealing technique, he could incapacitate an opponent with a single touch, rendering them powerless. However, at this stage, Asakura SG has yet to achieve such profound understanding and cannot yet simplify or expedite his techniques. For now, he focuses on inscribing runes on paper, with aspirations to learn how to express them through the medium of cursed seals. Chapter 12, The Duel, Part 2. The next match featured Hinata Shoyo and Uchiha Shoichi. The competition in the training ground was in full swing as Hakuba Kashin announced their names. Upon hearing his name, a blazing light ignited in Hinata Shoyo and Appo's eyes. And without hesitation, he dashed towards the center of the arena. His agile form moved with grace, his signature long black hair swaying gently with his movements. The white eyes, with their upward turned corners, radiated confidence for this contest. In contrast, Uchiha Shoichi maintained a stoic demeanor, trailing behind at a measured pace. Dressed in a black tracksuit adorned with the Uchiha family emblem, he approached the arena with an air of calm determination, as if victory in this battle was already within his grasp. Throughout the year, the two had clashed nearly 8 to 10 times. Was this a deliberate arrangement by their instructor? A puzzled Ayaka Watusher pondered, especially considering that the top student was right here. Casting a sideways glance at the focused Minato Namikaze, he wondered why they had not been arranged to challenge him directly. However, it was evident that the two had privately sought the instructor's approval for this match, with the understanding that the victor would earn the right to challenge Minato. Their previous encounters had always ended in a stalemate, each pushing themselves to the limit, only to collapse from exhaustion before even sealing a reconciliation mark. Each time, it had been a battle of sheer will. After sealing the combat mark, the two faced each other, and Hinata Shoyo was the first to strike. He leaped high, his speed so swift that it was almost imperceptible, and with extraordinary agility and explosive force, he launched a soft punch toward Uchiha Shoichi. The punch, though classified as gentle, carried the force of a gale. Uchiha Shoichi, however, remained unperturbed. With a calm sidestep, he deftly evaded Hinata Shoyo's formidable blow. In the blink of an eye, he tapped the ground lightly, propelling himself swiftly behind Hinata Shoyo, and hurled several shuriken at his back. Byakugan, activate. Hinata Shoyo reacted with lightning speed, activating his Byakugan just as the shuriken were about to strike. He discerned the trajectory of each shuriken and executed a nimble turn, dodging all of them with finesse. Following this, he crouched low, his right leg springing forth like a powerful coil, sweeping toward Uchiha Shoichi's legs as he descended. Not to be outdone, Uchiha Shoichi used Hinata Shoyo's momentum to press down on his leg and launched himself into the air, effortlessly evading the sweeping attack. In midair, he quickly adjusted his posture, forming hand seals and proclaiming, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." Hakuba Kashin watched in admiration, surprised that Uchiha Shoichi had already mastered a C-rank ninjutsu. If it weren't for Minato, Uchiha Shoichi would undoubtedly be the top student, although their duels often ended evenly. This was primarily due to Uchiha Shoichi's overly rigid nature and pride. He preferred to rely solely on taijutsu, believing that he could defeat Hinata by excelling in physical combat alone. However, this time was different. It was the final exam, a battle for true honor to determine which clan would claim the title of the foremost family in Konoha. A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Hinata Shoyo with a wave of scorching heat. Yet, Hinata Shoyo met the oncoming inferno with unwavering resolve. Inhaling deeply, his chakra surged within him, cascading forth like a tidal wave from his chakra points. Simultaneously, his body began to spin at an incredible velocity, creating an almost imperceptible blur. A massive quantity of chakra enveloped him, forming a semi-spherical barrier around him. This chakra shield shimmered with translucence, radiating a formidable presence, accompanied by a resonating hum generated by his rapid rotation and potent chakra. 8 trigrams palm. Heavenly spin. As the fireball collided with his defense, a prolonged struggle ensued, ultimately yielding to the overwhelming force of the heavenly spin. The spinning ceased, and Hinata Shoyo shook his slightly scorched hands. Despite having absorbed the flames, the heat remained intense. Undeterred, he advanced, knowing that Uchiha Shoichi, having just executed a powerful jutsu, would still be recovering, as the fireball jutsu required a considerable amount of chakra. Upon landing, Uchiha Shoichi refused to relent, skillfully evading Hinata Shoyo's strikes while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, he seized a moment of vulnerability in Hinata's assault, lunging forward with a powerful right punch aimed at Hinata's abdomen. Remarkable. This is truly the caliber of a student from the Ninja Academy. They could graduate right now. Ayaka Watusher exclaimed, enviously watching the thrilling exchange, reminiscent of the action in the Naruto anime. Look at that fireball jutsu, and the 8 trigrams. He mused, lamenting his inability to learn such techniques. Minato Namikaze observed the duel intently, aware that he would likely face one of these two if all went as expected. Who do you think will emerge victorious? He inquired. I believe they will end in a draw. Do you trust that? Why do you say that? Look into their eyes, Minato remarked, noting the fierce determination reflected in both their gazes, revealing an unwavering resolve not to concede. Not everyone shares your tendency to hold back during battles. Some even go so far as to apologize during their attacks. Is that how you behave with boys as well? Minato expressed his confusion. But we are all from the same village. Why should we hold back against comrades? Ayaka Watusher suggested, perhaps those from prominent clans possess such tenacity. Narashikaku, standing nearby, responded with resignation, come on, don't lump us in with them. Who can compare to you? You're just lazy. Surely, they bear substantial responsibilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't push themselves to the brink of exhaustion in every match, striving for victory. It's precisely because they always exhaust themselves that they have never fought Minato. as their pride forbids them from provoking him. Thus, it was only natural for Minato to stand at the pinnacle. In the midst of the match, Uchiha Shoichi unleashed another C-rank jutsu, but it was again repelled by the heavenly spin. Both combatants were now nearing the end of their stamina, their chakra reserves depleted, and Uchiha Shoichi's hands bore the marks of burns. Yet, they remained steadfast, glaring at each other with unwavering intensity, suggesting that the conclusion of their battle was imminent. It seems we are bound to witness a familiar outcome. Chapter 13, Sparring, Part 3. At nearly the same moment, both combatants collapsed onto the ground. Bai Majing quickly appeared in the center as they fell, promptly initiating treatment while announcing the outcome. Good. It's a tie? Such occurrences had become commonplace. The other students expressed mild astonishment at the display of ninjutsu, but after witnessing it 7 or 8 times over the year, the result held little novelty. The next pair to step forward were Nara Shikaku and Asakura SG. Nara Shikaku gazed at Asakura SG, hoping he would take it easy. Oh? It's us again. Please go easy on me this time. Asakura SG regarded the cunning individual before him, remarking, if you truly wish to abstain from competition, why not simply concede? Yet you insist on engaging before yielding. It's utterly vexing. I despise battling those who think too much. They formed their combat seals, preparing for the match. However, after reaching their designated positions, a full minute passed with neither making a move. Why are we not striking? Asakura SG mused, intrigued by what tricks this fellow might employ. Last time, he had acted first and fallen into Shikaku's trap. If the enemy remains still, I shall remain still. With a resigned shake of his head, Nara Shikaku sighed. In this era, honesty seems to be met with disbelief. After a moment of silence, Nara Shikaku took the initiative, swiftly forming hand seals and declaring, shadow binding technique. Instantly, shadows on the ground surged forth like living entities, lunging toward Asakura SG with remarkable speed. Asakura SG's eyes narrowed as he deftly leaped back, evading the encroaching shadows. Upon retreating a safe distance, the shadows could no longer advance. This was the limit of Nara Shikaku's control. To extend them further would diminish their efficacy and risk easy escape. Asakura SG quipped. No need for theatrics. Unleash your techniques promptly, or I shan't hold back. He struck a pose reminiscent of a 1,000-year kill. Nara Shikaku recalled past memories with a frown, lamenting, I truly detest fighting against someone I know. It complicates matters. It became apparent that the earlier struggles were merely a ruse by Nara Shikaku to deceive his opponent. Yet Asakura SG was not easily fooled. Battling someone with intellect was indeed troublesome. It was evident that like father, like son. Especially in the case of the Nara clan, known for their sharp minds. Shadow Spike. The previously grounded shadows abruptly transformed into black spikes, launching directly at Asakura SG. He had anticipated this. Raising his right hand, he revealed a small white scroll affixed to his glove for convenience, inscribed with the character for shield. The control of the shadows was impressive, yet their offensive capability was mediocre, especially against a specialized shield scroll. Nara Shikaku licked his lips, contemplating his next move. Meanwhile, Asakura SG was not idle. He quickly formed seals, shadow clone technique. 3 clones emerged, each wielding shuriken. Go. The trio charged toward Nara Shikaku in a straight line, suddenly dispersing to encircle him in a triangular formation, launching shuriken from 3 different angles. Lacking the Byakugan or Sharingan, and with the clone's swift approach muddling his perspective, Nara Shikaku struggled to discern the real threat, shadow mimicry technique. He could only summon 2 additional shadows, which darted toward the 3 Asakura SJIS. Useless. I have already controlled the distance, Asakura SG declared, increasing the gap even further than before. Nara Shikaku quietly chuckled, whispering, explosion. What? As the 3 shadow spikes surged forth, explosive tags suddenly revealed themselves. Nara Shikaku was aware that this tactic might not be effective. He had concealed the explosive tags beneath the shadows, hoping they wouldn't harm his opponent. After all, the explosive tags possessed considerable destructive power. Watching from the sidelines, Bai Majing was prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. The detonation required time, yet given Asakura SG's speed, he likely wouldn't escape unscathed. Should he exhibit any sign of panic, Bai Majing would swiftly employ the body flicker technique to rescue him. However, the 3 Asakura SJIS, confronting the imminent explosive tags, displayed no sign of fear. Simultaneously, they extended their right hands, exclaiming, bye-bye. Before Chapter 14. The trials of Wave and Wind. The subsequent trials were proceeding one after another, with each student showcasing their full potential. Employing a myriad of techniques, those with secret arts utilized them, while others relied on ninjutsu. Observing from the teaching building above were several individuals, keenly watching the contests below. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his cigarette and inquired of his companion, what are your impressions? Orochimaru was the first to respond. Each contestant demonstrates commendable strength. However, sensei, you did not summon us merely to observe, did you? Beside him, the golden-haired young woman, Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, also chimed in. Indeed, what is the purpose? They are merely a bunch of children, after all. What is there to behold? These are the future of Konoha, the very children we are destined to protect. They are not just a bunch of children, Tsunade. I heard you were gambling again last night? How did you find out? Wait, it must be Jiraiya. Tsunade recalled her escapades from the previous night, where she had employed a transformation technique to conceal her activities. If anyone knew, it could only be Jiraiya. Don't blame me. Tsunade, you still owe me the money you borrowed last month, and I need funds for my meals. Are you looking for a fight? I never said I wouldn't pay you back. Then when will you repay me? You knocked me out yesterday and stole my wallet. You took the money and didn't even return the wallet. Tsunade retorted, I was just a bit pressed at the time. I didn't notice. Here, take it. She carelessly pulled out a cloth pouch from her pocket and tossed it to Jiraiya. Jiraiya hurriedly caught it, only to find it empty. What? It's completely gone. Tsunade turned her head away, feigning nonchalance as she whistled. Sigh, Orochimaru, treat me to dinner tonight. Jiraiya instantly leaned in closer to Orochimaru. Orochimaru responded, all right. The purpose of our gathering is to observe the young talents from various clans and their potential, as you are now at the threshold of becoming team leaders. If any of you have a preference, feel free to express it. Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff of his cigarette, reflecting on his disciples, save for Orochimaru. Each one was a source of constant concern. The three exchanged glances, excitement bubbling as they considered being assigned as team leaders. Don't get too excited. You will be leading this batch, Orochimaru cautioned. That is still years away, one retorted. Why are we being shown so early? Study well. Don't let it be that when the time comes for you to be captains, you are utterly unprepared. Jiraiya and Tsunade remained silent, exchanging glances of mutual disdain. Let us agree on that. By the way, there is a new mission I need to assign you three. Sarutobi Hiruzen had gone to great lengths to select a task that was both cost-effective and meaningful for his disciples, ensuring that each assignment would help them accumulate merits. Recent intelligence has revealed the whereabouts of the last survivors from the land of whirlpools. At the mere mention, all three immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Tsunade thought of her grandmother back home, lamenting, if only we had received this news sooner. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of helplessness. The fall of the land of whirlpools was a tragedy no one wished to witness. However, the immediate task was to locate and protect the survivors. A duty not only aligned with Midosama and Amp, Appo's wishes but also indicative of a Hokage and Amp, Appo's commitment to allies. As he detailed the mission, he assured them, I will dispatch ANBU operatives to assist you, ensuring everyone in Amp, Appo's safe return. Yes, they responded in unison. Meanwhile, Asuka Tsuji found himself on the ground, gazing up at the swift Wave Wind, who helped him to his feet. You are remarkably quick. Wave Wind smiled shyly. Thank you for the compliment. He pulled Asuka up with a gentle tug. Asuka observed the young boy before him. Moments earlier, both had executed shuriken techniques and displayed a few ninjutsu, each surpassing the other slightly. Ultimately, Asuka was bested by Wave Wind and Amp, Appo's body flicker technique. His speed was so overwhelming that Asuka could not react in time to employ his sealing techniques before Wave Wind had already struck him down. Clearly, you could have defeated me swiftly, yet you chose to toy with me, Asuka noted. Everyone must reveal their strength, must and Appo's. Tive? You are quite cunning, Arin and Appo's. You? Wave Wind chuckled heartily. However, Asuka recognized his own shortcomings. Against an opponent with such a speed advantage, his sealing techniques were nearly ineffective. Chapter 15. The holiday. As the final examinations concluded, Always Tsuji achieved an admirable fourth place, while the second and third positions were, unsurprisingly, occupied by the two prominent clans of Konohagakure. Though they tied and did not partake in subsequent battles, it was evident that they surpassed Always Tsuji, who had not fully revealed his true potential. However, the undisputed victor was none other than Minato Namikaze. Always Tsuji believed that even if he were to unleash the Rasengan, he would still fall short against him. After all, Minato and Amp, Appo's astonishing reaction speed rendered Always Tsuji unable to even grasp the hem of his garments, let alone defeat him. Nevertheless, if Always Tsuji could set traps in advance, he might stand a chance, albeit a slim one. With the final exams behind him, the prospect of a break loomed ahead. What should he do during this time? The fatigue from the previous day made Always Tsuji reluctant to venture outside. He preferred to recline at home, pondering how to spend his holiday. However, as he lay there, sleep overtook him, and upon awakening, he was greeted by a round little face and a tuft of yellow hair. Whoa! Always Tsuji sprang up, his back colliding with the headboard with a dull thud. The yellow-haired boy was none other than Minato Namikaze, who appeared slightly embarrassed by Always Tsuji and Appo's startled reaction, retreating a bit to reveal his companion. The chubby and grinning Akimichi Tsuji. What brings you two here? Always Tsuji inquired. Tsuji, holding a skewer, replied, your door was unlocked. Auntie let us in, so we just came over. Always Tsuji rubbed his sore back, eyeing Tsuji as he devoured his food. It was disconcerting to see him eating barbecue so early in the morning. I meant, why are you here looking for me instead of resting at home? Today is the day for our gathering. Dawn and Amp, Appo's. Do you remember? Tsuji chimed in. Always Tsuji recalled their conversation after school yesterday about a gathering. But he had assumed it was merely polite banter about meeting up on another day. So, you actually meant today? Of course. Most of the class will be attending. Shuji explained. Minato and Appo's influence in class is undeniable. A large portion of our classmates will be there, even Uchiha Sho and Hyuga Hinata. Then you might as well consider yourself the class representative, given your charisma. You could easily dominate the academy with that kind of pull. Me? A class representative? No. Thank you. Besides, other classes Don and Appo's, to even have one. Usually, when teachers assign tasks, they prefer to approach students directly or select a few they are familiar with. Given Minato and Appo's frequent inquiries to teachers, he often ends up with small assignments, effectively fulfilling the role of a class representative. True, if they recommended you. There would be dissent among the boys. After all, who could compete with someone as handsome as you? It and Appo's, it's not just your looks, your abilities are commendable too. Which makes you popular among the girls. Consequently, many boys feel overshadowed, but it seems that their discontent is merely a product of rivalry for attention from the girls. In this precocious ninja world, Always Suji found it astonishing that 6-year-olds were already discussing lifelong commitments with their peers and meeting each other and Appo's parents to discuss such matters. Alright. Let and Appo's hurry Suji. I wonder what delicious food awaits us at the gathering. I and Appo's am starving. Atsui Suji sighed. Could you please swallow that barbecue before speaking? I and Appo's, I'll be back later. Bye, Mom. Goodbye. Take care on your way. Always Suji and Appo's mother waved cheerfully at the three of them. Should we buy some ingredients to bring along? Always Suji revealed several small scrolls of varying sizes from his waist. Don and Appo's, worry. I and Appo's, brought plenty of skewers. Shuji and Appo's mouth watered at the sight of the skewers he had just eaten at Always Suji and Appo's house, feeling unsatisfied. Are they cooked? Of course not. Barbecue is best when freshly grilled. If I brought cooked ones, they would be cold by the time we arrived. Fair enough. Suji. Can you really inscribe such small scrolls now? Minato observed keenly, indicating that Always Suji must be concealing his strength. For he had not used such small scrolls in their recent battle. These diminutive scrolls could serve as concealed weapons, even smaller than shurikens, especially if they contained hidden items. Just about. Minato chose not to press further. Everyone has their secrets. By the way, how and Appo's your leg? He recalled the force behind the sweep he delivered during their match, which had left Always Suji seated on the ground for quite some time. No issues at all. In truth, there was little harm done. Since Always Suji had been carrying extra weight, Minato and Appo's strength had mostly been absorbed by the iron weights. His prolonged sitting was merely an act. Is that so? I didn't end Appo's. Expect your legs to be so resilient. When I returned home last night, I noticed your big toe was swollen. Always Suji glanced down, realizing that although the swelling had subsided, Minato and Appo's toenail had clearly been clipped. Ha, I might have eaten a bit too much. Perhaps my muscles are just a bit tougher. Minato chuckled at Always Suji and Appo's jest, and then squinted with a smile. Really? Perhaps. Upon reaching the outdoors, surrounded by lush trees, a crystal-clear lake, and a gentle breeze, the setting was perfect for a picnic. The laughter of students added to the harmonious atmosphere. However, Minato was quickly surrounded by several girls eager for him to sample their homemade dishes. Sorry, I'm not hungry right now, classmates. I'll go fishing instead. He dashed to the lakeside, shedding his shoes, ready to catch fish. Are those your shoes, Minato? Hey, what kind of look is that? Always Suji could no longer contain himself. He had expected his peers to act with some decorum, yet here's to genuine oddities. Ahem, I'll help you. He stepped over to the lakeside, deliberately stepping on Minato's shoes. Thanks. I'll throw the fish to you later. Sure. Beyond the playful antics, there were also displays of culinary prowess. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball engulfed a piece of pork as Uchiha Sho wiped his mouth. Who wants some roasted pork? Soft fist, pressure point technique. After applying a few pressure points, the rice they brought transformed into glutinous rice balls. Please enjoy. Yamanaka Ino produced several pieces of bread. Muttering something under her breath, and suddenly a swarm of bees arrived, delivering fresh honey to drizzle over the bread. I wanted to share this. Honey bread for everyone. Yet, she found that no one paid her any attention. Hey, Black Maru. Of course, there were also some competitive girls, such as Inazuka Kiba. Always Suji silently observed the scene, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Chapter 16. The transfer student recently has felt an increasing frequency of encounters within the library. Strikingly, does not come merely to seek books, but rather to engage in conversation. Were it not for the fact that their discussions revolve around ninjutsu, might have suspected that had developed an interest in his physique. Lord, I am not yet of the age to become a father, he jested. Somewhat perplexed, inquired. What do you mean? Nothing of significance, replied, though deemed the inquiry inconsequential, especially considering that the technique in question was merely a B-rank sealing jutsu. How is your progress with the? Had requested to learn this sealing technique himself. Although it is classified as a B-rank jutsu, its potency cannot be overlooked, given that it is capable of sealing and negating all fire-based techniques, albeit with a notably lengthy preparation time. I have mastered it. But is it only applicable on scrolls? Cannot it be executed through a curse seal? If it could be instantaneously activated through a curse seal, it would be an excellent strategy. When faced with fire techniques, I could simply perform a seal and no longer fear their flames. In the future, fire techniques would not merely pose a risk of burning, but would raise the question of whether they could even reach him. Your idea is commendable, but regrettably, I cannot achieve that feat among those I know. None excel in sealing techniques to that extent, mused, recalling, who had mastered the technique better than himself but could not instantaneously activate the ether. To accomplish such an endeavor requires profound comprehension of sealing techniques. Some techniques can indeed be executed instantly, while others cannot. Reflected on the advanced sealing techniques the child had brought a few days prior, most of which could be performed in the form of curse seals. Indeed, the people of the clan are renowned for their proficiency in sealing arts, executing them with remarkable ease and efficiency. With a mere clap, the characters would float, allowing them to seal whatever they desired. Though convenient and efficient, these methods lack offensive capabilities. While the preparation time is brief, their defensive strength remains inadequate, leaving them vulnerable to attacks. Ultimately, one might find themselves resorting to the in a one-for-one exchange. Is that so? Replied, his tone tinged with disappointment. However, failed to notice the glint in his eyes, a glimmer that suggested he was far from ready to give up. Although he verbally expressed his despondency, remained unconvinced. If ninjutsu could be simplified into hand seals, why should sealing techniques be any different? Even if he did not learn the ore, which could be executed with mere hand movements, he believed that the essence of these techniques was merely an extension of fundamental principles. Lord, yes? May I ask you a question? Certainly. Why are you so kind to me? Is kindness towards you not warranted? I do not favor men, especially those older than myself. Regarded the boy's expression. If he were not so earnest, he would have relished the opportunity to crush the boy's head. To speak frankly, it is as it is. Ah, I see. Exhaled in relief, primarily fearing he might be coerced into becoming a subject for human experimentation, especially since there was a trade-off related to his proposal of artificial insemination. By the way, your previous suggestion regarding artificial insemination and test tube babies has proven accurate. That woman really did become pregnant. This indeed addresses the issue of many who struggle with infertility. Given that the war had only recently passed, times were still not prosperous. Many young individuals either bore the scars of war or suffered from overexertion, making childbirth a daunting challenge. Is it that quick? Indeed. She should give birth within a few months. The plan has been remarkably successful. The first experiment yielded positive results. Had contacted a farming couple and reached out to. Initially, when learned of this plan, she was quite serious, as she had never encountered such a concept as test tube babies. For one to conceive, it typically necessitated natural means of impregnation. If it were artificial, could it still be considered the couple and Apo's as child? The answer is, of course, yes. The sperm belongs to the man, the egg to the woman, and ultimately, the child is born from the woman and Apo's womb. Why would it not be their child? It merely omits a step in the process. If the plan succeeds, it should facilitate effective promotion. For a village to thrive, it must rely not only on economic strength but also on its population, particularly in the ninja world, where the population is scarce and even children are sent to battle. Hesitated in his proposal, uncertain whether it was right or wrong. In a peaceful era characterized by a low population, this plan would undoubtedly be acceptable. However, in the present context, what's wrong? Momentarily paused at this address, but did not refute it. Although he had yet to formally graduate from the Ninja Academy, a master-student relationship had already formed, making the title entirely appropriate. What troubles you? When will the war come to an end? To claim that one does not despise war would be disingenuous. Had understood from the moment he entered the ninja school that he would inevitably face battle, and not infrequently. However, engaging in warfare entails casualties, which is precisely why he sought to enhance his abilities. He did not wish to meet a premature demise. Fell into silence upon hearing this. His parents had perished in the throes of war, and he harbored a deep disdain for conflict. Yet, aversion to war does not prevent its occurrence. If only everyone in the world could be fed, uttered, voicing a sentiment he scarcely believed himself, not to mention his previous life. The notion that everyone could be satiated was an idealistic fantasy. Even in such a scenario, wars would still arise. The desires within the human heart are insatiable. Pondered whether the day of peace would ever arrive. Even if everyone could be nourished, as long as there exists division, there will be competition for resources. And with competition comes war. Contemplating these matters proved futile. It would be best to focus on mastering what he needed to learn. By the way, in a few days, your class will welcome a transfer student. A transfer student? Suddenly thought of someone. It can't be. Indeed. If possible, please take care of them. Since had spoken, the students would undoubtedly take the matter seriously. Smiled faintly, hee. Chapter 17. Kushina Izumaki. A few days later, the new academic year commenced. Early in the morning, Hakuba Ishin entered with a girl possessing striking red hair. In that instant, Asaka Sosha recognized her. Indeed, it was Kushina Izumaki. Kushina cautiously lifted her head to gaze at the cluster of students seated above her, and her eyes were drawn to a boy with hair of a similarly vivid hue. Minato Namikaze also noticed her, having done so the moment she walked in, yet he did not exhibit any particular reaction. Hakuba Ishin continued to speak. This is our new transfer student. Seemingly resolute, Kushina mustered her courage and declared, my name is Kushina Uzumaki. However, as soon as she uttered her name, a wave of ridicule erupted. Look at her hair color. It's utterly unbelievable. Indeed. How could one's hair be that red? It was quite peculiar. She merely introduced herself, and already they were resorting to bullying. Was this the reality of schoolyard torment? Asaka Soshiro shook his head in silent dismay. With the new year, the second-year class had expanded significantly, incorporating several other students. As the chatter among the students grew louder, Hakuba Ishin intervened. All right, everyone, please settle down. Observing the disdainful gazes directed at her, Kushina spoke up once more. I will be the first female Hokage. The classroom fell into a brief silence before bursting into laughter. A boy leaned over his desk, slapping his thigh in amusement. A woman as Hokage? Don't be ridiculous. Kushina's nails dug deeply into her palms as she defiantly raised her chin. At that moment, a golden figure rose from his seat, Minato Namikaze. With one hand clasped in a fist against his chest, spoke with a calm yet undeniable authority, a gentle smile gracing his face. My dream is to become Hokage too. The implication was clear, let us strive together. However, Kushina misconstrued his meaning, thinking he too looked down on her, believing only he could attain the title of Hokage. Kushina, why don't you find a seat? All right, she replied. Kushina chose a relatively unoccupied spot near the wall, next to a girl with black hair, which seemed a suitable arrangement. May I sit here? The black-haired girl appeared momentarily taken aback, then smiled warmly. Of course you can. Kushina had never encountered such a gentle girl before, and her guard lowered instantly as she took her seat. I'm Makoto Uchiha. The boys in this class are utterly insufferable. Don't let their words get to you. Kushina nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Throughout the lesson, the two exchanged much, while another individual observed from the sidelines. Asaka Soshiro muttered softly, Makoto Uchiha? Have they already become acquainted? Soshiro. Feeling a gentle nudge on his arm, Asaka turned to see Akimichi Toboko prodding him with his elbow, whispering, what is up? There are so many beautiful girls in this class. After a moment of shock, Asaka gazed incredulously at Akimichi Toboko. Are you saying that food no longer captivates your interest? Have you reached the age of awakening romantic feelings? Caught off guard, Akimichi Toboko quickly shook his head. Impossible. Food will forever be my top priority. So, which girl has caught your eye? Akimichi Toboko shyly pointed with two fingers. The pretty girl in the front row. This morning, I caught a whiff of something delicious from her lunchbox. Asaka, exasperated, face-bombed. So after all this, you're just after her food? Sigh. So sure, go for it. All right. The morning classes drew to a close, neither too slow nor too fast, concluding as the students diligently engaged in their studies. Though it was Kushina's first encounter with ninja knowledge, she adapted quickly, having learned much in her village, albeit expressed differently. All right, everyone, let us take a break. We'll resume in the afternoon, announced Hakuba Ishin. As soon as class ended, Akimichi Toboko approached, leaning on the desk with anticipation in his eyes. How about we go eat something delicious later? Since you've extended such a generous invitation, replied Asaka. Great. I'll ask Minato. Minato, I've brought lots of good food today. Let us eat together later. Of course, Toboko. Though he smiled and agreed verbally. It was evident that his gaze was not on Akimichi Toboko. Unperturbed, Toboko proceeded to invite another person. You're staring so hard, your eyes might fall out. Before the teasing remark could finish, a slender hand appeared, gently waving in front of Minato's eyes. He blinked, shaken from his reverie, and upon recognizing the newcomer, smiled warmly. So sure? Asaka wore a knowing grin, observing Minato, reflecting on the precociousness of the children in the ninja world. What's this? Am I interrupting your admiration for a beauty? Of course not, replied Minato, his gaze softening as he watched Kushina laughing with Makoto Uchiha. I merely find this girl impressive. Surely you don't believe her claim about becoming Hokage? Asaka teased, fearing it might threaten your future aspirations. Minato, catching the jest, shrugged lightly. All right, so sure. Fine. I won't tease you anymore. Let us meet at the usual place for food later. Asaka waved as he departed, primarily to use the restroom. After a morning of classes, he wondered how the other students managed to hold it in. He certainly could not. I understand. Meanwhile, in the cluster of girls, Makoto Uchiha pulled out her lunchbox and invited Kushina. Kushina, let us have lunch together. Kushina felt elated. In just a morning, their bond had transformed dramatically. Now able to call each other by name. Makoto's gentleness had pierced through Kushina's defenses, leaving her deeply touched. Of course. Yet, as is often the case, there are always those who lack foresight. Hey, transfer student. Tomato. From today onward, you shall be known as Tomato. A boy accompanied by two lackeys approached, pointing at Kushina. With his plump, round face and bright red hair, wasn't he just like a tomato? I'm not mistaken, am I? He placed his hands on his hips with pride, having just arrived in the class, determined to conquer it, starting with this transfer student. At the same time, several boys nearby gathered, finding the situation amusing. Indeed, she resembled a tomato. Makoto was about to intervene. Hey, that is too much. But another voice interrupted. Makoto, come here for a moment. But Uchiha Shoichi merely furrowed his brow slightly, and Uchiha Makoto nodded in agreement. You are not permitted to bully her. Kushina, rest assured. I shall come over shortly. Chapter 18. The Crimson Chili Pepper. The moment her close friend departed, Uzumaki Kushina's expression shifted dramatically. Just then, a child tugged at her hair, shouting, "It's tomato festival time. Let us gather the fruits." Embarrassed, Kushina glanced around, only to find that no one was paying her any mind. She noticed that the blonde-haired Minato Namikaze was observing the scene but made no move to assist her, prompting her to scoff inwardly, humph, cowardly and effeminate. He must be someone who preys on the weak. Unable to contain her temper, Kushina seized the child's wrist, causing him to wince in pain. Who are you calling a tomato? Let me clarify, I detest tomatoes as well. With a swift motion, she yanked his arm and executed a 360-degree spin, sending nearby children tumbling. She then landed atop one child who had fallen to the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches. Dare to belittle me? Call me tomato, and you'll regret it. As if sensing her fury, Kushina turned once more to the familiar blonde boy, who was now chuckling uncontrollably. What is so amusing? She snapped, caught off guard. Minato quickly turned his head, though his gaze betrayed his curiosity. In a corner outside the classroom, Uchiha Shoichi spoke to Uchiha Makoto, recently. My father has ordered me to limit contact with that transfer student. Shoichi, being the son of a clan elder, shared a distant blood relation with Makoto, whose father was also an elder. Makoto frowned in confusion. Why? I don't know. He just said to keep my distance. But she is my good friend. Shoichi scratched the back of his head, feeling the weight of the situation. He was reluctant to meddle, knowing that offending Makoto would be akin to incurring the wrath of an elder, complicating his aspirations for the clan leader position. Despite the challenges, he felt his own talents were not to be underestimated. Well, do as you see fit. I'm merely offering a word of caution. I will handle it. In the familiar dining area beneath the great tree, Minato stared at his food, feeling a lack of appetite. Why isn't Kushina well liked in class? Could it truly be because of her hair? Asakura Tsuji remarked, it's because she is an outsider. Outsider? What do you mean? Akimichi Tabaku inquired. Is that really the reason? But once someone joins the village, aren't they considered one of us? Why do so many reject outsiders? Tsuji understood the sentiment, recalling how in his previous life, many harbored exclusionary attitudes, not just between nations, but even within provinces, where individuals from one province would look down upon those from another. It's quite normal. It stems from war. War? The very existence of Konoha was a result of war. It united people who wished to avoid chaos and sought peace, thus forming a village. However, war also displaced many, leading to the creation of new villages. Naturally, villagers would band together, yet conflicts between villages persisted, resulting in the Shinobi World War. Outsiders arriving in a village were perceived as invaders, competing for resources and benefits, hence the instinctive disdain towards foreigners. Even if it was just one individual. But as far as I know, the Whirlpool Village and Konoha are allies, right? Shouldn't she be considered one of us? After all, the first Hokage's wife, Mito, was from the Uzumaki clan. You're aware of the Whirlpool Village? You must have just looked it up, Tsuji teased. Minato coughed. I was merely curious. Tsuji chuckled, casting a skeptical glance at Minato. This issue seemed insurmountable for the time being. If Kushina wished to gain acceptance, she would need to rely on her own strength or possess a resilience that rendered her indifferent to such matters. However, Tsuji could not discern this, as he was unaware of her true nature. He only knew that in the original story, Uzumaki Kushina was nicknamed the Crimson Chili Pepper, a moniker hinting at her fiery temperament. Minato pondered quietly, is that so? Tsuji remained silent, aware that most of those who labeled her an outsider were commoners. Those with even a modicum of knowledge, particularly the children of clans, would not disdain Kushina, given her surname, which was shared with the first Hokage's wife. Moreover, Mito had not yet departed. Who would dare bully Kushina? It seemed that only those unassociated with clans would exhibit such audacity. As expected, within a month, the title Crimson Chili Pepper echoed throughout the class, instilling both fear and respect among many, particularly the commoners. That day, however, Kushina faced a rather harsh ordeal. The child she had defeated summoned his older brother, a shinobi, resulting in Kushina being overwhelmed for a time. Grabbing her hair, they taunted her, drawing tears of frustration and anger. Perched precariously on a branch, Tsuji observed as Minato clenched his fists, his gentle demeanor betraying an underlying fierceness. Are you simply going to stand by and watch? I believe in her, Minato replied, his voice resolute. Tsuji, also suspended from the tree, was practicing chakra control and had stumbled upon this unfolding drama. He contemplated, if you were to rescue her, she would surely develop feelings for you. She is a remarkably strong girl. At times, Tsuji found himself questioning Minato's social prowess, despite the throng of girls around him. He appeared utterly clueless when it came to matters of the heart. True to Minato's anticipation, Kushina soon broke free from her captors, albeit with a few strands of hair lost in the process, her fury intensifying as she decisively defeated one of the shinobi. Tsuji remarked, with such power, she'll easily graduate. Unbeknownst to them, Kushina had noticed the two boys observing her. Ignoring the ordinary boy hanging beneath the tree, her ire directed towards the relaxed, smiling blonde on the branch. Her pent-up frustration erupted. Is it because I'm an outsider that you want to help me? Minato was taken aback, realizing he had been misunderstood. Yet, as he opened his mouth to explain, he found himself at a loss for words. His silence only reinforced Kushina's anger. You think that too? Tears streaming down her face, she turned to flee. Minato, concerned, grasped the tree for support, wanting to chase after her but unsure of how to justify his actions. Until a voice from below interrupted. Hey! Kushina's feet suddenly froze, as if her movement had been halted. Minato, startled by the voice, then noticed Kushina's state. Suji, do not blame your brother for not assisting you. 5 minutes should suffice for a thorough explanation. Shallow Blue Commander patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder before leaping away from the scene with several powerful bounds. Uzumaki Kushina gazed at her feet in confusion, where several seals had manifested. Is this a sealing technique? Namikaze Minato descended from the tree and approached Uzumaki Kushina with measured steps. Chapter 19. Spirit Communication. Another year of study has passed, and Shanchao Zongxi and Appo's sealing techniques have reached a level sufficient to enter the sealing class. This prompted Orochimaru to reflect on the boy and Appo's undeniable talent in sealing arts. If there exists a fire sealing technique, why should there not be water, lightning, and earth sealing techniques? Therefore, have you made any substantial progress with your fire sealing technique? I have streamlined some of the runes necessary for the fire sealing technique and reduced the size of the scroll needed. Shanchao Zongxi produced a scroll the size of a fist. Orochimaru took the scroll and, upon unfurling it, discovered it was merely the length of a face. The previously composed serpentine eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected the boy to achieve this, although he had not yet mastered instantaneous activation of the seal. Reaching this stage in just over half a year was remarkable. For the first time, Orochimaru entertained a thought, but he felt the need to test the waters. So, how did the matter I entrusted to you fare? The strength of the Uzumaki clan does not require my care, and besides, the young couple is busy with their romance. Shanchao Zongxi raised his hands, fully aware that he was referring to Kushina Uzumaki. He chuckled. Are you talking about that kid named Minato Namikaze? As far as I know, Jiraiya has taken him as a disciple. Although Shanchao Zongxi had anticipated this outcome, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Indeed, he is handsome, powerful, and has a girlfriend. The two are still in the ambiguous phase. It is unclear what Minato said during his last visit, but since then, Kushina and Minato have become good friends, leading to daily meals shared with two girls, Kushina Uzumaki and Mikoto Uchiha, leaving Shanchao Zongxi feeling uncomfortable and unable to eat heartily. Now he even has a background. In merely a year, Shanchao Zongxi feels the distance between them widening, not due to a gap in strength, but rather in their respective identities. Momentarily lost in thought, he felt a sense of confusion akin to his previous school days. In university, everyone was like brothers, yet upon graduation, each pursued their own paths, engrossed in their careers. Even if their jobs and salaries were similar, contact dwindled. Recently, even Akimichi Dongbang moved away, returning to the Akimichi clan to undergo systematic training in their secret arts, requiring him to remain within the clan for fear of leaking information. Moreover, he needed to cooperate with specialized medicinal baths and certain foods to enhance his training. Shanchao Zongxi could only see him at school. It was impractical to visit the Akimichi clan, not to mention the awkwardness of such an endeavor. Orochimaru observed Shanchao Zongxi and Appo's dejection, understanding why he felt this way. After all, it is natural to want to catch up when companions outpace you. Seeing him downcast, Orochimaru recalled words from his former teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Zongxi? What is your dream? Upon hearing the word dream, Shanchao Zongxi fell silent. Truth be told, everything he did stemmed from interest, whether cooking or other pursuits. Even this sealing technique was merely a mild curiosity, alongside a desire to grow stronger. However, the drive to become stronger was not a proactive ambition. Rather, it was the necessity to protect his family and friends and to survive in the impending war. I don't know. What about you, Orochimaru-sensei? For the first time, Orochimaru revealed his innermost thoughts to a child not of his generation. My dream is to push ninjutsu to its utmost limits and become stronger than anyone else. The pinnacle of ninjutsu? But achieving that will take an exceedingly long time. Indeed, human life is fleeting. The second Hokage developed numerous techniques before his death, yet none reached their apex. Thus, seeking the ultimate in ninjutsu is indeed a formidable challenge. Shanchao Zongxi felt he had stumbled upon something profound. So this is your pursuit of immortality? Conducting human experiments in the quest for eternal life, which in turn seeks the ultimate in ninjutsu. Shanchao Zongxi felt compelled to correct Orochimaru's perspective. After all, the pursuit of immortality should ideally be through just means, provided one comprehends the true essence of things. Who invented ninjutsu? The Sage of Six Paths. This is widely known, Orochimaru replied without hesitation. But where did the Sage of Six Paths come from? This question had never crossed Orochimaru and Appo's mind. If ninjutsu was first created by the Sage of Six Paths, then where did he originate? That remained a mystery. Did the Sage of Six Paths die? Shanchao Zongxi knew the answer. While his physical body had perished, his spirit lived on, dwelling in the Pure Land, capable of wielding ninjutsu and bestowing power upon others. Shanchao Zongxi suspected that the Pure Land was a realm he had created for souls to reside. With such formidable abilities, the absence of a physical form seemed inconsequential. If he truly desired a body, could he not simply create one? This? Although records state he has passed, Orochimaru was skeptical, having never witnessed it himself. Moreover, he was a legendary figure. It was hard to believe he could perish so easily. What does this have to do with my earlier dream? Is it possible that the Sage of Six Paths is not from our world? After all, he is the child of Kagaya Otsutsuki, an extraterrestrial. Thus, his offspring must also be otherworldly. Although born and raised in the ninja world, Shanchao Zongxi and Appo's assertion held merit. He wondered if the Sage of Six Paths in the Pure Land could hear his musings and would not come to reprimand him. Surely, he would be more concerned with the lives of Ashura and Indra and Appo's reincarnations than to bother with a mere child like him. Based on the records, Orochimaru acknowledged the possibility. Descriptions suggest he indeed looks different from the inhabitants of the ninja world, but it could also be a bloodline limit. After all, are not the Sharingan and Byakugan similarly unique? It is not unusual for someone to appear somewhat peculiar. Then why not investigate him? What do you mean? Since he is the creator of ninjutsu, uncovering everything about the Sage of Six Paths would unveil the truth. Haha, but how can one find a deceased person? That is not necessarily the case. Perhaps someone knows him. Shanchao Zongxi dismissively remarked. Just because he does not know does not mean no one else does. If you wish to know, you must seek out those who do. As long as you do not obsess over immortality, it will suffice. Currently, Orochimaru and Appo's mind was merely teeming with this notion, yet he had yet to manifest any concrete plans. Orochimaru, feeling somewhat helpless, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Followed by a sly smile, Zongxi, how about I teach you the art of spirit communication? Chapter 20. Dragon Cave. Shallow Tsang looked at the expansive scroll before him, densely covered with names, the most recent being that of Orochimaru. The Dragon Cave? Indeed. This is the scroll of the Dragon Cave, one of the 3 great sage dwellings. Shallow Tsang had long harbored a question. Lord Orochimaru, how did you discover the Dragon Cave? By chance, Orochimaru replied. Shallow Tsang sighed, realizing that asking was futile. Only those who sincerely visit can meet the White Snake Sage and gain the Dragon Cave and Appo's approval. Observing Shallow Tsang and Appo's somewhat dazed expression, Orochimaru wondered why he did not seem particularly excited upon encountering the summoning scroll, as most would be. What's the matter? Do you not wish to learn? If Shallow Tsang could hear Orochimaru and Appo's inner thoughts, he would nod fervently, who was unaware of the disobedience of the serpents in the Dragon Cave. They were not like the toads of Myaboka Mountain. It was well known that snakes are cold-blooded creatures. In the original narrative, Orochimaru had to prepare ample offerings to command the giant snakes, and the sage arts of the Dragon Cave were notoriously challenging to master. After all, they were one of the powerful techniques of sages and once mastered, could elevate one to the level of a shadow. To claim he did not wish to learn would be disingenuous. However, the risks associated with the sage arts of the Dragon Cave were considerable. Should one fail, the injection of natural energy could prove lethal. Unlike Myaboka Mountain, where one could at least fend off danger, the Dragon Cave seemed to revel in its perilous nature. Despite these thoughts, Shallow Tsang recognized that mastering this summoning technique could significantly enhance his current abilities. He nodded earnestly. Of course I wish to learn. Then inscribe your name here and leave a blood seal. With a heart full of apprehension and excitement, Shallow Tsang suddenly realized something. Orochimaru-sensei? Should I address you as teacher or master? Seeing the boy finally react, Orochimaru smiled slightly. You may call me as you wish. Shallow Tsang grinned. Orochimaru-sensei. Now, hasten and sign your name. Yes. He wrote his name, slightly cutting his palm to leave a blood seal. This should suffice, right? Indeed. Now attempt to perform the summoning technique. Shallow Tsang had learned the hand signs for summoning long ago, as it was a form of sealing technique. He glanced around the library, pondering if summoning a giant snake might alarm others. Should we not step outside? Understanding his concern, Orochimaru shook his head. With your current chakra level, and given that this is your first summoning, there is no need to worry about that. Very well. Shallow Tsang bit his thumb and formed the hand signs. Summoning technique. Boom. A plume of smoke enveloped the area, and Orochimaru's gaze reflected admiration. For someone of Shallow Tsang and Appo's chakra level to summon a snake of human size was impressive. It seemed he had practiced the technique diligently. Who has summoned me? A large snake with an oval head adorned with sizable scales and yellow eyes, featuring vertical pupils, appeared, confusedly surveying its surroundings, a mouse clutched in its jaws. Raising its body to nearly human height, it asked, You? Are you not Orochimaru? Shallow Tsang noted the snake's resemblance to a cobra from his past life. Cobra? What cobra? I have a name. Call me Golden Snake. Hey, Orochimaru, why did you carelessly grant the Dragon Cave and Appo's contract to an outsider? This is my disciple, and I did not grant it carelessly. I consulted the white snake sage yesterday, and she did not refuse. How infuriating. I was not present yesterday and received no word. I cannot believe you summoned me. Impressive indeed, young one. Golden Snake, still munching on the mouse, greeted Shallow Song, appearing less cold-blooded than expected. However, since he had been summoned, Golden Snake demanded food. Hurry and bring me something to eat. In the blink of an eye, Golden Snake moved with incredible speed, wrapping itself around Shallow Song's entire body. The creature's scales shimmered ominously, and the icy sensation quickly spread across Shallow Song's skin. He attempted to struggle but found the constriction tightening, making it difficult to breathe. Golden Snake lifted its head, its crimson slit eyes locking onto him, its mouth agape, releasing a foul stench from the recently devoured mouse. Shallow Song felt helpless and reconsidered his earlier thoughts. It seemed there was no escaping the cold-blooded nature of snakes. Regaining composure, he took a deep breath and channeled chakra to his surface. Hey, release me in 3 seconds. What? You are the one in a passive position. I'll tell you, I am not someone to be trifled with. Shallow Song noticed Orochimaru watching his predicament with an amused expression. He wanted to ask for assistance, master? Yet, Orochimaru feigned ignorance, merely observing without speaking, a smirk playing on his lips, clearly enjoying the spectacle. This was a test. If he could not withstand such a simple trial, he was unworthy of the Dragon Cave's contract. Unless faced with mortal danger, Orochimaru would not intervene, and saving him would mean losing the summoning rights. Very well, don't cry when it hurts. What? Fighting technique. Shallow Song lightly touched Golden Snake's scales and shouted. A flurry of sealing symbols enveloping the serpent. Oh, is this a fusion of the sealing technique with the binding technique? Though the binding technique was merely a basic D-rank ninjutsu, it could immobilize others through sheer chakra pressure. However, if the opponent matched or exceeded in strength, breaking free would be easy. Yet, Shallow Song had incorporated sealing techniques, which made all the difference. Orochimaru, not particularly skilled in sealing arts, failed to notice this. Interesting. Shallow Song, you have truly surprised me. What is happening? Why can't I move? Golden Snake exclaimed, bewildered. What have you done to me? Shallow Song leaped from the constricting serpent and approached with a playful smirk. Weren't you just so arrogant? The sinister grin of the human before him filled Golden Snake with an ominous premonition. Hey, what are you planning? I warn you, my mother is Taki-chan. If you dare harm me, she will surely devour you. It appeared that threats were not solely the domain of humans. Snakes could wield them too. Orochimaru interjected. Taki-chan, you are her offspring? Indeed. Afraid now? If you are, release me at once. Chapter 21. The Golden Serpent. Who is Tanjin Heim? Is she quite renowned? Isn't the White Snake Sage the supreme being within the Dragon Cave, the undisputed leader? When did a figure like Tanjin Heim emerge? A shallow understanding masked by feigned ignorance, Asakura Soji, while familiar with Boruto's narrative, was aware of this character's existence as one of the trial overseers in the Dragon Cave, though he refrained from voicing this knowledge. Tanjin Heim is formidable, serving as one of the overseers of the Sage Arts trials. Although her power does not rival that of the White Snake Sage, she stands out distinctly within the Dragon Cave. Orochimaru elucidated, surprised that a mere summoning of a golden serpent would unveil such a significant identity, making it difficult to take action now. Initially, Orochimaru had intended for Asakura Soji to assert dominance, but with her identity revealed, he hesitated. Nonetheless, Asakura Soji remained unperturbed. When you ensnared me earlier, you should have anticipated the repercussions. Now you dare to reveal your identity and issue threats? As he scratched his ear, he retorted. What does that concern me? What are you planning? He queried as he slowly approached the golden serpent, while Orochimaru watched with keen interest, eager to see how Asakura Soji would proceed. Have you heard the saying? The golden serpent paused, perplexed. What saying? The serpent's weakness lies in its neck. Asakura Soji revealed a chilling smile, his hand poised like a claw. In an instant, as Asakura Soji's dragon-like claw approached the vital area of the golden serpent's heart, it shouted in panic, I surrender. Upon hearing the declaration of surrender, Asakura Soji abruptly withdrew his force, the distance between his fingers and the serpent dwindling to a mere 3 inches. Recognizing the imminent return to the Dragon Cave, he chose to converse rather than maintain the seal, as even without releasing it, the serpent would soon depart. The golden serpent collapsed onto the ground, cold sweat saturating its mottled scales, panting heavily. When it finally lifted its head, only astonishment and a hint of fear remained in its gaze directed at Asakura Soji. Now, we can communicate effectively, right? However, I am not one to impose undue hardship, nor should I be a source of distress for a serpent. After all, we are destined to become allies. Thus fostering a harmonious relationship is essential. Asakura Soji extended his hand. The golden serpent hesitated momentarily before defiantly raising its proud head and extending its tail in response. Asakura Soji chuckled. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Rest assured, should battles arise, I will ensure an ample supply of mice as sustenance. Upon hearing the word mice, the golden serpent's eyes sparkled. It was indeed a rare delicacy. You better not be deceiving me. Of course not. I could even offer you mice of various flavors. In an instant, The once proud golden serpent transformed into a gluttonous little creature. Really? The atmosphere shifted into a whimsical tone. Asakura Soji rubbed his eyes, uncertain if he was imagining things. When he regained his composure, the serpent had returned to its normal state. Meanwhile, Orochimaru gazed enviously at Asakura Soji. This golden serpent seemed rather agreeable, only requiring mice for sustenance, unlike his myriad serpents that demanded a multitude of humans lest they refused to assist. Though the golden serpent's prowess may not rival that of Orochimaru's many serpents, it possessed a notable lineage. Its mother was Tanjin Heim, lending it a considerable degree of prestige. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that the golden serpent was indeed a boy, and a loquacious one at that. It is well known that the camaraderie among boys progresses swiftly. After their handshake, they delved into lively conversation. Let me tell you, I am the heir to the sage arts. Though the White Snake Sage holds great esteem in the Dragon Cave, he will ultimately pass on the sage arts to me. Haha, is that permissible? From a generational standpoint, the White Snake Sage could be considered this child's ancestor, potentially even possessing some blood relation. Otherwise, he would not dare to speak so arrogantly. What is wrong with that? The White Snake Sage told me so when I was very young. What is with that look? Are you underestimating me? I assure you, I was merely careless when you immobilized me earlier. Do you think I lack means? Behold, the art of invisibility. In an instant, the golden serpent vanished before Asakura Soji's eyes. He reached out but could not grasp its form. Closing his eyes, he employed chakra sensing, a fundamental technique, yet found nothing. Asakura Soji looked up at Orochimaru, who frowned slightly and shook his head. Shocked, Asakura Soji realized that even someone as powerful as Orochimaru could not sense the serpent, indicating the remarkable prowess of its invisibility. A soft voice echoed near him, and the golden serpent slowly reappeared. Haha, have you witnessed my prowess? Is this the sage art? There are even more astonishing abilities. I can also fly. With a gentle leap, it began to hover in the air. Did the White Snake Sage teach you this? No, my mother instructed me. These are the only 2 techniques I have mastered. Asakura Soji replied, all right then. I expected to learn the true teachings of the White Snake Sage. The special abilities of the 3 great sages are varied. Mr. Toad seems to foresee the future through dreams, while the White Snake Sage appears to possess omniscience, akin to hearing the voices of all things. That must be an incredibly powerful ability. If one could master this, one could discern the whereabouts of figures like Kagaya and Obito, and even eavesdrop on their discussions, thus preparing for any eventuality. But if that were the case, why didn't the White Snake Sage inform Orochimaru of these plans beforehand? The White Snake Sage retorted, what does that have to do with me? What benefit is there? After all, they cannot reach me. It seems the time for summoning is upon us. I must take my leave now. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Akin. Akin? That has a nice ring to it. I shall call you Soji. Of course. With a puff of smoke, the golden serpent vanished, signifying the end of the summoning period. Truthfully, one cannot help but covet sage arts. They are formidable in any of the 3 great sanctuaries. Orochimaru-sensei, are sage arts truly powerful? I have not utilized them myself, so I am unsure of their full potential. However, I have witnessed their use, and they can significantly enhance one and amp, Appo's strength. Orochimaru recalled Jiraiya, who often lamented that he had not mastered the complete sage mode, claiming he had not yet unleashed a fraction of its true power. Yet Orochimaru sensed the strength inherent in sage mode. Then why hasn't Orochimaru-sensei learned it? Asakura Soji inquired, echoing an unspoken curiosity. I failed to master it. The consequence of failure was to be consumed by a serpent. What? Then how are you still alive? Asakura Soji hesitated, feeling it might be impolite to voice such a question. I am an exception. Implying the use of some special means, Orochimaru remained reticent, and Asakura Soji chose not to press further. Chapter 22. 2 years graduation is just around the corner. 2 years may seem neither short nor long, yet to Aomori, it feels ample time. However, this also signals the impending eruption of the Shinobi World War. Within a year, one must be prepared for the battlefield. During this year, Aomori's primary task is to learn survival skills from his superior shinobi. Although he has acquired considerable knowledge over the past 2 years, the essential ninjutsu remains elusive. Orochimaru has only imparted his signature techniques, along with several C and D rank jutsu. More advanced skills likely require accomplishments as currency for exchange, rather than being freely taught. Aomori comprehends this reality. After all, ninjutsu is not easily mastered. If every ninja could simply seek a mentor to learn these techniques, what would be the point of undertaking missions? Accomplishments are indeed necessary for such exchanges. Particularly as a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, setting a good example is paramount. Being able to impart summoning techniques is already a rare privilege, considering it is a personal skill. How have things been with Minato lately? Hey, can you refrain from this every time? Over the course of these 2 years, the relationship between Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze has blossomed from friendship into a profound bond, teetering on the edge of romance, perhaps just a confession away from evolving into a couple. Yet, Aomori senses that this process might be lengthy, for once they become shinobi, their lives will be consumed by missions and the looming battlefield. Aomori suddenly recalls an incident where Kushina was once kidnapped, but that experience sparked Minato's signature charm, the moonlit embrace. Aomori shakes his head, pondering the perfect timing and setting that led to this heroic rescue, complemented by sweet words. Indeed, any woman would find it irresistible. What's wrong? Minato, observing Aomori's mutterings, is puzzled by his friend's eccentric thought processes. Nothing, just contemplating the graduation exam. This cohort seems relatively normal, likely due to the unspoken cooperation among various clans. After all, no one has proposed early graduation, especially with the impending war. Remaining in the ninja academy a bit longer means acquiring additional survival tactics and skills. The more one develops, the better. Though early graduation could provide substantial practical experience, undertaking missions without fully matured abilities would merely deplete one's potential. Before you know it, 4 years have passed, and you are about to graduate. Time truly flies, said Shirokuma, observing the many 10-year-olds around him, each having grown significantly taller, while still retaining youthful features. Yet, he cannot help but reflect that perhaps these 4 years represent the best times of their lives, for the future will rely solely on their own efforts. The graduation examination is straightforward, encompassing classic shuriken throwing, a test of the body flicker technique, and a series of written questions. Of course, practical combat is inevitable. In the final round, Aomori and Minato engage in combat, with the outcome determining the first and second rankings. Go, Minato. Bring him down. Kushina fervently cheers from the sidelines. Your little girlfriend is quite enthusiastic, Aomori quips. Hey, what are you talking about? Who's the little girlfriend? Kushina's face flushes crimson, unable to suppress her embarrassment. Meanwhile, Mikoto Uchiha stifles a laugh, though she cannot contain her comment. Mikoto, sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I just couldn't help it. If one were to identify the standout students of this cohort, it would undoubtedly be Hinata and Uchiha. For 4 years, their encounters have ended in a stalemate. But this time, Uchiha emerges victorious, collapsing just a second after Hinata, thus securing his win, albeit without further duels to follow. Come on, Aomori, stop hiding your strength. Though Minato was momentarily distracted by Kushina's enthusiasm, he quickly regained his composure. I genuinely want to see your true capabilities. Some techniques are still off limits. Aomori is acutely aware that using 2 summoning techniques might result in collateral damage. Let us go. Minato, showcasing his signature skills, swiftly unleashes a flurry of shuriken, culminating with a body flicker technique. Aomori marvels at Minato's speed, which embodies the adage, in the realm of martial arts, the only unbreakable force is speed. However, speed alone does not suffice without strength. As Minato releases his shuriken, Aomori deftly tosses a scroll to the ground. When the scroll unfurls, the kanji for shield is inscribed upon it. Concentrating chakra into his feet, he lightly steps on the scroll, shield. A faint blue chakra shield envelopes him. The sound of shuriken striking it resonating. Ding 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 ding. That sound originates from Minato. Aomori senses something awry and turns to find Minato brandishing a kunai. Hey, is this really necessary? We've only used our fists in previous matches. Now you're resorting to weapons? If my shield isn't sturdy enough, I could end up bloodied. Minato smiles slightly. I know your shield is quite resilient. You sly fox. Though Aomori is unfamiliar with the term sly fox, years of friendship indicate it is likely not a compliment. With one foot on the shield, he performs a somersault, landing gracefully on the ground. Forming hand seals, he proclaims, wind release, great breakthrough, unleashing a whirlwind attack. This battle is a genuine showcase of their ninjutsu skills. Surrounded by numerous clan leaders, including the Hokage and their apprentices, prompting Aomori to hold nothing back. Earth release, earth wall, a weakened variant of the earth flow rampart. After forming hand seals, he presses his palms to the ground, and a small earthen wall rises. Boom. The wall successfully halts the gust, and as it shatters, it signifies that both attacks are evenly matched. In the audience, Sarutobi Hiruzen sits quietly, while his 3 disciples engage in discussion. Who do you think will win? Of course, it's Minato, Jiraiya exclaims. I believe Aomori will triumph, Tsunade remarks dryly, observing her peers. Can't you offer any concrete opinions? You're all just supporting your own disciples. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjects. I think Minato has the upper hand. See? Chapter 23, vs Minato Namikaze. After the clash of ninjutsu, the contest of taijutsu commenced. Asaka Soshiro seized the initiative, understanding that with his opponent's remarkable speed, a passive stance was not an option. Utilizing the dust kicked up by the shattering earth wall as cover, Asaka lunged forward, delivering a straight punch aimed at Minato and Appos, as face. Minato deftly sidestepped the attack, simultaneously extending his hand in a blade-like manner, targeting Asaka and Appos' ribs. Asaka quickly retreated a half step, bending his knees slightly, and sprang into the air like a coiled spring. Executing a spinning kick, Minato crossed his arms to block, the immense force propelling him back 2 steps. Before he could regain his footing, Asaka landed and glided forward, his hands morphing into claws as he aimed for Minato and Appos' throat with his self-created technique, the Dragon Claw Hand. Minato and Amp, Appo's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden burst of strength, he leaned back, evading Asaka and Appo's grasp by mere inches. In the next moment, Minato propelled himself off the ground like an arrow, executing a sweeping kick. Asaka raised his arm to block, but the impact left his arm numb. The two exchanged blows, each strike filled with fervor. Asaka, relying on his aggressive techniques, delivered powerful punches and kicks, while Minato, agile and adaptable, skillfully countered and evaded with his swift movements. Seizing an opportunity, Asaka launched a knee strike toward Minato and Appo's abdomen. Yet at the critical moment, Minato grasped Asaka and Appo's calf and flung him away with force. Just as Asaka thought he had found an opening, Minato and Appo's quick reflexes allowed him to recover midair, sliding to a halt several meters away. Your reactions are astonishing, Asaka mused, having discarded his weights. Otherwise, he would have been outmatched in taijutsu alone, unable to keep pace with Minato and Appo's speed and reaction time. Minato and Appo's eyes glinted with excitement. This was the first true match between them. It was impossible for young hearts not to harbor a competitive spirit, even for someone as gentle as Minato. Although they shared a brotherly bond, when it came to a real fight, the desire to prove oneself emerged. You two. Let us go again. Orochimaru, with his distinct voice, explained to the onlookers, you all underestimate Asaka so sure. He is not as simple as you perceive. Jiraiya, intrigued, asked, so does he have a secret technique? You will find out soon enough, though he may not use it. Orochimaru knew this from previous tests where he sensed Asaka and Appo's hidden potential, prompting him to unleash more dangerous techniques to draw it out. Orochimaru remarked, I had no idea his reflexes were so sharp. I merely summoned a myriad of snakes to startle him, and unexpectedly, he unleashed his full power. After an intense brawl, both fighters distanced themselves, gasping for breath. Asaka felt as though his lungs would burst. Catching up to Minato and Appo's speed had proven arduous. Huff. Minato, too, struggled, despite his quick reflexes. His defenses were weaker and his strength less formidable. The high intensity of focus left him mentally fatigued, as each of Asaka and Appo's blows was profoundly impactful. So sure. You truly are formidable. Now, let me show you my newly developed technique. Upon hearing this, Asaka and Appo's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he raised a kunai in a defensive posture. Super Flash Smoke Bomb Shuriken Technique. However, when Minato uttered this awkwardly grandiose name, a silence fell over the gathered spectators. As Jiraiya scratched his head and laughed, haha, this kid is great in many ways, but naming is not one of them. Asaka thought to himself, though he wanted to scoff, the technique was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. In the next instant, Minato created 3 shadow clones, simultaneously tossing smoke bombs that obscured the surroundings. Can the clones move at such speed too? Asaka pondered, and suddenly, shuriken flew from the smoke. He hastily deflected them with his kunai, only to see 3 yellow flashes darting towards him, forming a triangular formation. Are they all clones? Or? Asaka scrutinized the situation, preparing to use sensory techniques. However, the 3 clones simultaneously hurled shuriken, interrupting Asaka and Appo's preemptive move. Damn, why is the priority of this technique so frustrating? Forced to defend, Asaka deflected the shuriken with his kunai. Afterward, the 3 Minatos charged forward, fists aimed at his face. Faced with this onslaught, Asaka once again invoked his shield technique. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 Minatos dissipated into smoke, confirming they were all mere clones. Yet, Asaka felt a chill. This was not good. If they were all clones, then Minato must have set up an ambush. Asaka glanced around frantically. Where is he? Just as he lowered his head, a flash of yellow emerged from below. No way. With his reflexes, he could not evade the impending blow. Minato and Appo's fist was almost upon his chin. Even the hands he raised in defense moved too slowly. Damn. Minato and Appo's punch landed squarely on Asaka and Appo's jaw, sending a jolt of pain through him, leaving his mind momentarily blank. The force of that single blow caused him to lose consciousness, while his delayed hand merely grazed Minato's withdrawing wrist. Bang. Asaka was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. While Minato, after delivering an uppercut, also descended. Jiraiya feigned shock, though a smile hinted at his satisfaction. It seems Minato has emerged victorious. In contrast to Jiraiya and Appo's carefree demeanor, Orochimaru observed intently, scrutinizing the scene. Is that truly the case? Meanwhile, Hakama Shirakumo stepped forward to the center. Gazing at the fallen Asaka and the standing Minato, I declare the victor is. Minato interjected, wait, sensei. Hakama turned to Minato, who stood still, only his eyes and mouth moving. What is it? As he approached, he noticed a sealing technique emanating from Minato and Appo's wrist, enveloping his entire body. You? Indeed. I can't move now, Minato replied with a wry smile. Chapter 24. A successful graduation. As the words of Minato Namikaze hung in the air, astonishment enveloped everyone present. They had not anticipated such a revelation. Narashikaku gazed at the motionless Minato, realizing that he had always suspected his colleague had a hidden card up his sleeve, perhaps underestimating Minato and Appo's speed in the process. Indeed, his sealing technique was formidable. Could it truly immobilize someone upon mere contact? Even Minato could not break free. Do you think sealing techniques are mere child's play? Chimed in Uzumaki Kushina, the foremost expert in sealing arts. The challenge lies not in their application speed or the time they consume, but in their complexity. Many struggle to even grasp the basics. Kushina scrutinized the intricate formulae enveloping Minato, sensing the chakra oscillations emanating from them, interlinked and stable, with added locks of his own design. It seemed that only Minato himself could unravel this technique. Any attempt by others could potentially harm him. Minato smiled wryly, having anticipated such a trick, yet still caught off guard in the heat of battle. He had diligently avoided being touched by shallow Tsukasa, striking unexpectedly elsewhere on his opponent and Appo's body. Yet, in a surprising twist at the last moment, Tsukasa had outmaneuvered him. You, Tsukasa, always calling me cunning. Perhaps the true mastermind here is you, he mused. Inevitably, someone posed the pressing question. What is the outcome? Who emerged victorious? Hakubaseki hesitated, uncertain how to adjudicate. Observing the scene, it was evident that Minato had triumphed. As Tsukasa lay unconscious, this indicated Minato and Appo's victory, yet Tsukasa had merely lost consciousness, not his life. Meanwhile, Minato remained ensnared. Vulnerable to any attack, one stray shuriken could seal his fate. This created an awkward dilemma. In a straightforward contest, Minato had won, but in a practical sense, he had lost. Once Tsukasa regained consciousness, Minato would be at his mercy. What are your thoughts? Jiraiya, biased towards his student, asserted. Without a doubt, Minato is the victor. This was merely an exercise, and he wielded no lethal weapons, only his fists. Had he struck with a kunai, Tsukasa would surely be dead. Orochimaru offered his perspective. Yet, why do you deem Tsukasa the loser? Sealing techniques do not simply dissipate upon death. Once enacted, they persist unless the caster or someone else can undo them. In a real confrontation, one-on-one, without assistance, Minato would remain trapped until death, effectively rendered as powerless as a mere mortal who would perish within days without sustenance. Jiraiya glared at Orochimaru, who remained unfazed, and both turned their attention to their companion. Tsunade, what is your view? I am merely a spectator here. What else can I say? Tsunade replied, reluctant to engage in their debate. The talent of these children was remarkable. Had they not yet graduated and already displayed skills akin to Nin? Minato and Appo's reflexes, speed, tactical acumen, and mastery of multiple jutsu, including summoning techniques, suggested both combatants had concealed abilities. Tsukasa's adept use of sealing scrolls, crafted by Orochimaru himself, was impressive. His combat awareness was evident. It was no small feat to seal Minato in the final moment. Perception and evasion were two different matters, and Tsukasa's awareness certainly surpassed that of a typical genin. The crux lay in the unique understanding of sealing arts that had evidently transcended the genin level. This duel was not merely a contest among students on the verge of graduation, it rivaled even the Nin exams. Ultimately, Tsunade found herself at a loss for words regarding the outcome. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Since neither can continue to fight, shall we declare it a draw? The three looked at Hiruzen, who had suddenly teleported from the stands to the edge of the arena, articulating his viewpoint. Seki's eyes brightened at the suggestion, and he promptly announced the match as a draw. Simultaneously, Hiruzen approached Minato. This was the first time Minato had seen the third Hokage up close, and his excitement was palpable, though he could only move his eyes and mouth. Hokage-sama, he exclaimed. Yes, Minato, may I call you that? Of course, it is an honor. Relax, I shall assist you in breaking free. Is that permissible? Hiruzen smiled gently, confident in his abilities. As a scholar of ninjutsu, he had encountered numerous techniques, including sealing arts, and understood them well. Placing his hand on Minato and Appo's wrist, he channeled chakra into him, employing a simple sealing technique, layered with an additional spell to immobilize the body. An intriguing idea, to both seal chakra and restrict movement, he pondered. Next, he sought the key to the seal, which was located at Minato's elbow. If he could unlock it there, success would follow. However, as he probed, he encountered unfamiliar characters, unexplained symbols absent from any sealing techniques he had studied. Hiruzen muttered, a genius indeed, crafting complex sigils? Yet Hiruzen was not easily deterred. If conventional methods failed, he would resort to forceful means. Most individuals would risk harming Minato in such an endeavor, but Hiruzen and Appo's control was exceptional. He could dismantle the seal without inflicting damage, gently enveloping Minato in chakra. Minato felt a warmth spread through his body, followed by a tingling sensation. Hiruzen then declared, "You may now move your body." Upon hearing this, Minato tested his limbs, shaking his hands and kicking his feet, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." "Not at all." An hour later, when Tsukasa regained consciousness, he observed his fellow students receiving their ninja headbands. "It seems we have successfully graduated," he remarked. Chapter 25. The leading Jonin. What does the teacher think of this young man and Appo's sealing technique? Saratobi Hiruzen couldn't and Appo's help but admire the imagination and creativity of Shallow Tsong's sure. Although it pertained to sealing techniques, it was a remarkable display of genius. He possessed a unique understanding and, most importantly, created a new type of character. Crafting characters is no simple feat. It requires an understanding of the comprehensive principles of characters to seamlessly integrate simple and comprehensible words into complex symbols while ensuring their operational interpretation is executed smoothly. Essentially, it is akin to creating a language. Indeed, such matters can only be resolved through brute force, employing chakra to forcibly erase the seal. If sure were just a tad stronger, perhaps only you, teacher, would be able to obliterate it. Recently, Orochimaru had sensed that forcibly erasing the seal's imprint had become increasingly challenging. Initially, he could remove the seal from a fish without causing any harm, but as time passed, it became more difficult, leading to numerous failed attempts with the fish. Yes, if Shallow Tsong's sure were to attain the chakra level that only a Jonin could possess, then perhaps only Lord Mito could address his seals in the entire ninja world. And what about you, teacher? My comprehension of sealing techniques pales in comparison to Lord Mito and Appo's. Saratobi Hiruzen shook his head humbly. Orochimaru recognized that Hiruzen was being modest, yet it was a possibility. After all, erasure requires not only a certain understanding of sealing techniques to identify the crucial points, but also a vast amount of chakra and formidable chakra control. Each element is indispensable. However, looking across the entire ninja world, few possess all these qualities. Nevertheless, whether Shallow Tsong's sure can develop into what they envision will require the test of time. Saratobi Hiruzen wished to discuss other matters with his disciple when suddenly, the office door swung open. With a resigned sigh, Saratobi Hiruzen remarked, Danzo, why do you never knock before entering? Danzo Shimura huffed and stepped into the room, casting a quick glance around and noting that only his disciple Orochimaru was present, prompting him to state plainly, Hiruzen sure has graduated, and he has agreed to join the Root organization after graduation. You will not be able to stop me now. His words brimmed with self-satisfaction. Rather than nurturing him at your leisurely pace, it is far more effective to refine him through direct methods. Danzo Shimura had already envisioned how to cultivate him. If trained well, he could become a potent weapon. Danzo had also attended today's graduation assessment, albeit unobtrusively. Upon witnessing that exquisite sealing technique, his previously dormant heart surged with excitement. In truth, he had merely discarded a scroll he no longer desired, inadvertently planting a seed. He had not anticipated this outcome. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. Upon hearing this, Saratobi Hiruzen and Appo's pupils dilated, and he gripped his pipe tightly, producing a clicking sound. Danzo sure has already been taken under Orochimaru and Appo's wing, and he will be his leading Jonin. Do not entertain any delusions. What did you say? What do you know? Do you understand how he has achieved such strength today? It was because I left him a sealing technique during our first meeting. Without my gift, what would he have learned? He owes me for my generosity. Are you really arguing this with a child? Humph. If I recall correctly, he should already be a Jonin. Why shouldn't I say this? Danzo naturally attributed sure and Appo's accomplishments to his own initial assistance. I have seen shamelessness, but never to this extent, Saratobi Hiruzen thought with exasperation. All right, you must have heard the news by now. Observing the solemn expression on Hiruzen and Appo's face, Danzo sighed. Indeed, the Root has already uncovered the information. War is imminent, likely within a year. Although Danzo harbors ambitions of becoming Hokage, he deeply wishes to avoid war, understanding its brutal nature from personal experience on the battlefield. Let us discuss such matters post-war. Even if he joins the Root now, he will not receive effective training. It is better to leave him with Orochimaru for a year, allowing his strength to grow. Once the war concludes, he can decide his path. Moreover, the Root is rather busy, is it not? A mere child joining now would not be of much assistance. Seeing Saratobi Hiruzen employing emotional appeals, Danzo felt a strong aversion, but could not deny the truth of the argument. Very well, let us see if he can survive the battlefield. After all, only those who endure can be deemed geniuses. If he cannot survive on the battlefield, he is hardly fit to join my Root. Whether this sentiment reflected Danzo and Appo's innermost thoughts remained a mystery to all, but Saratobi Hiruzen felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Thank you, Danzo. Danzo's face reddened momentarily, and he turned away with a huff before exiting the room. Meanwhile, at the Ninja Academy, Shallow Tsong's sure received his ninja headband. Its cool metallic texture fitting comfortably in his grasp. No wonder it could withstand 1,000 needles. He subsequently tied it around his forehead, pondering whether it was time for a haircut. His scalp felt somewhat tight, the weight of his hair causing discomfort. It had been 2 years since his last cut. Shallow Tsong's sure and Appo's hair did not grow particularly fast, and it had only reached just below his ears in that time. Should he cut it? Upon reflection, he decided against it. Having hair could prove useful, as he could utilize it to transform into a small snake to confound his adversaries. Shallow Tsong's sure had mastered Orochimaru's signature snake-style ninjutsu, a self-created technique that must also be paired with the summoning technique, thus not formally recorded and available for teaching. From this day forth, you are all genin. I must convey to you that once you become ninjas, you are no longer ordinary individuals. A ninja is one who endures what ordinary people cannot. You must understand the responsibilities that come with being a ninja. For today, you may return and rest. Tomorrow, at the same time in this classroom, you will be led by your jonin instructor. Yes, as they exited the school, or rather graduated. The feeling was markedly different. Tomorrow's return might be the last, and when they would return again was uncertain. Xiaolong sure felt a sense of nostalgia. After all, attending school was the safest endeavor. Sure, why do you look so melancholic? Isn't this a joyous occasion? Observed Minato Namikaze, walking beside him. Nothing. Just reminiscing about the beautiful moments at school. Ha ha ha, I suppose you have a point. Graduating means we will all part ways. But we can still gather when not on missions. Yes, indeed, chimed a Kimichi Choji, joining in the sentiment. A series of companions echoed similar thoughts. In truth, Xiaolong Escher yearned not only for the delightful times at school but also for the safety it provided, being away from the battlefield. To be honest, despite having faced death once, he still harbored a fear of dying, especially with loved ones to think about. Yet, since the course of events was set, what Xiaolong sure needed to focus on now was how to survive. Chapter 26. The four-man team Yamashita Hachi, Narashikahiza, Akadu, Chuza. Follow me. Called a seasoned jonin, summoning 3 individuals before leading them away. Soon after, more names echoed in succession. Some groups consisted of just 2 students, while others had only 1. Given the high mortality rate of missions in these times, coupled with the impending war, both Chunin and Jonin were considered elite forces, and any additional losses were unacceptable. Particularly in a 4-man team, changing the captain abruptly could prove detrimental unless there were unforeseen casualties or promotions. Another Jonin entered, his white hair contrasting with a playful tone. Namikaze Minato, Akadu Jinchuriki, Zwakingshu. It was Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya and his team were renowned as the disciples of the Hokage, and their prowess was widely acknowledged. Although Minato had already heard of his team and Appo's assignments from Jiraiya, he still felt a rush of excitement. I'll take my leave then. See you tomorrow, Kushina, and also, T-Suk. Replied Izumaki Kushina. What do you mean also? Am I just an exception? Remarked T-Suk, a hint of annoyance in his tone. As Jiraiya and Appo's team departed, several others were called away, leaving only Uzumaki Kushina and T-Suk behind. Kushina felt a tinge of disappointment. Could it be that we are in the same team? Certainly not, he replied, raising an eyebrow at her expression. What does that mean? Are you looking down on me? I haven't forgotten how you once immobilized me. Are you eager to test my strength? I would and Appo's. T dare provoke the and Appo's, blood red chili pepper and Appo's. I and Appo's. Am merely deducing from reason, T-Suk retorted. Knowing well that Orochimaru had informed him that he would be the only one selected, with the other 2 being lower-ranked ninjas from the previous year. Kushina clenched her fists, making a fierce face before turning away, fully aware of the reality but harboring a faint hope. TCH, honestly, being on the same team with you ISN and Appo's, that's significant. What do you mean? T-Suk replied. I can end Appo's, even undertake missions. I want end Appo's, be able to leave the village gates. Kushina had already learned from Granny Mito about her future arrangements. Due to her unique bloodline, venturing outside the village could lead to abduction. Hence there were specific plans for her to carry out several D-rank missions before entering the sealing class. Unbeknownst to her, T-Suk longed to join the sealing class as well. If he were aware of her innermost thoughts, he might wish for a soul swap with her, as she was oblivious to the fortune of being safeguarded, remaining in the village, a secure haven, free from the perils of the outside world. Aside from that one instance of being abducted, T-Suk pondered whether it was due to Konoha's lax defenses or a deliberate act. He couldn't fathom that Kushina could be taken right under Mito's watchful gaze. Yet, it was possible. Perhaps Mito had been preoccupied that day. As life in Appo's, occurrences often unfold in the most serendipitous of manners. T-Suk didn't end Appo's. T subscribed to conspiracy theories, believing that if everything could be attributed to such notions, then what purpose would the likes of Kishimoto serve? He relied on his clear observations. Sarutobi Hiruzen was nothing but a warm-hearted middle-aged man he often spotted on the streets, who had even dined at his family and Appo's restaurant. As for Shimura Danzo, while many labeled him as the king of pots, he had remained relatively normal thus far. And Orochimaru, despite being branded as a pervert, undeniably possessed genius and generously imparted his knowledge. T-Suk attributed these observations to Kishimoto's failure to patch things up. His mind racing while time seemed to crawl. When his name was called, T-Suk looked up to see Orochimaru. The absence of Kushina and Appo's name signified another arrangement. With a sigh of resignation, he offered, good luck. T-Suk gazed at the enthusiastic youth before him, who bore a striking resemblance to Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist of the series, albeit with a different hair color and rosy cheeks. Hello, I'm S.H. Ju. My grandfather is Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage, he declared, laughter escaping him. My sister is Tsunade, and my dream is to become a Hokage like my grandfather. After his proclamation, he struck several heroic poses as though to demonstrate his prowess. Orochimaru felt a twinge of exasperation. Just days prior, Tsunade had requested for her brother to join his team, and he had casually agreed. Their first meeting had been smooth. The boy idolized him, and his sunny disposition made him pleasant to interact with. Yet, after a few days, Orochimaru found himself regretting his decision. This was merely a hot-headed fool. Utterly unfit for a ninja and Appo's life. All right, SHU, let them introduce themselves, Orochimaru instructed. Another youth, donned in glasses with long, gray hair tied back, wore a pallid complexion that evoked a sense of frailty. His attire was modest, yet he exuded an elegant aura akin to Orochimaru's, likely a result of intentional emulation. I am Tsukikage Kamikaze, 13 years old. I excel in swordsmanship and possess a bloodline limit known as the SH-10. He spoke briefly and fell silent. As soon as Kamikaze finished, SHU exclaimed, "Huh, that's it. Kamikaze, won't you share more?" Observing SHU's antics, T-Suk mused that this guy was ill-suited for a ninja's role. Otherwise, he wouldn't meet a disastrous fate. SHU's obliviousness was absurd, and he failed to recognize Kamikaze's evident disdain for his incessant chatter. SHU leaned in closer, practically spitting saliva onto Kamikaze's face in his eagerness to elicit more words. I am T-Suk, freshly graduated, skilled in sealing techniques, familiar with several ninjutsu, and my aspiration is to become the leader of the sealing class. Very well. I am Orochimaru, a jonin. You will have 5 minutes to familiarize yourselves and discuss amongst each other. Afterward, you will face me in combat. If you can withstand my attacks for 10 minutes, you will be promoted to genin. If not, the one who performs the worst will return to the Ninja Academy. Orochimaru's test was straightforward, purely a combat assessment, devoid of any gimmicks, as he preferred simplicity over the complexities of traditional bell-stealing exercises. Ha ha, this sounds delightful. I can hardly wait, SHU exclaimed, fists clenched in excitement, his gaze fiercely fixed on Orochimaru, eager to charge forward. Whoa, must you be so fervent? We are talking about enduring 10 minutes against him, and Orochimaru is no ordinary jonin. Where does your courage stem from? T-Suk thought, bemused. His teammate's enthusiasm was unexpected, and while he once admired Naruto's bravery from afar, being partnered with such a character left him feeling exasperated. Chapter 27. The Trio vs. Orochimaru, Part 1, 10 meters away. Asaka, the captain, pulled his two companions away from Orochimaru, preparing to discuss their forthcoming tactical strategies. What is there to discuss? We should just charge in. After all, Orochimaru is incredibly powerful. Rather than concocting schemes, it's better to showcase our strength. Ultimately, all plots and tricks pale in comparison to raw power. Asaka felt an overwhelming urge to punch Shinshu, who had voiced these thoughts. Brother, this isn't a one-on-one situation. Do you even comprehend what Orochimaru-sensei is testing us on? He is evaluating our tactical strategies and the level of our coordination. Are you suggesting we always just rush in during missions? The last remark was nearly a roar. Asaka sensed his irritation boiling over. Shinshu, realizing he had completely misunderstood Orochimaru's intent, awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. So, what do you propose we do next? At least he was willing to listen. First and foremost, we must avoid close combat. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Asaka continued. Orochimaru-sensei excels in various ninjutsu and is adept at close-quarters combat. In such proximity, our disadvantages would be magnified. Regardless of height, weight, speed, and strength, adults, especially jonin, will vastly outmatch us. Coupled with their extensive combat experience, engaging in close combat would be futile. Therefore, we must utilize ranged attacks and the terrain to restrain him. As he spoke, his gaze swept the surroundings, noticing a thicket not far off. Do you see that grove over there? The terrain is complex. We can lure the battle there, using the trees as cover, allowing us to act separately, making it difficult for Orochimaru-sensei to attend to all three of us simultaneously. But if we split up, Wooden and Appo's, it be even more dangerous for each of us to face Orochimaru alone? Unlike Shinshu, who seemed overwhelmed by the barrage of information. Tsukikage Camp reflected deeply and expressed his concerns with a calm demeanor. Precisely, this is what I mean by cooperation, Asaka replied, turning to Camp. We need to form a triangular formation, maintaining a safe distance while being able to support one another. When one person draws Orochimaru-sensei's attention, the other two can seize the opportunity to strike. For instance, Shinshu, you excel in taijutsu and are fast. You would be suitable as bait, leading Orochimaru on a chase through the hills. Asaka had sensed the immense chakra within Shinshu from their very first encounter. After all, his grandfather was the god of ninjas, and his sister was Tsunade. It was only natural that he possessed a substantial amount of chakra. How do you know I excel at taijutsu? Shinshu questioned. The rough calluses on your fists tell no lies, and you are the tallest among us. Besides, it was evident from observation. Time is of the essence. Let me finish. Asaka studied the muscular legs exposed by Shinshu and Appo's as shorts. If you weren't and Appo's skilled in taijutsu, it would be surprising. Meanwhile, Camp was taken aback. surprised that someone could glean so much about him after just a brief acquaintance. Asaka continued laying out the battle plan. Camp, to my knowledge. The Tsukikage clan possesses a unique bloodline limit. If convenient, could you share it with me? Although he had his suspicions, such unique bloodline limits were generally unknown to the average person, so it was prudent to inquire. Asaka would not allow anyone the chance to use his ignorance against him. My bloodline limit is the sh-ton, which enables me to erase my presence and render myself invisible, Camp succinctly explained, articulating the capabilities and advantages of his bloodline limit in just a few words. Asaka marveled at its potency, deeming it perfect for assassination. He pondered why the likes of Kaze no Kizu would perish when such abilities could allow one to hide and strike stealthily rather than confront their foes head-on. Such a tragic end. Very well, then. In that case, the two of us will focus on the main assault while you handle the ambush. Asaka outlined. We will first head to the grove. And when Orochimaru-sensei enters, I will use Doton to create a trap beneath him, restricting his movement. However, Asaka was aware that this tactic would only be temporary. A series of chain traps would need to be set thereafter, as long as they proved effective. Shinshu will feign an attack while drawing fire, after all. Your strength and speed are your advantages in taijutsu. But remember, if you find yourself overwhelmed, you must retreat. Upon hearing the word retreat, Shinshu and Appo's ears perked up, twisting it into a more alarming notion. Run? Absolutely not. This is what we call a strategic withdrawal. Can we please not? Asaka felt his frustration bubbling over, wishing to deliver a punch to Shinshu, but it seemed that would only hurt his own hand, striking against someone with such resilience. However, once he found himself cornered, they would need to seize the moment to concentrate their firepower and unleash a combined ninjutsu assault. But Orochimaru-sensei will undoubtedly not fall for such a simple trap, Camp interjected. His brow furrowed in thought. Ordinary traps are easily discernible to him. Asaka pondered this and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, a confident smile gracing his lips. Therefore, we need to employ feints to confuse him. While Shinshu is luring him, Don and Appo's team merely flee, occasionally feign a counterattack to make Orochimaru-sensei believe there is an opening, thus lowering his guard. Furthermore, we must continually vary our attacking methods and positions, ensuring he cannot discern our patterns. As long as we maintain seamless cooperation, we may find a chink in his armor. Understood. Shinshu clenched his fists, determination igniting in his eyes. Although Orochimaru-sensei is formidable, united as a trio, we shall surely pass this test. Asaka felt a surge of appreciation for Shinshu and Appo's newfound insight. Though his intellect was lacking, he was at least willing to heed guidance. Finally, the trio exchanged their respective skills, and with only 1 minute remaining, Asaka produced 2 scrolls. Seizing the opportunity, he whispered instructions to his companions. Do you understand? Shinshu and Camp exchanged excited glances and nodded in affirmation. Let us commence. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was calculating the time, and when only 20 seconds remained, he spoke. You have 20 seconds left. Have you finalized your plans? Run. Asaka had no intention of engaging in a formal duel. After 20 seconds elapsed, Orochimaru would simply announce the commencement of the test. Only an imbecile would proceed in such a manner. The trio swiftly darted toward the grove behind Orochimaru, brushing past him. Each of them brushed shoulders with him, yet Orochimaru neither expressed surprise nor pursued them. Instead, he acknowledged their decision with a nod. This is indeed a wise course of action. When the task is at hand, the enemy will not adhere to notions of fairness. Chapter 28. The Trio vs. Orochimaru, Part 2. With merely 10 seconds remaining, Captain Asaka swiftly executed a technique to create several earthen pits, within which he affixed explosive tags. He then summoned a few small snakes, instructing them to lie in wait atop the trees, ready to strike at anyone who dared to intrude. Meanwhile, Moonlight Shinkeis initiated his invisibility as soon as he entered the grove, seeking a suitable hiding spot, poised to act at the opportune moment. Captain Asaka positioned himself beneath a large tree, employing the shadow clone technique. One clone took position atop the tree while he prepared to burrow underground, intending to launch a surprise attack. Rope Tree, observing the two who had concealed themselves, pointed to himself. What about me? Stand beside my clone. When the time comes, let it engage first. Your strength is considerable, so you can launch the explosive tags from a distance. Avoid close combat unless absolutely necessary. Maintain a safe distance, Asaka instructed. Understood. As the final countdown reached its conclusion, Orochimaru did not meander into the forest, but rather utilized the body flicker technique to materialize at the entrance. He surveyed his surroundings, commenting, to have set such intricate traps in such a brief span is commendable. Most Chunin would struggle to achieve this. Yet, with every step, he deftly evaded the traps. From his subterranean hideout, Captain Asaka felt a pang of disappointment as he watched Orochimaru skillfully navigate his traps. While he was aware they were ineffective, it was still disheartening. However, he had another trick up his sleeve. Suddenly, Orochimaru sensed something amiss, detecting vibrations. At that moment, Captain Asaka detonated the buried explosive tags. Blast! A thunderous explosion erupted, engulfing the grove in flames and smoke. Orochimaru, relying on his years of combat experience, nimbly maneuvered through the air, evading much of the blast shockwave. Despite this, the force still tore at his garments, leaving them tattered and soiled, though he remained unscathed. Impressive contingency, he mused, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Just then, the small snakes that had been lying in ambush on the trees lunged down, fangs bared. Aiming for his face, Orochimaru sneered, producing kunai from his back and casually swatting them aside, causing them to dissolve into smoke. From his perch, Captain Asaka and Appo's clone seized the opportunity and hurled dozens of shuriken, each accompanied by fragments of rock, towards Orochimaru. Simultaneously, Rope Tree gritted his teeth and unleashed a barrage of explosive tags. The shuriken and explosions intertwined, creating a perilous death zone. However, Orochimaru appeared to have anticipated this. Slapping the ground with both hands, Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall. A robust earthen barrier erupted, deflecting both the shuriken and the explosive projectiles, while simultaneously obliterating Captain Asaka and Appo's clone. Seizing the moment of their stunned reaction, Orochimaru vanished, reappearing directly before Rope Tree, kunai drawn, poised to strike at his neck. Although he did not intend to kill. Even a minor injury would signify Rope Tree and Appo's elimination. Panic surged through Rope Tree, his pupils dilating. As he attempted to retreat, he realized the angle of Orochimaru and Appo's attack left him no room for evasion. In a critical moment, a shadow erupted from the ground. It was Captain Asaka. He unleashed a powerful punch, colliding with Orochimaru and Appo's kunai, forcing both combatants to stagger backward. Though Orochimaru had not taken the encounter seriously, he was taken aback by the force of Asaka and Appo's blow. A glance at Asaka and Appo's hand revealed the answer. Oh, you've already learned to imbue your punches with earth style? Though it appears somewhat crude, achieving this level through self-study is commendable. With time, you will master nature transformation. Well done, Orochimaru praised, observing the two. However, Captain Asaka ignored the compliment, quickly pulling the shaken Rope Tree back, keeping a vigilant gaze on Orochimaru. He shook the debris from his hands. Wincing at the pain from the force of his own punch, the strength of a jonin was indeed formidable. At that moment, a glint of cold steel sliced through the air from behind Orochimaru. It was Moonlight Shinkaze, who had remained invisible until now, seizing the chance to launch a surprise attack with his sword. Without turning, Orochimaru executed a one-handed seal, water-style, water surge wave. A torrent of water erupted, forcing Shinkaze to abandon his assault and retreat in disarray, losing his invisibility in the process. Clearly, I underestimated you, Orochimaru remarked, his hands forming seals as the air around him began to warp violently. However, is this truly all you have to offer? If you cannot present something truly astonishing, this encounter will soon come to an end. Though it was a test, he approached it with utmost seriousness. A chilling wave of potent chakra erupted from him, sending the leaves of the forest into a frenzied dance, accompanied by a palpable aura of malice. Faced with this overwhelming menace, the trio found themselves paralyzed, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This was Orochimaru's first lesson, to acclimate to and endure the aura of death. After all, those who cannot adapt to such a presence are often the ones who falter in the line of duty, succumbing to unforeseen circumstances born of fear. Is this what it means to possess a killer and Appo's intent? The distinction between one who harbors such malice and one who does not is stark. For the former can easily extinguish the latter's life, regardless of any marginal advantage the latter may hold. Is this what it truly means to fight for one's life? Fueled by adrenaline? Captain Asaka began to grasp the sensation. Meanwhile, after releasing his malice, Orochimaru remained still, observing the trio. This experience could either shatter one's spirit or fortify it. If they could endure, it would signify their readiness for the battlefield. Orochimaru was curious to see who among them would be the first to break free from the constraints of fear, even if they were to mentally collapse. He could simply seal away those memories later. Remembering the surge of adrenaline, Captain Asaka gritted his teeth, digging his nails deep into his palm until blood began to flow. The pain served as a catalyst, forcing him to remain alert, pressing against the wound to channel the sharp sensation into a semblance of calm amidst the oppressive malice. Catching a glimpse of Rope Tree, who trembled beside him, and Moonlight Shinkaze, whose face was ashen, Asaka understood that a collapse at this moment would spell doom for them all. Do you recall our final plan? He whispered hoarsely, yet each word resonated with unwavering resolve. Our success hinges on this moment. Chapter 29. The Trio vs. Orochimaru, Part 3. Shungshu slowly turned his head, a hint of anxiety evident in his voice. But I can't move my entire body. If you can't overcome this, then perhaps you shouldn't aspire to be Hokage. Hokage. Indeed. I am determined to become Hokage. In an instant, the fearful and tense Shushu transformed into a fervent fool. Asanaga Watusha remarked. What does that make my bleeding palm? It's truly magnificent to be a passionate fool, for the mere mention of certain keywords can instantly ignite one's vigor. Orochimaru gazed at Shungshu with a hint of helplessness. In truth, responding like Asanaga Watusha had just done was the more rational approach, as not everyone possesses such singular thoughts. To put it simply, one might call it Navet, or, more bluntly, foolishness. Regaining his composure, Xingshu summoned all his strength and delivered a mighty punch to the ground. Bang! With that thunderous sound, the earth cracked in a web-like pattern from the point of impact, sending fine dust and debris soaring into the air. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated the seemingly reckless boy to unleash such considerable power. The destruction wrought bore the hallmark of Tsunade's true teachings, though it was evident that he still lacked control over his own strength. Asanaga Watushir, narrowly dodging the shockwave, stared at Shishu in astonishment. Was this the power of a sudden surge? Why was he not endowed with such abilities? A quick glance at Orochimaru brought him back to a state of alertness. Retreating a step, he instinctively reached for his ninja tools and scrolls, poised for any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this, Xingshu, flushed crimson, his chest heaving as sweat dripped from his hair to the cracked earth below. That punch had exhausted a significant portion of his strength. Although he possessed ample chakra, he lacked medical ninjutsu or techniques to alleviate physical fatigue. His depleted energy left him struggling to stand, reduced to half-squatting on his knees. Yet this did not hinder Xingshu's fervent declaration. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze ablaze with an almost fanatical conviction. "Did you see that?" he rasped, yet his voice brimmed with strength. "I will undoubtedly become Hokage. Even if my body is temporarily immobile, my will remains unbound." Orochimaru replied, "Xingshu, while I admire your determination, should this be a battlefield, you would already be dead." Huh? Before Xingshu could process this, Orochimaru raised his right hand, and in an instant, a serpent lunged forth, targeting Xingshu. His eyes widened in horror as he attempted to evade, only to realize he could not move due to a profound ache. Panic surged within him. This is it. This is the end. However, it was merely a test. Orochimaru was serious but had not aimed to kill, allowing for some leeway. At that moment, the previously unresponsive Tsukikage Kamikaze regained consciousness from the aura of death and immediately tackled Xingshu. As Tsukikage Kamikaze knocked Xingshu down, the serpent whisked past them, its sharp scales glinting coldly as it carved a deep trench in the ground. Xingshu's head struck the ground heavily, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet he managed to grin at Tsukikage Kamikaze, saying, "Thanks, brother. I almost spit the dust." Tsukikage Kamikaze nodded, clearly skeptical that it would have ended there. Yet the previous attack had felt all too real. It seemed this challenge was no trivial matter. Swiftly recovering, he pulled Xingshu up while bracing himself with one blade against the ground, locking his gaze on Orochimaru. The serpent coiled on Orochimaru's shoulder, flicking its crimson tongue, while Orochimaru crossed his arms, a bemused smirk playing on his lips. "You're quick to react." But, before he could finish, a rustling sound filled the air as countless serpents emerged from the shadows, surrounding the two. Xingshu's complexion turned pale, his rekindled fighting spirit extinguished by fear. Tsukikage Kamikaze swiftly formed hand seals, water release, water surge. A column of water erupted from his mouth, repelling the nearest serpents. However, he felt his chakra depleting after executing the technique, prompting him to call for assistance. "Tushir, help." He caught a glimpse of Asanaga Watushir, expertly slicing through the snake horde with his kunai. Upon seeing the serpents, Asanaga Watushir had already drawn his kunai and, noticing Tsukikage Kamikaze's water technique, quickly responded, "Jump up." Orochimaru watched with keen interest, curious about what Asanaga Watushir planned. Asanaga Watushir formed hand seals, electricity crackling from his right hand as he directed it towards the water left behind by Tsukikage Kamikaze's technique. Lightning release. Thunderclap. The perfect fusion of water and lightning. Everyone knows water conducts electricity, resulted in a combined ninjutsu that incapacitated the surrounding serpents. The serpents writhed in pain, hissing as they lay powerless on the ground. The two standing atop the tree regarded Asanaga Watushir with newfound admiration for his ingenuity. What had initially been an instinctive defensive maneuver by Tsukikage Kamikaze had been transformed into a flawless counter-strategy by Asanaga Watushir, executing a perfect combination of water and lightning techniques. As the released ninjutsu dissipated, Tsukikage Kamikaze and Xingshu descended to stand beside Asanaga Watushir, with Xingshu giving a thumbs up. "Tushir, you are truly clever." Tsukikage Kamikaze enthusiastically nodded in agreement. "Indeed, quite ingenious. However, there are still 5 minutes left. I trust you have more tricks up your sleeve?" Orochimaru generously commended Asanaga Watushir. Yet the reality was stark. Having unleashed several ninjutsu and breaking free from their murderous intent, both physical and mental energies had been significantly drained. Tsukikage Kamikaze was nearly depleted of chakra, unable to perform even the most basic of techniques, as maintaining his invisibility had taken a toll. Asanaga Watushir was in a similar predicament, capable of executing only one more jutsu. In contrast, Xingshu fared better, having sustained minimal injuries. His earlier fervor had invigorated him, and he still possessed a substantial amount of chakra. However, whether he could harness it remained a different matter, as his previous emotional surge had rendered him unable to effectively manipulate his chakra. While the two pondered their next moves, Xingshu stepped forward, resolutely placing himself in front of them. "You two go ahead. I'll handle this." Chapter 30. The Three Talismans Ensnarement. Orochimaru, observing the situation, was reminded of Jiraiya. Both were carefree souls, yet being a ninja was no game. It was a harsh reality. Ju, whether as a friend or a comrade, was indeed competent. But as a ninja, he fell short. In his current state, he was superior to both Jiraiya and his other peers, who could easily remain behind to fight valiantly. A hasty retreat might allow him to pass the test. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Ju was momentarily taken aback, then broke into his signature radiant smile. His gaze resolute like tempered steel. Teacher, you say the ninja world is cruel, yet if one can easily abandon their comrades, what is the essence of being a ninja? My sister told me that true strength lies not in the speed of retreat, but in the resolve to protect those who matter. Moreover, Jiraiya and I has stated that even at the cost of his own life, one must never forsake their companions. Jiraiya? Orochimaru chuckled softly, surprised that Jiraiya could utter such words. Typically, Jiraiya was preoccupied with showcasing his works, yet here he seemed rather serious in front of Ju. Aoi had always been a realist. Although he himself might not be the type to risk his life for his comrades, it was indeed touching when he found himself in such a role. Hey, while it's touching, the reality is you can't hold out for long. Ju, initially pleased with his own proclamation, felt a sudden chill of reality wash over him and turned to Aoi with slight annoyance. SG, must you douse my enthusiasm? Mizukage Kamikaze, silent, observed the two, caught between exasperation and disbelief. The reality of their situation was stark, yet they still had the luxury of conversation. Why not attempt a final confrontation? Though the chances of all three of us succeeding are slim, it is certainly better than surrendering without a fight. My swordsmanship is quite commendable, Kamikaze declared, drawing his sword. Though the depletion of his chakra rendered it somewhat unsteady in his grasp, Aoi nudged the two closer, whispering a secret plan. All right, do you remember the final step we devised? Orochimaru watched quietly as the trio huddled together, whispering furtively, making no move. This was a test of their true capabilities. If they could not display their full potential, how could he formulate their growth strategies? With only 5 minutes remaining, Orochimaru doubted their plan could withstand the time. Ultimately, the decision lies with you, Aoi affirmed, having earlier entrusted 2 scrolls to his companions. The moment Aoi finished speaking, Ju eagerly raised his fist. Yes, absolutely. Aoi couldn't help but appreciate the unyielding trust that an impetuous fool could have in his companions. He turned to Kamikaze, anticipating his response. Given the earlier events, it was evident that Aoi was the most astute among them. Even if they failed, he would not be eliminated. Ju and Kamikaze were acutely aware of his identity. As the younger brother of Tsunade, his background guaranteed his safety. Implicitly, it was clear that should there be a failure, only Kamikaze would face elimination. In truth, Kamikaze possessed a family secret technique that allowed him to use intangibility, but the cost was not chakra, it drained his life force. He was reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary, as the Moonlight Clan's members who employed their secret arts often emerged weakened, risking a diminished lifespan if recovery proved elusive. Yet the weight of family duty compelled him toward the path of a ninja, leaving him in a state of indecision. Suddenly, a warm hand rested upon his slightly cold shoulder. Kamikaze looked up to see Aoi offering comfort. It's all right, don't be so torn. Follow your heart. After all, they were still children. Fear was a natural response, reflecting a genuine human mindset. Understanding the need for contemplation was not a flaw. Conversely, unconditional faith could render one foolish, potentially leading to betrayal. Ju murmured, let us take a gamble. Kamikaze resolved to heed his heart. All right, Aoi nodded. I trust you know how to use the scrolls. Yes. Then, let us act. Aoi declared, opening his palm, releasing a small smoke bomb from the scroll. The trio scattered in different directions. Aoi hurled his smoke bomb towards Orochimaru. As it approached, Orochimaru's keen senses allowed him to catch it midair and toss it aside. A smoke bomb? So your final strategy is to flee? While slightly disappointed, he acknowledged that this was indeed the most prudent choice. To confront a formidable enemy without retreating was not bravery, but folly. One risked not only their own life, but that of their comrades as well. The fallen smoke bombs still emitted wisps of smoke. However, with a mere flick of his hand, Orochimaru dispelled the clouds, preparing to pursue and dismantle them individually when Aoi's voice rang out. Not at all, Master Orochimaru. To his surprise, Aoi stood 5 meters ahead, flanked by Kamikaze and Ju, who had not fled but rather positioned themselves 5 meters behind him, forming a triangular formation. Were they planning to encircle me? Or perhaps execute a sealing technique? Among the trio, only Aoi possessed mastery and proficiency in sealing arts. Yet Orochimaru had never witnessed a sealing technique employed in such a triangular arrangement. A sudden thought struck him. Why was there a triangular sealing technique? Impossible. That was an S-rank sealing technique. Orochimaru recalled his mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who wielded the formidable triangular seal, an S-class technique with lethal offensive capabilities that could annihilate those ensnared within. Aoi, catching wind of the triangular seal, pondered, Master Orochimaru, do you truly overestimate me? Is such a technique within my grasp? If I could wield it, I would have already obliterated you. Yet, observing the trio's stance, Orochimaru felt it improbable. The triangular seal was no simple feat. A powerful practitioner required 2 shadow clones to assist in its execution, alongside profound knowledge of sealing arts. Given that Kamikaze and SHU had minimal understanding of such techniques, they could not possibly perform the triangular seal. Moreover, he had never revealed the S-class sealing arts to Aoi. What, then, was this technique? Aoi produced a scroll the size of a book and placed it on the ground. Are you ready? SHU and Kamikaze mimicked Aoi's actions, unfurling their scrolls and laying them down, always prepared. Finally, the 3 united in hand seals. Ninjutsu. Sealing technique. The 3 talismans ensnarement. X3 Chapter 31. The ensnared serpent. The triad confinement formation. Moonlight divine wind. Heaven. Shallow blue general. Earth. Rope tree. Man. Beneath each individual lay a scroll inscribed with a plethora of intricate runes, yet the most conspicuous feature was a singular large character at the center, unique to each. The scroll beneath Shallow Blue General bore the word Earth, while Moonlight Divine Wind and Apos' scroll proclaimed Heaven, and Rope Tree and Apos' scroll depicted Man. Upon executing the sealing technique, a moment later, a radiant white light erupted from beneath the scrolls, coalescing into luminous beams directed at Orochimaru. Assuming it was an attack, Orochimaru instinctively prepared to evade, yet found himself immobilized. What is this? When did this happen? He swiftly turned his head to face Shallow Blue General, realizing that the sealing technique had been applied to him, rendering him unable to move. Although the hold would not last long, it was sufficient time for the sealing formation to complete. Orochimaru began to struggle against the binding seal, but time was not on his side. Just as he managed to break free, the 3 white beams had already converged upon him. With no options for escape, he raised his arms to defend himself. However, after 3 seconds, he felt no impact. Lowering his arms, he discovered that the beams had formed a triangular barrier surrounding him. With a firm touch, he felt the solidity of the barrier, devoid of any threat, confirming it to be a pure sealing formation. Is this a sealing formation? So, you intend to confine me within it? As long as Orochimaru does not defeat us, we can consider this a success. Orochimaru could not deny the ingenuity of their strategy. Do you truly believe this formation can contain me? To maintain this seal, you 3 must remain near the scrolls. Orochimaru sensed that this triad confinement formation was sturdier than he had anticipated. His earlier attempt to break it had failed, as his chakra could not penetrate. Clearly, it had been fortified. Yet, to sustain it, they must rely on their own chakra, right? Did you create this, General? Shallow Blue General nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I modified the 4-corner sealing formation, sacrificing its lethality to enhance its sealing power. It is a purely confining sealing technique. At this juncture, Orochimaru refrained from immediate action. Intrigued by the formation and impressed by Shallow Blue General's understanding of sealing techniques, surprised that he had developed his own formation. But if you lack sufficient chakra, wouldn't that be futile? No, quite the opposite, Shallow Blue General clarified. The chakra required is minimal. The Heaven Scroll activates and absorbs a series of energies from the air. Moisture and sunlight can be converted into sustaining strength. Thus, I forsook offensive capabilities. As long as we do not initiate an attack, we do not expend chakra. This barrier is a natural one, for the forces of nature are the most formidable. The Earth Scroll absorbs elemental earth from the ground, which could also be interpreted as Earth style. This is why Shallow Blue General utilized the Earth Scroll. He possessed Earth attribute chakra necessary for its activation, while the Heaven Scroll required water attributes, which Moonlight Divine Wind had already informed him of. And what of the Man Scroll? Orochimaru inquired, directing his gaze toward Rope Tree, who stood upon the scroll, panting yet resolutely focused on him. Indeed. The Man Scroll requires the consumption of human chakra, but only a tenth of it, Rope Tree replied. In essence, while you expend a full measure of chakra within, I need only a fraction to defend from outside. Thus, this was not a disadvantage unless faced with a tailed beast. Shallow Blue General had considered this and entrusted the Man Scroll to Rope Tree, as his chakra reserves surpassed those of both Moonlight Divine Wind and Shallow Blue General combined. I genuinely envy your ingenuity. What an intriguing concept. So this is not merely chakra. Orochimaru mused, sensing the barrier and Apos' essence, imbued with the earthy scent of soil. And at times soft, at others firm, indicative of the air. The barrier seemed to flow, yet it remained immovably solid. This must qualify as a B-rank sealing technique. After all, it sacrifices offense for pure defense and confinement. Orochimaru noticed the triangular barrier above, realizing it enclosed a confined space. Suddenly, a question struck him. Wait, what? I must mention that the air within the barrier will also be utilized, Shallow Blue General added. Orochimaru and Apos' eyes widened, realizing the implications. Not only he but also his 2 companions regarded Shallow Blue General with astonishment. While he had explained the technique and Apos' effectiveness, he had not disclosed that it would deplete the air within. Orochimaru sensed the oxygen growing increasingly scarce, consciously adjusting his breathing to slow his intake. I miscalculated. This can be classified as an A-rank sealing technique, devoid of any side effects. After all, S-rank ninjutsu are forbidden techniques, often carrying some form of consequence. Hearing the unreserved praise from Orochimaru, Shallow Blue General shyly scratched the back of his head with a smile. It and Appos, that's not that extravagant. However, Orochimaru discerned that the young man was merely stalling for time, attempting to deplete his oxygen reserves. Yet you mentioned that while it is a 10-to-1 ratio, if the disparity in strength is too great, it cannot be mitigated. Shallow Blue General remained silent, as Orochimaru had already initiated his test. With a swift series of hand signs, he hurled a shuriken, exclaiming, "Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique." In an instant, hundreds of shurikens rained down upon the barrier like a hail of gunfire, clattering against it. The barrier responded to the relentless onslaught, radiating a blinding white light as spiderweb-like cracks spread visibly. Orochimaru's eyes glinted with a chilling smile, ready to capitalize on his success. But to his astonishment, the barrier rippled like water, momentarily distorting before returning to its original state. You yourself claimed it was an A-rank sealing technique. If it were so easily destroyed, it would hardly merit that classification, Shallow Blue General remarked. Intrigued, Orochimaru recognized that he had merely been testing the barrier's resilience. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. With swift hand seals, he unleashed a colossal fireball that morphed into a fearsome fire dragon, surging forward with unyielding force toward the barrier. Upon impact, the searing flames illuminated the surroundings in crimson, the barrier and Appos' surface undulating as if it were boiling water, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Suddenly, Rope Tree, standing atop the man-scroll, cried out in anguish, "Ah!" Chapter 32, a smooth passage. The esteemed Commander Asaka swiftly inquired of Shinshu, his tone laced with palpable tension. After all, the recent demonstration of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet was not to be taken lightly. This marked the first occasion where Asaka witnessed Orochimaru unleash such a formidable jutsu. "Are you all right, Shinshu?" "I and Appos, am fine," Shinshu replied, though his pallid complexion betrayed his words. "I just experienced a sudden depletion of chakra, and my head feels a bit dizzy." Asaka scrutinized Shinshu's ashen face, clearly sensing the deception. "Is that truly the case?" "Of course. That level of attack is merely a trifle. I can easily withstand it." As the flames dissipated, Orochimaru examined the fissures in the barrier, which had ceased to regenerate, yet he was poised for the final strike. Shinshu, lying is not a commendable habit." Suddenly, darkness enveloped Shinshu's vision, prompting Orochimaru to shake his head vigorously. The recent usage of fire techniques had rendered the already scarce air even more thin, proving to be a remarkably effective sealing technique. Had Shinshu managed to endure a tad longer, he might have succumbed to asphyxiation within. "Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique," Shinshu exclaimed. Rapidly forming hand seals as pure white chakra coalesced in his mouth. The pale blue water dragon roared forth, shattering through the heat waves, its sharp head crashing violently against the barrier. The water curtain, laden with debris, pounded against the surroundings, enveloping the battlefield in a chaotic mist. "Curse it, another powerful jutsu," Asaka thought, noting that none of the three techniques unleashed were below A rank, not to mention the overwhelming chakra emanating from Orochimaru himself. The combination of potent chakra and advanced techniques was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to endure. As Asaka observed the cracks in the barrier widening, he reflected that if the initial Shadow Shuriken technique had merely been a basic test, then the subsequent fire and water techniques were entirely aimed at breaching this barrier, in an attempt to exploit thermal expansion and contraction. Asaka sighed at the sight before him, muttering in jest, "Truly a scientist, physics at its finest, yet I never anticipated a failure." "It's not over yet." Shinshu's voice suddenly boomed, capturing everyone's attention. Asaka was taken aback, for Shinshu had now collapsed to his knees, pressing his hands firmly against the human scroll, showing no signs of relinquishing his grip. "You fool. We have already failed. Release it at once, or it will forcibly drain your chakra," Asaka urged. "The scroll one and Appos, differentiate between us, unless you cease the chakra flow. Once activated, it will endlessly siphon chakra without regard for your well-being. The time is almost at hand. We are on the verge of success." Shinshu gasped, beads of sweat streaming down his face as he trembled, feeling as though 5 minutes stretched into an eternity. Asaka shouted urgently, "There and Appos, there's no need to jeopardize your health for this test. If your chakra is depleted, forcibly extracting it will only consume your life. Release it now. Your chakra is nearly exhausted." Shinshu lifted his head with a sudden intensity, his body frail and parched, blood tinging his dry throat as it trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes burned with an unwavering fervor. With great effort, Shinshu propped himself up, his hoarse voice piercing through the battlefield and Appos' tumult. "Commander, do you understand? From the moment I first grasped a kunai, I vowed to become a powerful ninja like my grandfather. I aspire to be Hokage." Orochimaru observed the scene with a sense of resignation. Initially, he had intended to unleash another jutsu, but reconsidered, knowing that if Shinshu were to sustain severe injuries, Tsunade would not take it lightly. Orochimaru then channeled chakra into his fist, aiming to shatter the fragile barrier. However, upon impact, he anticipated an easy breach, only to find that nothing occurred. The cracks remained unchanged. Turning his gaze back to Shinshu, Orochimaru realized the boy had once again overextended his chakra reserves. Yet, Despite the agonizing pain gnawing at his insides, Shinshu pressed his trembling hands against the ground once more. The barrier and Appo's brilliance surging with his determination. This barrier must not only withstand Orochimaru, but also prove that I, Shinshu, will never abandon my comrades. I will pass this test with them, even if it means shattering my bones to extract the last vestiges of chakra. I will make it known that a ninja from Konoha never bows down in the face of despair. His resolute expression astonished all present. However, in the next instant, a shadow appeared behind Shinshu, delivering a swift chop. Shinshu felt a sudden blur, his mind spinning, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, remaining oblivious to the events unfolding until he succumbed to unconsciousness. What? Beside them, Tsukikage Kamikaze remarked, Asaka? Indeed, it was Asaka who had intervened. Moved by Shinshu and Appo's impassioned speech yet feeling a twinge of awkwardness. After all, watching anime and experiencing reality were two entirely different matters. I can't deal with this. Before Shinshu could further deplete his chakra, Asaka relinquished his hold on the earth scroll and swiftly appeared behind him, delivering a precise strike to his neck. Asaka then lifted Shinshu and positioned him beside Tsukikage Kamikaze, who had also departed from the sky scroll, realizing that no one was left to maintain it. Kamikaze, please take good care of him. Cradling Shinshu, Tsukikage Kamikaze appeared perplexed. Are you planning to join in too? What? Asaka, do you truly believe yourself my equal? You surely aren't, and Appo's as oblivious as Shinshu. Asaka felt a hint of exasperation. Alas, I had hoped to keep my abilities under wraps, but it appears I have no choice. Yes, indeed, for I am a being of intellect. With the absence of the three maintainers, Orochimaru merely nudged the barrier with his foot, causing it to shatter completely. Crack. Do you possess any other techniques I am unaware of? Aside from this self-created A-rank ceiling technique? Orochimaru inquired, intrigued. He had not anticipated that after spending so much time together, this lad still had cards left to play, questioning his trust in his mentor. Nothing particularly formidable. It's still a technique you taught me, sensei, summoning technique. Asaka declared, biting his finger and forming seals before pressing them to the ground. Summoning technique? But based on your current chakra. Orochimaru sensed Asaka's dwindling chakra reserves. Even if he attempted the summoning now, he could only conjure a few small snakes, lacking any significant combat efficacy. However, Orochimaru was unprepared for the sudden plume of smoke. Boom. The three vanished without a trace. Orochimaru, leaning against a tree, remarked casually upon their return, you have passed the test. Chapter 33. The barbecue gathering. Shinshu sprang up first, after the reverse summoning. Qinsong Zongxi had already enlisted a nearby serpent to search for medicinal herbs. Fortunately, being a member of the Senja clan, he quickly regained consciousness. Oh yeah. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. His excitement led to exaggerated movements, causing his entire body to feel a prickling soreness. The moonlight breeze was quite intolerant of Shinshu and Appo's exuberance on his shoulder. Could you quiet down a bit? Yet, he instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Having finally passed the test, Qinsong Zongxi exhaled deeply. Phew, I'm so exhausted I can hardly speak. Orochimaru quietly observed the scene for a while before finally inquiring. When did you learn reverse summoning? It hasn't and Appo's been long, just a few months. Mainly because that greedy guy, the golden snake, took several months to satisfy its appetite for catching mice. To perform reverse summoning, one must first contact the snakes of the dragon cave, meaning prior communication is necessary. The snakes must initiate the summoning technique and coordinate with one's own summoning ninjutsu to successfully achieve reverse summoning. Thankfully, the golden snake's mother, who could transform into human form, taught him summoning ninjutsu. Otherwise, it would have been quite impossible to learn, considering how a snake cannot form hand seals. Shinshu grimaced as he supported his waist and plopped down, turning to Moonlight Kamikaze with a grin. Hee, I'm just too happy. I almost forgot about the pain. Rubbing his sore shoulder, his gaze fell upon the weary figure of Qinsong Zongxi. Zongxi, why didn't you reveal this technique sooner? You really worked hard this time. If it weren't for your preparations, I can't even imagine how much suffering I would have endured. Qinsong Zongxi waved his hand, his voice hoarse. Oh, do you think it's that simple? I had to communicate in advance. It takes time to prepare. You, of all people, should refrain from being so reckless next time. He then leaned against a tree, slowly sitting down. He pulled out a small bamboo tube and took a few sips of water to soothe his throat, adding, however, this test turned out to be more perilous than I anticipated. After all, success ISN and AMP, Appo's guaranteed every time. Sometimes, the snakes in the dragon cave need to rest. If you contact them while they are asleep, it would be a wasted effort. Orochimaru stepped forward, his serpent-like eyes gleaming, passing a 10-minute test. Though there were elements of trickery involved, proves that in actual combat, any means necessary can be employed to achieve success. This, in turn, demonstrates that you all possess considerable potential and ideas. But this is merely the beginning. The real ninja world will not afford you such ample preparation time. His gaze swept across the three of them before settling on Shinshu, especially you, Shinshu. While your talent is commendable, your impatience may lead to significant setbacks if not corrected in the future. Mentioning Shinshu made Orochimaru somewhat exasperated. It was akin to Tsunade's gambling habit. which she could never seem to shake off, even if it led her to ruin. Is this tendency an inherited trait? Shushu merely responded casually. I understand, Orochimaru. Don't worry. Orochimaru replied, I hope you truly do. Moonlight Kamikaze patted Shangshu on the shoulder, offering a wry smile. You really ought to heed Lord Orochimaru's advice. He is not mistaken. This time, luck favored us, coupled with Zongxi's thorough preparations. It won't be so simple next time. Qiansong Zongxi remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Had the reverse summoning failed, they would have certainly failed the test. However, this experience provided him with a glimmer of inspiration and room for improvement. All right, you three take a break and consume these 3 pills. Orochimaru handed each of them a military food pill, then walked over to Shangshu. The other 2 were utterly exhausted, but this lad had only sustained internal injuries, merely a rupture of capillaries. Orochimaru approached Shangshu from behind, gripping his neck with his right hand, and casually performed a healing technique. A soft green glow began to flicker. Before long, Shangshu noted that his throat was no longer as painful, and his chest felt significantly better. Orochimaru looked at Shangshu with a hint of exasperation. However, during the healing process, he sensed the vitality and vigor of Shangshu's cells. Although his own healing abilities contributed to the rapid recovery, a regular person would not recover so swiftly. Is this the remarkable regenerative capability of the Senju clan? Just like Tsunade, despite being her brother, he had yet to master even a single healing ninjutsu. Feeling ashamed, Shangshu scratched his head. Hee, it's just that there hasn't been much time. Besides, my sister only teaches me a little bit each time and expects me to practice on my own. I can hardly comprehend it. Enough, let us disperse for now. Make sure to rest and prepare. See you at the barbecue joint tonight. With that, Orochimaru vanished in an instant. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Shangshu who reacted first, excitedly springing up from the ground. Oh yeah, we can have barbecue tonight. Qiansong Zongxi and Moonlight Kamikaze shared a knowing smile. That evening, Qiansong Zongxi arrived at the barbecue restaurant. Although Orochimaru had specified which establishment, they all assumed it would be the most expensive and busiest one. Given that Orochimaru was certainly not impoverished enough to treat them to cheap food. As expected, they spotted Orochimaru at the entrance. He acknowledged Qiansong Zongxi with a slight nod. Come in. The moment they stepped inside, Qiansong Zongxi exclaimed, Wow, so many people. Recognizable voices reached him. He turned to see Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina greeting him. Zongxi, I didn't expect you 2 to be here. Shushu and his sister Tsunade were also present. Though Tsunade was engrossed in a dice game with Jiraiya, while Shushu stood nearby, urging her to stop playing. It appeared that the legendary Sannin had gathered today. Though the 3 of them did not yet hold the title. Yet, the gathering was quite significant, having reserved a private room. Kamikaze, why did you arrive so early? Qiansong Zongxi had thought he had arrived with ample time, being half an hour early. Because my home is relatively close. Qiansong Zongxi suddenly realized, oh, his home was merely a street away. After all, this street was not a family-owned enterprise, and his own family was just a small business without much backing. Kushina, why are you here too? Could it be? Qiansong Zongxi approached Minato, eyeing Kushina seated beside him. No way, you 2 have confirmed your relationship. Have you? It's not what you think. Ugh, I came with Sister Tsunade. Feigning confusion. Qiansong Zongxi was about to inquire further when Shushu finally escaped from his sister's tight hold. Feeling quite suffocated, Kushina has been living at our home. Grandma often tells us to take good care of her. How has school been for you, Kushina? It must be going well, every time she returns. She shares her new friends with us. Though only a year older than Uzumaki Kushina, Shushu always remembered his duty as an older brother. Qiansong Zongxi regarded Uzumaki Kushina with a knowing smile. Haha, it seems you haven't mentioned anything to your family. Chapter 34. Tsunade's unnamed fury. Kushina Uzumaki cast a threatening glance at Asaka Suji, as if to say, do not utter another word. I was doing just fine at school. Wasn't I? Yes, quite so, replied Asaka Suji, who had no intention of quibbling with the child. He sought out Minato Namikaze and his 2 teammates, eager to make their acquaintance. After introductions were exchanged, Asaka Suji learned the names of the other 2, Akimichi Gimar and Nara Saishiro. One was a chubby boy with a round bun atop his head, while the other was a handsome lad with black hair tied back. Asaka Suji introduced himself in turn, along with his teammates, Tsukage's Kamikaze and Nara. Since their respective teachers were already acquainted and there were familiar faces among them, the group quickly bonded. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who felt utterly defeated, approached the boy with the golden hair who had seemingly whisked away her sister. For reasons she could not quite articulate, she felt an unsettling discontent. So you were Minato Namikaze? As a protective sister, Tsunade was deeply invested in her siblings' romantic lives. Although Kushina insisted they were merely friends whenever Tsunade inquired, Tsunade, having once been a young girl herself, recognized the unmistakable glimmer of affection in her sister's eyes. As the group engaged in lively conversation, they were taken aback when Tsunade suddenly interjected. Surprised yet composed, they answered her inquiries earnestly. Indeed, Lady Tsunade. I've heard from Jiraiya that you are a genius. Minato Namikaze offered a humble smile, scratching the back of his head. Jiraiya-sensei has exaggerated. I've merely dedicated considerable effort to ninjutsu, and I am far from a true genius. His gaze was clear and sincere, unaffected by the accolades he received. With her arms crossed, Tsunade regarded the slender youth before her, her crimson-painted fingertips tapping thoughtfully against her arm. Effort alone does not constitute genius. I have heard that you developed your own unique body flicker technique. Her voice carried a commanding weight, the inflection at the end suggesting she awaited a satisfactory explanation. The others fell silent, tension thick in the air as they observed the exchange. Shino instinctively shrank back behind Tsukage's, muttering, "Sister's aura is terrifying." Accustomed to being overshadowed by her presence, Shino trembled at the familiar pressure. Asaka Tsuji watched the scene with amusement, wondering if perhaps too much wine had been consumed during their dice game, rendering him less than clear-headed. Gimar clenched the three-colored dumplings in his hand, while Saishiro adjusted his stance, ready to respond to any sudden developments. After all, Minato had already demonstrated his prowess in their earlier practice, showcasing strength, humility, and kindness without discernible flaws, save for his somewhat peculiar name, a haphazard string of tactical terminology. Nonetheless, Gimar and Saishiro had accepted him as a teammate, and they would undoubtedly defend him should any threat arise. Jiraiya hurried to mediate, lamenting, every time she drinks, it's a spectacle. Had I known, I wouldn't have gambled. Not only did I lose, but I also consumed far too much. Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze momentarily unfocused. Yet Jiraiya sensed her seriousness. Do you think I'm intoxicated? As Jiraiya's fingers inadvertently grazed his arm, Tsunade, as the leader of their squad, recognized it as a signal. What exactly are you planning? She too began to prod her own arm. I merely wish to test you. In stark contrast to the charged atmosphere, Asaka Tsuji had distanced himself from the unfolding drama and approached Orochimaru, who sat leisurely at a table, sipping sake, seemingly unfazed. Orochimaru-sensei, will you not intervene in this farce? Gazing into his cup of sake, he knew Tsunade could hardly become intoxicated on such a meager amount, and he had observed the earlier signals exchanged between her and Jiraiya, thus choosing not to involve himself. However, Asaka Tsuji's youthful antics did not escape Orochimaru's keen perception. He wondered how Asaka Tsuji had discerned such subtleties. You perceived it, did you not? Asaka Tsuji was not particularly astute. He merely pieced together the information available to him. It could very well be a test. Given that Kushina was destined to become the vessel of the Nine Tails, not everyone would be worthy of such a bond. The ties of friendship were one thing, but a romantic connection was another entirely, one that would entail an unwavering presence in each other's lives. Should ill intentions be harbored, it could lead to disaster, though the time until her transformation into the Nine Tails vessel was still distant. Asaka Tsuji believed that the three individuals involved were undoubtedly aware of the implications. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Jiraiya continued their private conversation. Minato is a fine boy. I have already assessed him. What does that have to do with me? Do you not trust my judgment? Of course not. Your assessment is yours, while mine is mine. What on earth are you saying? Jiraiya felt utterly bewildered, grappling with the complexities of a woman's mind, impossible to decipher. Step aside. I fear you may get hurt. Are you serious? What else? Rest assured, I will be careful, ensuring it is painful yet without lasting harm. Do you not trust my medical ninjutsu? But I will give you just 3 seconds. At this point, the coded exchange was evident to anyone present. Tsunade raised her hand, displaying 3 fingers, gradually lowering them one by one. Asaka Tsuji, having been vigilant, recognized the significance of her gesture and turned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sensei. Orochimaru looked up, noting the unmistakable anger in Asaka Tsuji's gaze. It was a rare sight, and it seemed Tsunade had indeed overstepped her bounds today. Though his tone was inquisitive. Asaka Tsuji did not turn to face Orochimaru, making it clear that he would proceed regardless of any attempts to deter him. You will not stop me, will you? Orochimaru smiled faintly and shook his head. Of course not. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei, but I must assert that your actions have gone too far. Orochimaru's silence spoke volumes. Perhaps only the Navi Jiraiya remained oblivious, or perhaps he understood but chose not to believe. Muttering under his breath, Jiraiya swiftly activated his ninjutsu. Be gentle. The ninjutsu hidden needle technique unleashed countless strands of white hair under Jiraiya's control, catching everyone off guard. After all, they were not enemies, and there was no need for excessive caution. Jiraiya moderated his strength, each strand precisely targeting the nape of their necks. The resulting confusion rendered them unconscious without harm, efficient and effective. Chapter 35, versus Tsunade, Part 1. The only child remaining conscious was Namikaze Minato, who looked at Jiraiya in confusion. Teacher Jiraiya? Apologies, Minato. If you wish to blame someone, let it be me. Once this is all over, I promise to provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Jiraiya turned his head away, unable to bear the sight of Minato's expression, for he knew that seeing it would compel him to intervene. Tsunade appeared rather indifferent, twisting her wrist as she prepared to initiate her Grand Truth technique. If we truly proceed, erasing memories will suffice. Minato was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, but Tsunade's actions indicated her intent to engage in combat. Lady Tsunade? He inquired, wanting to know more. Enough of the pleasantries. Let me test your strength. Without further ado. Tsunade raised her fist and struck. Minato instinctively attempted to evade the powerful punch, yet he found himself unable to escape the surrounding force of her strike. This is bad, he thought, realizing that dodging this blow entirely was impossible. He merely wondered if he would have the strength left to counterattack afterward. After 2 or 3 seconds of dodging, Minato found himself to the side, but the anticipated sound of her fist meeting an object never came. Tsunade shouted, "Who?" realizing her entire body was immobilized. Hey, I know what you're doing, but it's quite infuriating. Minato quickly teleported next to Shallow Tsang SG, expressing his gratitude, SG. It was simply irritation at her actions. Kid, hey, Jiraiya. What an amp, Appos, s going on? It's clear there was a loose end just now. Jiraiya hadn't noticed that when using the jutsu moments ago, he had aimed at a specific location, so he had overlooked it. It was indeed quite sudden. If one isn't cautious, it's easy to get it. Shallow Tsang SG formed a hand seal with her left hand for the sealing technique, while her right hand retrieved a kunai from behind her neck. Minato felt as if he were in the dark, completely unaware of the sudden turn of events. So what exactly is happening? SG, do you know what's going on? I don't know for certain, but I have an inkling, SG replied. Glancing at the unconscious Kushina Uzumaki, Minato followed SG's gaze. Kushina? But, Lady Tsunade, aren't you her close sister? He was perplexed by her actions. Tsunade forcefully released chakra to break free from the sealing technique, causing her energy to become slightly chaotic. However, as a medical ninja, she quickly regained her composure. Though her words were anything but calm, so let me advise you, stay away from Kushina. SG lowered her left hand, surprised by the sheer amount of chakra within Tsunade, especially given her reckless disregard for consequences. The sealing technique was disregarded as she broke through, even incurring minor internal injuries, as if she were a brute. SG detested such adversaries, especially since Tsunade could self-heal. Why? Kushina and I are good friends. Why should I keep my distance from my friend? Constantly spouting and amp. Appos, friends and amp. Appos, do you not realize the implications? You two are terribly ambiguous while still calling each other friends. SG sighed in exasperation. Minato, you are far too naive. Can you not discern her meaning? She is implying that you should not pursue that young lady. The 4 individuals present fell into silence upon hearing her blunt words. The truth of the matter resonated, and after a moment, Minato's face turned crimson, rivaling the hue of Kushina's hair. Tsunade scolded the boy before her. Silence. This matter has nothing to do with you. Given that you assisted Rope Tree today, as long as you do not interfere, you may avoid some physical pain. Your words carry weight. How could we mere Jinin dare provoke the granddaughter of the Sage of the Six Paths, Princess Tsunade? Moreover, our abilities pale in comparison to those of you elite shinobi. Tsunade felt an urge to punch this boy, whose words were as toxic as poison, drawing the attention of those present. Jiraiya stood awkwardly to the side, realizing Tsunade's reputation was at stake if this matter were to spread. Orochimaru, meanwhile, continued sipping sake, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. Kid, you needn't use that to provoke me. I and amp. Appos, LL be frank with you. The barrier in this room has been set up from the beginning. I know that. What do you mean? SG raised her hands in exasperation. I lack the ability to unravel a barrier set by 4 people working together. Then what do you mean? However, I can still create minor disturbances. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately placed his hand on the barrier, sensing its instability. If the damage within becomes too great, the barrier will collapse. Once the barrier is compromised, all that transpires in this room will become public knowledge. This revelation rendered Tsunade unable to fully unleash her abilities, as fighting under such constraints was far from satisfying. Then hurry and contact the old man to clear out the barbecue shop. Jiraiya, equally anxious, replied, I just tried. The message cannot be sent out. In contrast to the two in a hurry, Minato had regained his composure, approaching SG for a secret exchange. It was you, wasn't it? What do you think? One can not only be the victim of others' schemes. I am not one to remain passive, SG chuckled. SG, your laughter is rather unpleasant. Cough. Stop speaking such blatant truths. Now, prepare yourself. As Tsunade's demeanor shifted dramatically, SG assumed a battle-ready stance. Almost simultaneously, Minato retrieved a kunai from his pouch. Realizing that if his explanations were unwelcome, perhaps a confrontation would yield a satisfactory resolution for all. In stark contrast to the poised Tsunade, Jiraiya crouched behind her, seemingly engaged in some aimless task. Teacher Jiraiya, what are you doing? Cough. Nothing, Minato. SG observed the situation within the barrier and smiled at Jiraiya. You truly are a good teacher. Your betrayal of your disciple is quite skillful, saving you effort. I have added my own seals to the barrier, and if you attempt to reinforce it, it may have the opposite effect, potentially causing the barrier to vanish. But that works out perfectly, as it spares us from fighting. Minato looked at Jiraiya with naive eyes. Is that so, Teacher Jiraiya? Jiraiya, feeling ashamed, ruffled his hair. Sigh. Orochimaru remarked, Jiraiya, if I were you, I would just sit quietly. Otherwise, you may find yourself in trouble on both fronts. Apologies, Tsunade, but you heard him. I am powerless, Jiraiya thought after a mental struggle, and then moved to sit across from Orochimaru. Quickly, pour me a drink. Today in Appos, sake is rather enjoyable. Chapter 36, vs Tsunade, Part 2, Akainsuke and Minato exchanged a glance. Solidifying their battle plan, you will take the lead while I provide support. Without a word, their mutual understanding was evident. In the course of their training, if asked who knew each other best, the answer would undoubtedly be each other. Akainsuke declared, lightning release, thunderclap. Minato responded, water release, tidal waves. The clash of lightning and water erupted mid-air. As Akainsuke's lightning surged into Minato's water, their chakra intertwining in a spectacular display, culminating in a deafening roar. The surrounding mist, charged with electricity, posed a perilous threat. Any contact would result in paralysis. Their intention was to exploit this moment of vulnerability to defeat one another. Tsunade's pupils constricted as she crossed her arms, chakra enveloping them, sending shards of stone and splashes of water exploding around her. The thunder roared, yet the downpour was minimal. She emerged unscathed after blocking the attack. Well done. Tsunade smirked, a dangerous curve at the corner of her mouth. This taijutsu master not only possessed an abundance of chakra, but was also incredibly resilient. Typical attacks had little effect on her. She recalled the original work where Kakashi had taken a direct hit from a lightning technique without flinching, despite not being a dedicated taijutsu expert. Ordinary ninjutsu would likely prove ineffective. And approaching Tsunade was fraught with danger, for her immense strength was well known. A single blow would surely send one to the hospital. A different strategy was necessary. Minato threw a shuriken and swiftly dashed forward. I will draw out her weaknesses. Collaborating with Tsunade was undeniably challenging, and she was taken aback by the brashness of this young shinobi, charging in without a plan. Foolish child, do you really think you're fast enough? Tsunade launched a punch, her fist cutting through the air, striking Minato squarely in the face with a resounding crack. Shadow clone. The impact resulted in Minato dissolving into smoke, prompting Tsunade to glare at Jiraiya. You scoundrel. Feigning ignorance, Jiraiya averted his gaze, whistling casually. It was merely a B-rank shadow clone, nothing to fuss over, he believed. And he doubted Orochimaru had imparted such knowledge. In truth, Orochimaru had not, and Akainsuke had not volunteered the information either. While the shadow clone technique could obscure the real body, it also divided the user's chakra in half. Given Akainsuke's already limited chakra, having it would yield diminishing returns. The previous maneuver was merely a decoy, allowing Minato the time to utilize the shadow clone technique and stage a surprise attack. Just as Tsunade sensed a flicker of doubt, she seized the opportunity. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Akainsuke pivoted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick. That previous opening had been a deliberate feint on her part. Minato, airborne and forming hand seals, released wind just as Tsunade's kick connected, unable to evade. This is bad. Tsunade disregarded the wind that could strike her. She needed a decisive blow. Though she risked injury, landing a kick on Minato would surely incapacitate him. Do I not exist? Echoed Akainsuke's voice, though he remained distant and unmoved. Shield. Akainsuke formed a single-handed seal, conjuring a massive chakra shield that materialized before Minato, blocking Tsunade and Appo's kick. The chakra shield shattered. Yet Minato seized the opportunity to retreat to Akainsuke's side. Thank you, Akainsuke. Indeed, that kick bore tremendous force. Though spontaneously cast techniques were less potent than those inscribed on scrolls, they still retained about 70% of their power. Tsunade's kick had unexpectedly shattered the chakra shield. This is troublesome. Is there a better approach? There is, but it requires time. I will buy us that time. Akainsuke and Appo's concern was palpable, while Minato was indeed formidable. The opponent was Tsunade, a seasoned jonin not to be trifled with. Are you sure? With a gentle smile, Minato appeared reassuring. Trust me, I won't let you down. Very well. Akainsuke produced a blank scroll, swiftly inscribing seals with the pen at his waist. The sealing technique at this level was intricate, demanding time to craft by hand. However, its complexity promised formidable power. If he succeeded, Tsunade would become an easily ensnared lamb, effectively immobilized by the sealing technique designed for taijutsu practitioners. The moment Akainsuke unveiled the scroll, Tsunade charged forward, her keen perception revealing the necessity of the scroll. This was no ordinary sealing technique. Akainsuke was harboring a powerful secret. Minato, with unerring speed, hurled shuriken as if they were mere trifles, each accompanied by an invisible thread. Tsunade dashed across the tatami, the ground fracturing beneath her as she propelled herself forward, her fist enveloped in raging chakra, aimed squarely at Akainsuke. Simultaneously, the shuriken Minato released flew through the air, targeting Tsunade's eyes with precision. Faced with the incoming barrage, Tsunade abandoned her attack on Akainsuke, raising her arms to shield her face as the metallic clang of shuriken against her arms rang out. Orochimaru had seldom witnessed such shuriken techniques, even among the adept Uchiha clan. Your apprentice possesses remarkable shuriken skills. Indeed, Minato replied, always aware of his enemy and Appo's weaknesses without exploiting them against his allies. This was something Jiraiya took great pride in. However, given the current disparity in strength, avoiding targeting weaknesses would compel Tsunade to endure the barrage. After all, they were merely shuriken, capable of causing minor wounds that would heal in moments for her, while the true injury would fall upon a canesuke. Sensing an unusual sensation in her arm, Tsunade noticed the thread glinting ominously under the light. Minato had deftly entwined the thread around her arm with the shuriken, using his strength to pull her entire body sideways. Tsunade had underestimated his apprentice. She landed heavily on a table, shattering it into 4 pieces with a resounding crash. Jiraiya patted the head of the nearby Shinsuke, reveling in his foresight. Good thing I brought them along. Rising once more, Tsunade tore the thread from her arm and discarded her torn outer garment, her spirit ignited with fierce determination. You little brat, come at me again. Minato braced himself, relying solely on his speed to keep pace with Tsunade. For a moment, they exchanged blows, their speed matching each other. Minato felt his legs growing numb as Tsunade closed the distance. It was the first time he perceived the gap between himself and a seasoned jonin. Realizing the inadequacy of his skills. Hold on. Tsunade gazed intently at the target within arm and Appo's reach, exclaiming, Got you now, little brat. Sealing technique. Chapter 37. Defeat. The moment he completed the scroll, Shallow Blue Commander placed it on the ground and shouted, For limbs, heavy sealing. Subsequently, dozens of orange chains erupted from the scroll. Go. He directed the chains towards his target, Tsunade. Upon seeing the chains, Tsunade inwardly exclaimed, Not good. Orochimaru. You taught me this level of sealing technique? As someone well-versed in sealing techniques, Jiraiya readily recognized it as an A-grade sealing technique. One that an uninformed individual would not even know how to unravel. While Tsunade had conducted a series of studies on cursed seal techniques, the 2 areas of research diverged significantly. One focused on absorption, the other on sealing. The use of a scroll made it all the more intricate. If she could not destroy the scroll, breaking the seal would prove exceedingly difficult. Though utilizing a scroll made the sealing technique slower and required a lengthy preparation time. The scroll served as a medium, allowing for a more intricate and detailed depiction, thereby enhancing the potency of the sealing technique. To dismantle the seal, one would need to destroy the sealing scroll itself, complicating matters further. Tsunade attempted to wave her hand to dispel the encroaching chains, but found that they passed right through her. Invisibly, the chains that penetrated her immediately coiled around her arm. In an instant, she felt her arm lose all sensation, becoming completely numb. Realizing she could not remain passive, she disregarded the possibility of the surrounding barrier collapsing and lifted her foot, preparing to execute a powerful kick. No, painful heavenly foot. However, Shallow Blue Commander would not grant her that opportunity, ensnaring her foot with 3 chains. Buzz. The chakra she had gathered in her foot was swiftly absorbed, rendering it weak and powerless. Shallow Blue Commander recalled the time he had been controlled by the 4 limbs heavy sealing technique, a nauseating experience. This technique is indeed effective. Sealing skills directly. However, this move requires its original performer, Maki. He stole a glance at Jiraiya, who was watching the spectacle. Let me go? With 1 arm and 1 leg sealed, Tsunade had effectively lost her combat capability. Nevertheless, Shallow Blue Commander showed no signs of leniency. The remaining chains continued to wrap around Tsunade like a zongzi, until all 10 chains had completely immobilized her. Her arms, legs, and even her head were ensnared, leaving only her eyes, nose, mouth, and ears exposed. Once Tsunade was firmly bound and unable to move, Shallow Blue Commander, listening to her curses, plopped down on the ground. Breathing heavily, having depleted all of his chakra in the process. He needed to inscribe the sealing symbols on the scroll with utmost speed and concentration. Huff. Huh. Minato Namikaze approached swiftly, observing the exhausted Shallow Blue Commander sitting on the ground, extending a hand. Are you all right? Shallow Blue Commander looked up at Minato, noticing that he was supporting himself with 1 hand on his knee, struggling to keep it from trembling, clearly fatigued. Unable to suppress a smile, Shallow Blue Commander placed his hand on Minato and Appo's palm, which was still hot from the excessive use of shuriken techniques, and as he rose, his knee struck the corner of a nearby table, causing him to gasp in pain, yet Minato steadied him by the shoulder. You can barely stand. How can you say you're fine? I'm merely exhausted. I'm not injured. Strictly speaking, I'm indeed fine, especially compared to you. Shallow Blue Commander panted half-jokingly. But as he looked at Minato, he knew his injuries were far from trivial, although he had closely observed their battle. Minato had undoubtedly been struck by a punch at some point. The reality was the same. Once Minato helped Shallow Blue Commander to his feet, his previously heightened focus relaxed, and his tense muscles instantly loosened, making him acutely aware that his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, requiring support to remain upright. He shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, I am still too weak. If I were stronger, perhaps the situation would not have devolved into such chaos. As if sensing Minato and Appo's inner thoughts, Shallow Blue Commander lightly punched him in the chest. How old are you? Your potential for growth surpasses that of these old-timers. Jiraiya, sitting nearby, awkwardly scratched his face. Why do I feel like we've just been scolded? Orochimaru. Tsunade, what? Having endured a barrage of curses. Shallow Blue Commander felt as though his ears were becoming calloused, and he promptly used the chains to seal her mouth as well. Minato, but Shallow Blue Commander adopted a mournful expression. If you say such things, I might as well not live. Your chakra far exceeds mine. Minato waved his hands in a flurry of explanation. That is not it. The success of this battle is entirely due to your sealing technique. If you hadn't held Tsunade Dano back, I would have been captured long ago. There wouldn't have been time to execute the sealing technique. Come on, Minato. Don't belittle yourself. If you do, then no one is worthy of being a ninja. You and Appos, re-exaggerating. Not at all. However, if you truly wish to learn something, I can teach you a technique on the sly someday, although I still haven't mastered it myself. Shallow Blue Commander told a benevolent lie. Really? Of course. Jiraiya approached the two. While you two were chatting, could you perhaps pay attention to the person bound nearby? Hey, can we at least free Tsunade? Huh? As far as I know, Jiraiya Dano is particularly skilled in sealing techniques. You should be able to unravel this, right? I've already drained my chakra. I have no energy left to perform it. You expect me to help you break your own bonds? Dream on. Moreover, the situation hasn't been clarified yet. What if I release Tsunade Dano, and she strikes me? Originally feeling somewhat soft-hearted and inclined to persuade, Minato's expression turned resolute upon hearing the words about the situation not being clarified. He turned to Shallow Blue Commander and said, Commander, may I have a word with Tsunade Dano? Shallow Blue Commander released the chains from her mouth. Thanks. Tsunade Dano, I understand that is Kushina's sister. You care deeply about her life and friendships, and I can appreciate your concerns. However, as I mentioned earlier, Kushina and I are very close friends. I would never allow her to come to harm, nor would I harm my own good friend. I swear to guarantee. Ignoring the ongoing conversation between the two, Shallow Blue Commander plopped down in front of his teacher. Freshly grilled meat? Orochimaru was leisurely sipping sake while grilling meat. Shallow Blue Commander unabashedly grabbed a piece and began to eat. Regardless of whether it was hot or not, his intense consumption had left his stomach growling. I didn't expect you to master such a high-level sealing technique like the four limbs heavy sealing. Not at all. It took considerable time. If the previous sealing techniques involved a bit of ingenuity and creativity, they were fundamentally rooted in basic applications. If mathematics were to describe it, it would be akin to addition and multiplication, countless numbers added together, and as long as you are willing to calculate, you can arrive at the answer. Multiplication is similar. However, advanced sealing techniques are comparable to higher mathematics, where various operations and arithmetic are entirely different. You truly possess a talent for sealing techniques. Chapter 38. A state of tranquility. Shishu, gnawing on roasted meat, inquired about the recent events. So, what exactly happened? Did we fall asleep? Asakura, the captain, placed a piece of meat onto his plate. Nothing much, just hurry and eat. Aren't you hungry yet? Of course, I'm famished. Today has nearly starved me. I must indulge thoroughly. Brother Orochimaru, I will make sure to eat you out of house and home. Ha ha ha, that would be amusing if you could manage it. Humph. Underestimate me, will you? Behold my great eater technique. He pretended to form several hand signs and then frantically grabbed his chopsticks, stuffing roasted meat into his mouth. Bang! Tsunade smacked the back of Shingshu and Appos' head, nearly choking him. Chew slowly, you fool. Gasping, Shingshu pounded his chest. Cough, cough. After recovering, he looked at Tsunade with a pitiful expression. Sister, your blow was too harsh. You nearly knocked the breath out of me. Crossing her arms, Tsunade retorted. Who told you to eat so quickly? What if you choke? And that great eater technique of yours is just a joke. Jiraiya laughed, trying to mediate. All right, enough bickering. Let us continue enjoying the barbecue. It's rare to unwind like this, so cheer up. Upon hearing this, Shushu perked up again, his eyes gleaming. Let us have a competition. Let us see who can eat more roasted meat. The loser must grant the winner a wish. However, no one paid him any mind. Asakura was already devouring his meat, his intense exertion leaving him ravenous, yet he still chewed slowly to ensure better absorption of nutrients. Minato, too, was indulging without restraint. Kushina, observing Minato and Appos' hearty appetite, wondered if he had skipped meals today. Why was he so hungry? Yet, she felt a surge of happiness as she watched him not only devour his portion but also share some with her. Wait, why was she thinking like this? Was it possible that? What's wrong, Kushina? Why aren't you eating? Kushina, feeling slightly annoyed, picked up some roasted meat and began to eat. It's nothing. Seeing no one willing to compete with him, Shingshu felt disappointed. Why is no one paying attention to me? Just eat your food. Everyone is starving, and there's no time for your great eater competition. We can talk about it later. Sister, why are you so irritable today? You're usually hot-tempered, but today it's bang. Eat your food. With your mouth so full, you can't even keep quiet. Why is that? It's because I was defeated by 2 Chunin today. Even though I didn't use my full strength, a loss is a loss. There is no excuse. Tsunade was not one to accept defeat easily. In an instant, everyone was absorbed in their barbecue. Teacher Orochimaru, with your keen ears, you must have overheard the conversation between Minato and Tsunade. Could you elaborate? Why not ask Minato directly? Given your relationship, it would be more fitting. Fine, if you want to say, I can guess a bit. It was probably a solemn oath, perhaps even involving self-harm. When Minato and Tsunade were talking, they were likely discussing oaths. Asakura suddenly found himself unable to hear anything, his gaze drifting to Jiraiya, who was grinning at him. It was clear to him that Jiraiya had used a barrier to mute their conversation, yet he could still see them. Asakura noticed a broken kunai on the ground. He could guarantee it hadn't broken during combat. There was only one explanation. Either Minato had been ambushed and Tsunade had shattered it with a punch, or he had been declaring his love while holding it to his throat. If you don't believe me, I would stake my life on it. Asakura leaned towards the latter, lost in thought while speaking nonstop. Has it run out so soon? Order some more. Orochimaru stared at the towering empty plates, furrowing his brow. Never mind, let them pay next time. After finishing the barbecue, even the relatively affluent Orochimaru couldn't help but wince at the toll on his wallet. With Shang-Shu's appetite and the increased hunger of Asakura and Minato from their earlier sparring, the meal had cost quite a bit. As for why the other two adults weren't paying, Tsunade, I've lost all my money. How can I pay? Do you expect me to pay for dining out with you? Jiraiya, I lent all my money to Tsunade. What she used it for, I have no idea. Orochimaru, ugh. As they parted ways, Orochimaru instructed his team, meet at the Hokage building tomorrow at 8 a.m. for a mission. Yes, Shang-Shu exclaimed excitedly. Asakura, puzzled, noted that Shushu was a year older and had become a ninja a year before him. He should have taken on some missions. Haven't you completed any missions before? Why are you so excited? That's different. Previously, I only took on low-level tasks alone, but now that we've formed a team, we can tackle higher-level missions. Due to a shortage of personnel, not everyone graduates as a ninja each year, which leaves some chunin behind. Asakura was somewhat bewildered that shouldn't be the case. Looking at the innocent and joyful Shushu, he thought, what a well-protected individual. After filling their bellies, Asakura and Minato headed home together. As their residences were not near the bustling commercial district, but rather in a quieter area. Under the moonlight, they walked side by side, the silence between them unbroken. Asakura was not one to initiate conversation, but he would respond wholeheartedly if prompted. Asakura. Do you think I could become Hokage? Minato and Appo's voice pierced the stillness of the night, tinged with both trepidation and hope. He gazed at Asakura, his eyes shimmering with fervor, a testament to his dreams and aspirations. Asakura paused, glancing at Minato. Was he feeling disheartened by today's events? The moonlight bathed Minato's youthful and resolute face, and Asakura sensed the unwavering determination in his tone. After a moment of silence, Asakura slightly smiled, his tone earnest and resolute. Minato, I believe in you. You possess exceptional talent, and more importantly, you have the resolve to protect the village and ensure the happiness of its people. Those qualities are precisely what Hokage needs. And I am certain you will become Hokage. I swear it by the name of Kishimoto. Hearing Asakura's affirmation, Minato's eyes sparkled with joy, warmth flooding his heart. Suddenly, a question bubbled up within him. Who is Kishimoto? A comic artist. Ha. Asakura laughed heartily at Minato and Appo's bewilderment, joining in the merriment. Ha. In the tranquil night, only two dream-filled youths could be heard laughing joyfully. Chapter 39. Accepting the mission as dawn broke, Aoi sure set off for the Hokage building after a quick breakfast. Had he arrived too early? Upon reaching the entrance, he found it deserted. Save for two guarding ninjas, none of his teammates were in sight. Surely, it couldn't be this quiet at this hour? Just then, a familiar voice called out, and Ju dashed forward. Hey, sure, you're here so early. Are you two on the same path? Another familiar face appeared, Tsukikage Kamikaze. Yeah, this guy showed up at my door early, claiming he couldn't sleep a wink. Is he that excited? Aoi observed Ju and Appo's flushed face, seemingly vibrant despite the sleepless night, a testament to the vitality of the Senju clan. I actually intended to sleep, but for some unknown reason, slumber eluded me. My body doesn't feel tired at all. Perhaps I dozed off briefly yesterday. Tsukikage added. I felt somewhat energetic yesterday too, but I forced myself to sleep. Aoi remarked, I've never heard that Jiraiya's hair had any sleep-inducing properties. But where is Orochimaru? Has he arrived yet? Ju scanned the surroundings, searching for Orochimaru and Appo's presence. How could the leading jonin be late? I and Appo's am right here. At the sound, everyone turned to see Orochimaru emerging leisurely from the shadows beside the Hokage building, clad in combat attire, a green vest adorning his figure. A pale smile played on his lips, and his headband glimmered ominously in the morning light. Orochimaru-sensei. Ju hurried over, his face a mask of confusion. We thought you had forgotten the meeting time. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, his slender fingers brushing against the sleeve edge, then retrieved a scroll from within. Presenting it to the trio. Ju, recognizing it immediately, exclaimed, Orochimaru-sensei, did you take on this mission by yourself? Jonin have the right to undertake missions independently. Isn't this a high-ranking task? His excitement grew as he eyed the scroll, eager to unveil its contents. In contrast, Aoi felt a twinge of concern. Although he anticipated this day, was it necessary to dive into something so challenging right away? Perhaps a few D-rank missions would help him familiarize himself and hone his skills. It's merely a C-rank mission. Ju opened the scroll, revealing the mundane nature of the task. Upon hearing it was a C-rank mission, Aoi sighed in relief. With Orochimaru and Appo's support, at least there was no imminent danger. If others knew, they would surely scorn him for his trepidation. Of course, Aoi retorted. Who isn't afraid of death? The reason I pursue strength is to avoid being slain. To be honest, I only have a year to guide you, and I don't wish to squander it on D-rank missions. From the last assessment, all three of you have solid foundations. D-rank missions are designed for novices to familiarize themselves with task procedures, enhance their skills, strategize, and develop teamwork. Clearly, my three charges do not require such rudimentary tasks. Both Tsukikage and SHU had already graduated for a year, while Aoi was acutely aware of how solid his own foundations were, more so than anyone else. Great. Let us depart at once. Aoi, slightly exasperated, realized after scrutinizing the scroll for so long that it was just a C-rank mission. He closed the scroll, preparing to leave without sharing the details with his companions. Shouldn't we examine the mission specifics? Oh, my apologies, I almost forgot. SHU handed the scroll over. Aoi took the scroll, and Tsukikage stepped closer, both of them perusing the contents together. A regular small village? Requires leaving the village? Aoi calculated the distance. If all went well, the round trip would take 5 days, with no breaks along the way. Estimating about a week, we must prepare provisions and equipment accordingly. Each person should bring at least a change of clothes, given the potential for bloodshed. Generally, ninjas undertake assassination missions to minimize collateral damage. One cannot simply cast a fireball at a band of mountain thieves, lest hostages or valuables be harmed. Orochimaru-sensei, when is the latest we can depart? Noon. Then we have the morning to prepare. We should be fine. Aoi signaled at Tsukikage, who nodded in agreement. The two swiftly dispersed to gather their necessities. Hey? Why are you two leaving without me? SHU was bewildered. Orochimaru gently reminded him, reminiscent of Tsunade's past demeanor. And strikingly similar to Jiraiya in some aspects. Aren't you going? I am on my way. Upon arriving at the ninja tools shop, Aoi reluctantly extracted money from his modest wallet, uncertain if this mission would yield any returns. Excluding Orochimaru, who likely wouldn't claim the mission rewards. Aoi realized they might even incur losses. Should I buy less? He contemplated, but decided against it. Better safe than sorry. Any unused supplies can be saved for next time. With determination, Aoi purchased a substantial quantity of explosive tags and various ninja tools, shurikens, kunai, and a small dagger. While he lacked proficiency in blade techniques, he was confident of his superiority over the mountain bandits, and kunai sometimes required coordination with explosive tags for effective throwing. The shopkeeper, observing Aoi, recognized him as a newly minted genin, executing D-rank missions, or so he believed, yet purchasing so many tools. He was clearly an easy mark. Young ninja, would you like a storage scroll? Our store is running a promotion. Buy 2 storage scrolls, get 1 free. No, this is sufficient. But how will you carry all this? Are you planning to lug it all around? A storage scroll would be much more convenient, especially with our current offer. Ignoring the man, Aoi extended his left hand, and with a puff of smoke, all the ninja tools vanished from the table. The shopkeeper stood in stunned silence. Astonished that Aoi could store the tools without a storage scroll, today's genin were not to be underestimated. Goodbye, shopkeeper. Aoi placed the payment on the table and proceeded to procure food. After acquiring the ninja tools, he soon arrived at a goods store, purchasing various instant meals, opting for vacuum-sealed items, as preparing ramen was too cumbersome. Let us choose something easy to store, like biscuits and rice balls, along with some preserved foods. After selecting a week and Appo's worth of provisions, Aoi waved his hand, making the food vanish once more, all stored within his left hand. He had fashioned a nearly permanent storage wristband, having invested a considerable sum into it, sewing the scroll paper into the wristband and inscribing it with storage sealing techniques. Done. Chapter 40. The journey begins. The divine wind approaches swiftly. As the esteemed Commander Asaka arrived at the designated gathering point at the village entrance, Moonlight Shinfeng had already made his appearance. My family had prepared everything in advance, allowing me to simply retrieve my belongings and come here. Moonlight Shinfeng fondled the scroll at his waist. How wonderful it is to belong to a family that is well prepared. Yet, a sudden thought struck Asaka. Was and Appo's rope tree also from the Senju clan? Why had he not prepared adequately? Apologies for my tardiness, he said. And as if summoned by his very words, Rope Tree appeared, burdened with an assortment of bags. A few gazes turned towards him, revealing Rope Tree, panting, with beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as he stumbled towards them. Moonlight Shinfeng raised an eyebrow and gestured toward the bulging bundles on his back. Rope Tree, have you brought your entire household with you? Rope Tree halted, resting his hands on his knees, taking a moment to straighten up. You don't understand. My grandmother insisted I bring this, and my sister stuffed me with that. I simply couldn't refuse. As he spoke, he began to pull out various items from his pack. This is a hemostatic herb, and that is the compressed biscuits prepared by Kushina, claiming they would stave off hunger. And this here is a specially crafted explosive tag, made by my grandmother herself. Asaka stepped forward, casually picking up one of the explosive tags, scrutinizing the intricate runes inscribed upon it. Is this the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan? How exquisite. A closer inspection revealed many sealing techniques he had seldom encountered before, unique to the Uzumaki clan. It would be disingenuous to say he was not intrigued. However, given his current level of expertise, he knew he could not delve into such complexities just yet. It would be wise to first master the sealing techniques of Konoha. He understood well the principle of not overextending oneself. Learning too many things simultaneously could lead to confusion, especially when he had yet to fully grasp one aspect before attempting another. Nonetheless, carrying such a heavy load would hinder their mobility. Rope Tree scratched his head, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. I know, but these are all tokens of affection from my family. I simply cannot turn them down. And who knows? They might prove invaluable later on. Moonlight Shinfeng shook his head in exasperation, reaching out to help Rope Tree organize his bundles. Very well, let us set off. We must remain vigilant. I can assist you. My storage space is quite ample, Asaka offered, revealing his unique storage wristband. Thank you immensely. While Rope Tree's physical strength was commendable, the burden of such a heavy load would inevitably take its toll. Just as he was about to place all his belongings into Asaka's scroll, the usually quiet Orochimaru interjected, there is no need. You three ought to share the load evenly. It will serve as an exercise in endurance. With that, he left the three of them exchanging glances before setting off on his own. Rope Tree sighed, lowering his head in guilt. I'm sorry. It's my fault for bringing too much and burdening you all. He squeezed the bulky pack, blaming himself. It's fine. I'll manage alone. Moonlight Shinfeng approached him and gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Stop being so melodramatic. Besides, those herbs and explosive tags could save our lives in a crucial moment. Consider it a shared benefit. After dispersing the items on the ground, he swiftly packed several bundles of herbs and other essentials into his own backpack, his movements precise and efficient. Asaka remained silent, quietly stowing away the compressed biscuits and some hemostatic herbs, along with the explosive tags, into a small cloth pouch secured to his back. As he lifted his gaze to the distant figure of Orochimaru, a contemplative thought crossed his mind. Surely, Orochimaru had his reasons for this approach. Moreover, the weight they carried served as the first test of their mission. If they could not manage this modest burden, how would they confront bandits? Observing the actions and words of his companions, Rope Tree and Appo's previously dim expression brightened with renewed determination as he straightened his back. Indeed, I aspire to become Hokage. I shall not be defeated by such trivial weight. He hoisted the remaining pack onto his back. Though still heavy, his face radiated with a revitalized smile. As they traveled, Orochimaru effortlessly sprinted ahead, while the other three followed suit. Yet, a considerable distance always lay between them and Orochimaru. Whenever they attempted to close the gap, he would unconsciously increase his pace, maintaining a speed that was visible yet unattainable. Phew, this is the stamina of a jonin. Moonlight Shinfeng, the weakest in terms of endurance among them, gasped for breath, sweat trickling down from his hair to the tree trunks below. He gazed at Orochimaru and Appo's unwavering figure with a mixture of admiration and frustration, thinking, we are exerting every ounce of effort to keep up. Rope Tree fared slightly better but still felt fatigued. If only he weren't burdened with such a heavy load. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he took a large gulp from his water pouch, the cool liquid soothing the burning sensation in his lungs. Orochimaru's speed is incredible. His voice remained steady, though the slight rise and fall of his chest betrayed his exhaustion. Asaka remained silent, his gaze fixed on the fluttering hem of Orochimaru's clothing, his knuckles whitening from gripping tightly. Being the most dedicated to mastering sealing techniques among the trio, he acutely felt the vast disparity in physical prowess and endurance. He could see the target yet could not reach it. Despite having shed his burdens before departing, he still moved at the same pace as his companions, reminding him that practice was essential. In the real world, outside the village, during a mission, it was not merely a training exercise. Should they encounter an ambush, being weighed down could lead to dire consequences. Asaka pondered the weight of his decisions, knowing he could regret it for a lifetime if it cost someone their life. As they rounded a large tree, Orochimaru suddenly halted without warning, causing the three to lurch forward and nearly collide with him. Before they could catch their breath, he tossed 3 shurikens towards them. Catch. Before the words had left his mouth, the shurikens whizzed past their ears, embedding themselves in a tree 100 meters away. Retrieve them within 3 minutes. Asaka was the first to react, gritting his teeth and sprinting forward. Moonlight Shinfeng followed closely, his legs feeling as if weighed down by lead. Yet he pushed through with sheer willpower. Rope Tree watched their retreating figures, clenching his fists. I will not be outdone. His pack swayed violently as he ran, the herbs and biscuits colliding and creating a sound akin to encouragement. 3 minutes swiftly elapsed. When the trio returned, soaked in sweat, Orochimaru was casually toying with a small snake in his palm, casting a disinterested glance at them. Too slow. If you cannot cover this distance, you will have no chance against a true enemy. His gaze swept over their disheveled appearances. Moonlight Shinfeng still needed to regulate his breathing. Asaka's chakra control remained steady, yet he needed to bolster his stamina. And then there was Rope Tree. Orochimaru paused. If he could channel his brute strength effectively, it might serve some purpose. Among the three, Rope Tree possessed the best physical aptitude, yet the key was to learn how to harness that potential effectively. Chapter 41. Undertaking the mission during the 2-day journey, Shansong Zongxi truly grasped the essence of real combat experience. The running and physical training in the village paled in comparison to the invaluable lessons imparted by Orochimaru. The path outside the village was far from smooth. It was strewn with flora, rocks, and muddy terrain, presenting a myriad of challenges that could not be likened to flat ground. Initially, the three of them found themselves increasingly fatigued. Despite the relatively short distance they covered, their exertion was threefold. Throughout this ordeal, Orochimaru's teachings on breath control and environmental observation effectively illustrated what true combat experience entails. Such wisdom is not easily discernible and demands the guidance of seasoned individuals. And without personal experience, one would take an extensive period to comprehend it. It was no wonder that a leader was necessary, not only for protection but also for the impartation of knowledge. Shansong Zongxi absorbed a wealth of information. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived at the village, only to discover it was remarkably impoverished. Adhering to the principle of minimizing waste, the three refrained from consuming the village's food primarily for safety and to avoid waste, opting instead for the provisions they had brought along. Having subsisted on compressed biscuits for 2 consecutive days, Shansong Zongxi felt as though his palate had become desensitized to all flavors. Just a little longer, he thought. Soon they would return to more palatable fare. Besides, it seemed unlikely that anything particularly delightful could be found in this village. Logically, the villages near Konoha should be relatively prosperous, given the Fire Country's affluent geography among the major nations. Yet, here they were, confronted with such dire poverty. Could it be the work of bandits? Unlikely. Aside from the possibility of bandits, the geographical conditions surely contributed. The land was hardly suitable for agriculture. And it was a miracle if the villagers could stave off starvation. Moreover, if bandits could plunder a wealthy village to such an extent, it would certainly indicate a failure in village oversight. As Shansong Zongxi observed the villagers, it was evident that nearly everyone wore patched clothing and bore gaunt faces. Yet, laughter and conversation permeated the air, suggesting that despite their meager rations, they managed to fill their stomachs. Suddenly, a small hand reached out towards the trio, offering 3 steamed buns. They looked up to see a little girl, accompanied by an adult, who mistakenly perceived their tattered appearance as that of vagrants and felt a surge of compassion. Shansong Zongxi realized that after 2 days of relentless travel, with unwashed faces and unchanged clothes, their attire tattered and filthy, they indeed resembled wanderers. As they munched on their compressed biscuits, the aroma of the white buns was a stark contrast. All 3 wore hats primarily to shield their forehead protectors, avoiding any misconceptions from the villagers, as the profession of a ninja often incited fear among the common folk. Rope Tree glanced at the 3 buns and the kind-hearted little girl before swiftly waving his hand in refusal. "You misunderstand. We are not." Shansong Zongxi interjected, explaining that they did not require the buns. "Thank you for your kindness, but we are already satiated and must continue on our journey." The little girl perceived the unwavering refusal and, though slightly disheartened, nodded and withdrew the buns into her embrace. She raised her head, her clear eyes gazing at Rope Tree and Shansong Zongxi, hesitating before speaking. "Big brothers, the road ahead is perilous. There are many fierce monsters. Are you truly determined to press on?" Shansong Zongxi felt a stir in his heart and knelt down, gently inquiring, "Little girl, how do you know there are monsters ahead? Arin and Appos, are you afraid of them?" The direction she pointed towards was likely their intended destination. The little girl bit her lip and replied softly, "I heard the adults in the village say so. They Don and Amp, Appos, allow me to go that way. I and Amp, Appos, am not afraid of monsters because I have this." She produced a worn yet meticulously mended cloth doll, its crooked form evoking a sense of whimsy that illuminated her eyes. The adult accompanying the girl quickly pulled her back, admonishing her for speaking too much to strangers. Although an adult, they were not much older than the little girl, and having seen the trio's pitiable state, they allowed her to approach with the buns. However, the conversation quickly escalated. "Little sister, apologies, but there are really no monsters. It's just that there have been more bandits lately, and we don't want the children wandering about." The adult furtively revealed that this was merely a ruse to keep the girl from straying, given the recent turmoil. "Understood, thank you, Miss," Shansong Zongxi replied, addressing the girl, who was about the same age as him. "That should suffice, right?" The girl took the little one by the hand and departed. In truth, there were many inconsistencies in the earlier conversation. Why would they divulge such information without provocation? Moreover, the fabrication of a monster was suspect, especially as they had approached the trio. "What do you think?" Moonlight Kamikaze articulated his thoughts. "I sense something amiss. The little girl's words are riddled with holes." The adults in the village? Surely, it must have been her parents who cautioned her. Additionally, when she displayed the doll, the adult hastily intervened. Most telling was the adult's shifty gaze while speaking, clearly indicating deceit. The girl's remarks were likely taught to her, but being young, she cannot discern between truth and falsehood. Indeed, another voice chimed in. Wait, what are you all saying? You completely confused me. If everything they said was false, should they not have warned us to go instead of cautioning us against it? Clearly, this is a warning, Rope Tree surmised. I believe they must have discerned our identities. It is unlikely for them to specifically seek us out unless there are indeed ninjas among these bandits. Rope Tree exclaimed in shock. What? Instantly, the attention of those around them shifted. Apologies, Moonlight Kamikaze murmured. Forgive us, Shansong Zongxi echoed. Sorry, Rope Tree added sheepishly. Although Rope Tree had been a beat slow to comprehend, he was not foolish. Suddenly, it dawned on him, if that were the case, then the girl and her companion were potentially in danger. It was likely so, and the buns they had hastily dropped some bun crumbs on the ground during their departure. Shan Song-zongsi exchanged a knowing glance with Moonlight Kamikaze, who promptly retrieved a silver needle, delicately brushing it against the bun. In no time, the needle darkened. A crucial tool for any outing. Moonlight Kamikaze had specially prepared it before departing. Poisonous, Rope Tree concluded with alarm. Though he had never encountered such a situation, he had learned enough from his sister, a medical ninja, to recognize that a darkened needle signified either oxidation or toxicity. We must go to their aid. Chapter 42. The rescue operation. As soon as Xingqiu rose to his feet, he was swiftly seized by both sides and unceremoniously dropped back onto the ground. Hey, what are you doing? He exclaimed. Yue Guangshifeng replied, the ninja code dictates that we should not meddle in others' affairs, are you not aware? Moreover, it is evident that this is a blatant trap. Aiki and Songzong remained silent, yet his quietude spoke volumes. However, the two individuals in question appeared to be mere civilians, innocent bystanders. Aiki and Songzong coldly regarded Xingqiu. Nevertheless, the fact remains that they have indeed attempted to poison us with tainted buns. Meanwhile, the two sisters, having distanced themselves from Aiki and Songzong and the others, did not return home but instead ventured into a desolate alley. Upon entering, the older girl knelt on the ground with the little girl beside her. The child, oblivious to the concept of fear, knelt as commanded, clutching a rag doll tightly in her grasp. Ninja Master, I have complied with your instructions. I beseech you, spare us and our parents, the older girl pleaded, bowing deeply in desperation. Before long, a figure emerged from the shadows at the alley's far end, clad in tattered black garments, his face obscured by a mask, revealing only a bald head marred by a scar at the corner of his eye. He approached the two, inquiring, did those three consume the buns? The girl, instantly on edge, shook her head. No. With a swift kick, the man sent the kneeling girl sprawling to the ground. Then how can you claim success? I did as you instructed. They refused to eat. I truly have no other recourse. Please spare us. The younger girl rushed to her sister and Appo's side, helping her up. Why did that bad man hit you, sister? Humph. I shall grant you one more chance. If you fail again, prepare to collect your parents' corpses, the masked man threatened, producing an object from behind him and tossing it onto the ground. The girl picked up the item, realizing it was a pair of shoes. These are father's shoes, she exclaimed, noticing the faint trace of blood upon them. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. I expected to catch a big fish, but it seems I have only netted a small calamari. The masked man yelled in alarm. Who goes there? In an instant, a figure descended from the sky, delivering a powerful punch to the masked man's face. It's your grandfather. Die. With a thud, the man fell face first to the ground, unconscious, still in shock. The sisters finally recognized the assailant as Xingqiu, one of the trio they had previously encountered. Just moments earlier, Xingqiu had been embroiled in a debate with Yue Guangshifeng and Aiki and Songzong. Aiki and Songzong dismissed the notion of ninjas as noble figures, merely viewing them as protagonists. If you think being a ninja is so admirable, try it yourself. Meddling in others and Appo's affairs will lead to your downfall. A ninja's primary objective is to prioritize the execution of their mission. Yue Guangshifeng found himself at a loss, encountering a fervently righteous ally, an aspect that was both a blessing and a curse. Songzong is correct, Xingqiu. I understand your good intentions, yet we are ninjas now, especially during a mission. But how can I stand idly by and watch someone die? What if those two are connected to our mission? Orochimaru has been absent for quite some time without contacting us, clearly testing us to resolve matters ourselves. We must gather intelligence and locate our target. Furthermore, Songzong, did you not just say this situation is complex? If they have recognized our identities, it signifies a breach in our information security. We must uncover the puppeteer behind this. Yue Guangshifeng remained silent, while Aiki and Songzong appeared baffled. As the conversation unfolded, both Songzong and Xingfeng regarded Xingqiu with bemused expressions. Xingqiu scratched his face, perplexed by their stares. Why are you looking at me like that? Speak up. Aiki and Songzong wished to dissect his mind to discern whether he was astute or foolish. At that moment, Xingqiu's clarity of thought was unparalleled, and he had raised points that Songzong had overlooked. How is it that you are so sharp-minded now? Yue Guangshifeng marveled at Xingqiu's quick thinking, noting that while his thoughts might seem erratic, they were all pertinent. Indeed, everyone possesses unique talents in their areas of expertise. Ha ha ha. So you were praising my intelligence? Xingqiu chuckled. Not quite. Both Yue Guangshifeng and Aiki and Songzong replied in unison. Though some of your reasoning may be tenuous, it cannot be denied that if a hidden bomb were present, it would indeed be quite precarious. Exactly. If this is connected to our mission, it indicates that our intelligence has been compromised. Precisely. It is possible that someone from the village leaked the information. If the client divulged it to conspire with our target, the mission's classification would certainly escalate beyond a mere C rank, and the adversary would undoubtedly be no ordinary foe. Indeed, Aiki and Songzong interjected, what is wrong? Yue Guangshifeng suggested. Perhaps you should speak less. Very well, but shall we proceed with the rescue? Among the trio, Aiki and Songzong had subtly assumed the role of leader. And as both Xingqiu and Yue Guangshifeng turned to him, He calmly issued his directive. First, incapacitate the others, gather intelligence, and rescuing them will be secondary. Understood. Yay. But how shall we pursue them? Shengshu suddenly realized, uncertain of the sisters and Appo's whereabouts. Aki and Songzong replied, I left a mark on the buns. We can sense our way. Shengshu gazed at Aki and Songzong with admiration. I knew you were the smartest, Songzong. Wait, I am not a do-gooder. My judgment is purely rational. Whatever you say. Yue Guang Shenfeng chuckled. As they followed the mark on the buns, the three swiftly reached the sisters and Appo's location, concealing themselves atop the nearby rooftop to gather intelligence. They seemed frail and powerless. How could they pose a threat? Unexpectedly, Shengshu could not restrain himself and leapt down, delivering a punch. Iki and Songzong had intended to use a sealing technique to control the masked man and Appo's actions and extract information, but instead, Shengshu rendered him unconscious. After incapacitating the masked man, Shengshu turned to the sisters, who were trembling in fear. Are you both all right? The older girl, overwhelmed by a surge of conflicting emotions, guilt, fear, sadness, gushed into tears. Why you? You? I'm so sorry. Seeing the girl cry, Shengshu found himself at a loss for words. Hey, please don't cry. Chapter 43. The betrayal of the mountain bandits. The girl ceased her tears only when exhaustion overtook her. However, the masked man had fainted, rendering the gathering of intelligence quite challenging. Yet, the adept Shalot-song Zongxi demonstrated his remarkable memory retrieval technique, casting a sealing spell upon his forehead to extract memories. Swiftly locating the sisters' parents. The parents were found confined and bound in a dark room at home, expressing fervent gratitude upon their rescue. Thank you, big brother. This is for you, exclaimed the little girl, presenting her beloved stuffed toy, crafted by her father, to Shengtri. Her attachment to the toy during her parents' abduction had been palpable. The elder sister embraced him in farewell, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, conveying her appreciation. Once separated, Shalot-song Zongxi guided the way based on the intelligence gathered. As for the masked individual, he had ordered a swift and bloodless demise, administering a poison bun and sealing the body away discreetly. Walking ahead, Shalot-song Zongxi glanced back at Shengtri, remarking, You seem to have quite the charm with women. Moonlight Kamikaze chimed in. After all, it's a classic hero saving the damsel scenario. The timing, the poise, that punch all were perfectly executed. With such circumstances, which little girl could resist falling for him? How can you be like that too, Kamikaze? Shalot-song Zongxi contemplated, realizing why Tsunade often likened Naruto to her brother. The resemblance was uncanny. However, Shengtri was not the slow burn type like Naruto. Perhaps due to his straightforward nature, making him easily comprehensible, girls are naturally drawn to spirited and passionate young heroes. Haha. They soon approached a towering mountain. And Shalot-song Zongxi sensed a pathway in the man's mind. A cave nestled within the mountain, concealing his accomplices. Caution was paramount, for according to his memories, the leader appeared formidable, possibly a rogue ninja from another village or a wandering shinobi of great strength. Upon reaching the lofty rock face, they paused. There was no other route but the steep, narrow stone path leading inside. The only stealth expert present, Moonlight Kamikaze, volunteered, asserting that his mastery of phasing would render him undetectable even to high-ranking shinobi. Shall I venture in first to scout? I share your thoughts, yet for safety, take this. Shalot-song Zongxi produced a signal talisman. Tearing it would emit a loud sound, alerting the others outside. Upon entering, do not act recklessly. Ascertain the presence of hostages and count the adversaries. Ideally, you should sketch their positions before retreating without delay, he instructed. Moonlight Kamikaze nodded. Then his form gradually became transparent until he vanished from view. Remarkable, Shengtri mused, watching the ethereal figure of Moonlight Kamikaze until his presence faded entirely. When Moonlight Kamikaze spoke again, they discerned his location as he stood beside them. I'm heading in now. After traversing several meters into the mountain, he discovered a cave guarded by 2 sentinels. He passed unobtrusively before them, entering without detection. Meanwhile, Shalot-song Zongxi and Shengtri began surveying their surroundings. The rock face was less formidable than anticipated, having eroded over time and proving quite brittle. Should a confrontation arise, the use of explosive tags could risk a collapse. Shalot-song Zongxi touched the stone wall, finding it surprisingly fragile. A single punch from Shengtri could likely create a significant dent. After nearly 10 minutes of strategizing, Shalot-song Zongxi devised a reliable and swift plan while Shengtri performed push-ups to warm up. Aware that the night had fallen and the chill could impede their movements during battle, Moonlight Kamikaze reappeared in the darkness, kneeling before them. Beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, dampening his tousled hair. Maintaining his bloodline boundary had drained considerable stamina. He hadn't anticipated the multitude within, taking significant time to ascertain each location. Most critically, he reported, there were 17 hostages confined in a cell on the 2nd underground level. Guarded by 8 individuals, 6 were ordinary folk devoid of chakra, while 2 possessed chakra fluctuations at least equal to their own, likely of Chunin rank. Observing the guards' forehead protectors, he noted they were not from the 5 great villages, but rather rogue ninjas from an obscure village. Additionally, 2 sentinels were stationed outside, while a gathering of mountain bandits, numbering over 10, reveled within. The most concerning was their leader. Shun, anxious, pressed. What of the leader? Speak. The leader and Appo's chakra surpasses ours. And he's a rogue from a Wagakure. While he may lack the title of Jonin, his strength is likely comparable. Even the composed Shallow Tsang Zongxi found himself unable to suppress a retort, initially believing 2 Chunin would suffice, only to discover the presence of a Jonin. This is no longer classified as a C-rank mission, it is at least a B rank, possibly an A rank, given the hostages and a Jonin among them. We must urgently inform Orochimaru. This is beyond our capacity. Shallow Tsang Zongxi prepared to summon a familiar for communication but was met with a small snake, which immediately conveyed. Orochimaru is already aware. He instructed you to handle it yourselves. Damn it. After summoning the snake, Shungtree and Moonlight Kamikaze were met with a series of unintelligible utterances, infused with palpable anger. What on earth is Zongxi saying? Moonlight Kamikaze shook his head, following a stream of expletives. The snake suddenly adopted a familiar tone. Do not be so tense. The snake had been commandeered by Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sensei? From my inquiries, the leader is not a Jonin. He clarified. Just as relief washed over Shallow Tsang Zongxi, Orochimaru's next words rekindled his agitation. However, his prowess is likely on par with that of a Jonin, for he defected due to his village's refusal to promote him. At this point, Shallow Tsang Zongxi was less concerned with the details. Understanding the enemy was paramount. Is there any additional information? His name is Tuchong Sanshur, proficient in earth and water release techniques. Before his defection, he absconded with several ninjutsu from his village. Though they were merely B-rank techniques, Orochimaru and Appo's tone was measured. Shallow Tsang Zongxi listened intently, but upon finishing, his expression remained grim. Chapter 44. The battle plan, is this all there is? Are there no weaknesses? Furthermore, if we manage to successfully neutralize the opponent, the rock-hidden village should not pursue us, right? After all, this is a rogue ninja from their village. If we act on our own accord, especially during such a sensitive period, any pretext for conflict could arise. Do not worry, the opponent is not particularly noteworthy. The rock-hidden village has not even sent anyone personally to capture him. Instead, he has merely been placed on the bounty list. That is reassuring. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? The summoning time is about to conclude. Shallow Blue Commander, will you ensure our safety? Orochimaru paused for a moment, then responded with a smile. I will determine that based on the circumstances. Shallow Blue Commander. If it were Jiraiya, I would certainly think he was joking. But this is Orochimaru. While I trust one will not perish, that does not preclude pain. What if I lose an arm or a leg? What good is survival if one is rendered useless? I understand. After Shallow Blue Commander ended the conversation, the two approached. What did Orochimaru say? We will handle it ourselves. What? Both were taken aback. However, perhaps it was merely Shallow Blue Commander's impression, but did Shinshu and Appo's eyes not glimmer with a hint of excitement? I will now devise the battle plan. We must strive to eliminate the mountain bandits while ensuring our safety and rescue the hostages. Shouldn't we prioritize rescuing the hostages before dealing with the bandits, and then return safely? Shallow Blue Commander shot Shinshu a disdainful glance. Have you read too many heroic novels? Mizuki Kamikaze, standing nearby, supported his forehead with one hand. Our original mission was to eliminate the bandits. However, the strength of this opponent exceeds our expectations. This is not a mere C-rank mission and requires reassessment. Even if we were to abandon it, it would be understandable. Moreover, rescuing the hostages? Do you think it feasible for the three of us to escape with 17 defenseless hostages amidst a Jounin, 2 Chunin, and numerous bandits? Shinshu hesitated, unsure how to counter. The reality was evident. Could 3 individuals successfully extricate 17 defenseless hostages from the encirclement of a Jounin, 2 Chunin, and several bandits? I understand you wish to save these hostages, and I recognize your kind heart, but the premise is, Shallow Blue Commander found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps this was the first lesson Orochimaru intended to impart. Sacrifice is sometimes inevitable. Commander, I know you are intelligent. Can't you devise a safer method that allows us to rescue the hostages and defeat the enemy? You truly hold me in high regard. Shallow Blue Commander was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. Surely, you jest. But upon seeing the earnest expression on the other's face, he realized they were not joking. Stop. Don't be like this, Shinshu. The commander is concerned for our safety. 17 individuals are too many. If it were 3 or 4, we might manage a rescue. As the only one who had observed the cave, Mizuki Kamikaze was acutely aware of the sheer number of hostages, thus rendering the situation impractical. But must we abandon those 17? They are innocent. They have done nothing wrong. While I recognize that the ninja profession is not inherently heroic, is it not the duty of those with strength to protect the defenseless? Mizuki Kamikaze regarded Shinshu with skepticism. Are you not merely fabricating this? Did you truly pay attention in ninja school? When did our teachers instruct us on these matters? Shinshu, my grandfather taught me. As far as I know, when the first Hokage passed away, you were not even born yet. Shinshu, very well. Let me think this through. However, I must state that if our lives are truly threatened, I will resolutely abandon the 17 hostages. Naturally, Commander, get lost. Go and check the equipment. Understood. Shallow Blue Commander produced the schematics drawn up after Mizuki Kamikaze's return, outlining the cave's general layout and personnel deployment. Mizuki Kamikaze thought to himself that Shallow Blue Commander was not like this hot-headed fool. Are you truly prepared to rescue those hostages? Do you not wish to save them? The rhetorical question left Mizuki Kamikaze momentarily speechless. Wasn't he that obvious? Of course, I want to save them. The affairs of ninjas have no bearing on civilians. And the teachings of my family and the will of fire have always impressed upon us the need to protect the weak. However, these 17 individuals are not from Konohagakure. And Mizuki Kamikaze felt a twinge of exclusivity. Yet, at this age, filled with conflict, the dilemma of whether to save or not weighed heavily on his mind. Do I want to save them? Just one question. Yes. Mizuki Kamikaze voiced his most genuine thoughts, and upon doing so, felt a significant sense of relief. Then that settles it. While this mission is ostensibly to eliminate bandits, I sense that Orochimaru has concealed much from us, not disclosing the true nature of the mission. This is not merely a test. The village chief who requested this task must be aware that villagers have been captured. Thus, under any circumstances, the mission must be completed, meaning these 17 individuals must be saved. This presents the most formidable challenge. How to rescue these 17 while ensuring our own safety. Do you have a plan? Observing Shallow Blue Commander as he scribbled and erased on the schematics, then chewed on his pen. I have a preliminary plan, but the timing is not yet right. Are you waiting for them to fall asleep? Precisely. The late hours of the night present the optimal time for executing our mission. Kamikaze, have you ever killed someone? I mean, truly taken a life. Shallow Blue Commander suddenly lifted his head, gazing intently at Mizuki Kamikaze, and inquired earnestly. Mizuki Kamikaze was unsure why Shallow Blue Commander posed such a question, but answered honestly. No, I have not. If you were to take a knife and slit a person's throat until they bled to death, could you maintain your composure? Ninjas are meant to kill. And Mizuki Kamikaze, having been raised in a ninja family, understood this well. He answered plainly, yet, upon witnessing the serious expression on Shallow Blue Commander's face, he fell into contemplation. Of course, I have never killed anyone. I do not know. This is precisely the crux of the matter. The psychological fortitude of the three of us is the most critical aspect of this mission. Should any oversight alert the enemy, not only would we fail to rescue the 17 hostages, but we may also find ourselves ensnared. It seems I have come across as overly cold. But I must maintain composure as the most mature among us. Shallow Blue Commander addressed Shinshu. I know you're listening. I did not speak quietly. We have 4 hours remaining until the late night, 4 hours for preparation and mental adjustment. If we fail to stabilize our minds, the entire plan may collapse. This admonition was not only directed at the two before him, but also served as a reminder to himself, regardless of his past or present. Shallow Blue Commander had never taken a life. He had only ever caught fish. The masked man they had previously subdued was merely knocked unconscious and sealed away to die naturally, which was starkly different from murder. Before long, Shinshu suddenly spoke. I understand. Yet, the other two could discern no emotion in his voice. Mizuki Kamikaze, indeed. Shallow Tsung, with a self-deprecating smile, mused that among the 3 individuals, his psychological tolerance was the least. For hours later, the trio stood poised at the mouth of the cave, ready for action. Chapter 45. Murder at the entrance of the cave. 2 guards stood watch, one on either side, with a worn-out machete in hand. I'm so tired. When will they wake up to switch shifts? One lamented. Just hang in there. We only have half an hour left. I'm also exhausted. We always have to guard the first half of the night. It's unbearable, especially since we have to work during the day, the other replied, rubbing his tear-filled eyes from fatigue and stifling a yawn. Yeah, let us endure it. Perhaps time will pass quickly, he added. Suddenly, glancing down, he noticed with alarm that his shadow seemed to grow larger, just as he intended to alert his companion. He turned back to witness a scene that filled him with dread. His partner had been silenced, a hand clamped over his mouth. Unable to utter a sound, but before he could finish, another hand swiftly emerged from behind, covering his mouth as well. The two struggled for a moment before falling silent. The 3 assailants had applied a tranquilizer to their hands prior to their actions. The effect's immediate. The assailants, Moonlight Godwind and Shinshu, slowly released their grip, leaving the guards slumped on the ground. For a brief moment, they stared at the fallen figures. And Shinshu, in a moment of confusion, asked a rather nonsensical question. What now? Despite his preparations, anxiety gripped Shinsong Zongxi as he drew a kunai and approached the incapacitated guards. What now? We need to finish them off, of course, he said lightly. Though his hesitation revealed his inner turmoil. Moonlight Godwind and Shinshu exchanged knowing glances, both withdrawing kunai as well. Should we strike the heart or the neck? A swift death requires either a direct blow to the heart or a decisive cut to the throat. To err on the side of caution, Shinsong Zongxi suggested, let us go for the throat. What if the heart is on the other side? Then 1T blood spray everywhere. We'll have to see blood eventually. There's no avoiding it. Prepare yourself. Observing Shinshu's trembling hand, he too felt a surge of anxiety, yet he had to reassure them, sighing. What a cursed world this is. Let us do it. With precision, Shinsong Zongxi took aim and struck, the blade slicing through the throat in an instant. resulting in a torrent of blood. He forced himself to keep his eyes open, refusing to turn away as the blood splattered across his face and clothes, filling the air with the metallic scent of iron. The stench was nauseating, and a wave of involuntary retching threatened to overtake him. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten much, and he managed to suppress the urge to vomit. Gradually rising, he dragged the bodies into the shadows, swiftly collecting the guards' equipment and concealing any trace of their struggle. Moonlight Godwind and Shunshu, recognizing the need for urgency, understood there was no time to waste. Moonlight Godwind closed his eyes and struck with precision, feeling the warm, wet sensation on his hands, realizing it was blood. Shunshu murmured to himself, "I cannot fall behind," and followed suit. The guards, damn it. They executed the same methodical approach. Shinsong Zongxi formed hand seals, summoning 2 shadow clones, shadow clone jutsu. He then transformed into the very likeness of the 2 guards. With everything in place, he signaled to Godwind. Godwind nodded, striving to clear his mind of the earlier events, focusing instead, "Let us go." Gradually, his form began to fade. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Shinshu inquired, "And what about us?" "Of course, we'll use the transformation technique as well. Just a little disguise," Shinsong Zongxi replied, morphing into a frog. Observing this, Shinshu also transformed into a frog, and together, they hopped into the cave. Meanwhile, Moonlight Godwind's priority was to locate the keys to the prison cells and rescue the hostages. Shinsong Zongxi and Shunshu were not idle either, while in their frog forms. They sprinkled tranquilizer powder on each slumbering individual, one after another, diminishing their combat capabilities for a more manageable capture later. As Shinsong Zongxi and Shunshu methodically administered the tranquilizer, Moonlight Godwind stealthily infiltrated the guard room deep within the cave, utilizing the body flicker technique. He held his breath, eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk, finally spotting the keyring he had seen previously resting on a dilapidated wooden table, glimmering faintly in the dim candlelight. Just as he reached for the keys, footsteps echoed from outside. He quickly concealed himself beneath the table. Though his form was hidden from view, he remained cautious. 2 patrolling guards entered, one muttering, "Lately, this place feels eerie. I can't tell if it's just my imagination." The other scoffed, "Don't scare yourself. Once the shift changes before he could finish." Several shurikens suddenly materialized, striking precisely into the foreheads and necks of the 2 guards. They had no time to react before losing consciousness. The shurikens had been thrown by Moonlight Godwind. With little time to spare and unable to maintain his invisibility for long, he opted for a swift resolution. Fortunately, the shurikens had struck with such force that blood had yet to spurt as they crumpled to the ground. Moonlight Godwind seized the keys from the table and hurried towards the dungeon. Meanwhile, Shinsong Zongxi and Shinshu completed the application of the tranquilizer. The cave now resonating with the sounds of deep sleep, ensuring the captives were thoroughly sedated. Seeing that all were asleep, the 2 frogs reverted to their human forms, drawing their weapons in preparation for any unforeseen events, and proceeded toward the leader's chamber. Arriving at the entrance to the prison, they encountered the 2 strongest guards stationed there, both of whom possessed considerable skill. Internally groaning, Shinsong Zongxi thought, "What a hassle." The guards likewise complained. "Isn't it time for a shift change? Where are those 2? They must be drinking and sleeping. It's infuriating. It's all your fault for losing at rock, paper, scissors. You let them drink. How can that be my fault? You also played, didn't you? We, who are new to this, can't compete with seasoned gamblers. If it weren't for the boss forbidding me from taking action, I'd have unleashed a jutsu on them long ago. They strut around like they own the place. If you unleashed a jutsu, who would do our work? I don't want to be stuck doing the dirty work. It's better to guard the prison than to risk my life. Those ordinary folks can't compare to our ninja status. Although we usually fight mere mortals, there is still a chance of injury. Their lives aren't worth much. If they die, so be it." Moonlight Godwind thought, "What a disgrace. Although they aren't the finest individuals, it is true that birds of a feather flock together." Chapter 46. A tense standoff. Moonlight Shinkeis quietly observed the scene before him. The hostages were right in front of him, yet the 2 individuals blocking his path were both Nin, leaving him momentarily at a loss for action. What should he do? In his current state, Moonlight Shinkeis could easily eliminate one without anyone noticing. However, the other would surely raise an alarm, complicating any subsequent actions. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his palm. It was the talisman that Asaka Tisuk had previously given him. If it was warm, it indicated that the situation had been successfully handled, and all those present had been rendered unconscious by the drug. Perhaps it is time to take a risk. Taking a deep breath, Moonlight Shinkeis pushed the technique of phasing to its utmost, blending seamlessly with the darkness, rendering his presence nearly undetectable. This was the limit of what Moonlight Shinkeis could achieve at this stage. It consumed a considerable amount of chakra, necessitating swift action. He moved like a wraith, circling behind the nearest Nin, and without hesitation, thrust a kunai towards the back of his head. The Nin's pupils constricted, and before he could utter a sound, he crumpled to the ground. As Moonlight Shinkeis withdrew the kunai, the force of his strike caused brain matter to splatter across his face. Panic briefly washed over him. But there was no time to dwell on it. The other nin had already become alert, hurling a kunai in his direction while simultaneously forming hand seals to unleash a jutsu. At that moment, Moonlight Shinkei's and Appo's focus was razor-sharp. He dodged the kunai while also noting the position of the second nin. With his location now exposed, he decided against further use of phasing, as it drained far too much chakra and maintaining it would exhaust both his mental and physical faculties. It was better to reveal himself and engage in direct combat. He drew his long blade from his back, advancing towards the nin. The latter had already formed hand seals, preparing to execute a Doton technique. However, Moonlight Shinkei's was not going to allow him the luxury of casting the jutsu, as behind him lay the prison, housing the hostages. Should the jutsu be unleashed, all his efforts to save them would be in vain. Moonlight Shinkei's lunged forward with his blade, leaving the nin with no choice but to abandon his jutsu. Had he placed his hands on the ground as he intended, Moonlight Shinkei's and Appo's strike would have severed his head. This young man was surprisingly swift. Hey, judging by your attire, you must be a leaf ninja. What brings you here? The nin attempted to divert Moonlight Shinkei's attention with words. Yet, Moonlight Shinkei's remained silent, unleashing a rapid series of attacks instead. You brat. The nin retaliated, drawing his kunai as the two clashed. Moonlight Shinkei's and Appo's strikes were fierce, glinting with lethal intent, showcasing the blade techniques he had honed over many years. In this confined space, with such intense aggression, the nin had no opportunity to use ninjutsu and relied solely on his combat experience to parry and evade, deflecting Moonlight Shinkei's onslaught. The sound of clashing weapons echoed, sparks flying as steel met steel. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, the nin threw both his rusty kunai and shuriken at Moonlight Shinkei's. With a swift slash, Moonlight Shinkei shattered several projectiles and adeptly sidestepped the remaining shuriken. The nin silently lamented his impoverished state as a bandit. However, seizing the brief window of opportunity, he lunged forward, driving his knee into Moonlight Shinkei's abdomen. Shinkei's reacted quickly, crossing his arms to block the blow, but the force sent him staggering back, his back colliding heavily against the cave wall. The nin, being an adult and a nin at that, packed a considerable punch. The nin pressed his advantage, thrusting his kunai like a viper towards Moonlight Shinkei's throat, each strike aimed at vital points. This was a true life-and-death struggle, far removed from mere sparring. As he stared at the incoming kunai, Moonlight Shinkei's braced for impact, only to find salvation at the last moment as the moss on the wall allowed him to slide down swiftly. Recognizing this as an opportunity, he kicked towards the nin's calf. The nin winced in pain, unsteady on his feet, and knelt, allowing Moonlight Shinkei's to execute a swift roll that severed the tendons in his legs with precision. The nin felt a sudden loss of sensation in his legs, followed by intense pain, which elicited a loud cry. Ah! After severing the tendons, Moonlight Shinkei's performed a backward somersault, creating distance between them. The nin clutched his legs in agony, and Moonlight Shinkei seized the moment, leaping into the air, bringing his blade down towards the nin's head. With adrenaline pumping, he paid no mind to the gore. In a frantic state, the nin raised his kunai in defense, the blade and kunai clashing with a forceful impact. Moonlight Shinkei's gritted his teeth, his muscles straining as he pressed down, the blade inching closer to the nin's forehead. The nin's face flushed red, desperately struggling against the pressure, sweat trickling down their faces, splattering on the ground. Suddenly, Moonlight Shinkei's gaze sharpened. He freed one hand, delivering a powerful punch to the nin's face. The nin, caught off guard, was momentarily dazed, loosening his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Moonlight Shinkei's thrust his blade downwards, the sharp edge piercing through the nin's chest. The nin's eyes widened in disbelief as blood trickled from his lips, staring in shock at Moonlight Shinkei's before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Breathing heavily, Moonlight Shinkei's wiped the sweat from his brow and turned towards the hostages, hastily unlocking the prison door. The captives, pale and terrified, were reassured by him. Do not fear, I am here to rescue you. Stay close. Cautiously, Asaka T-Suk and SH-Ju peered through a narrow crack in the door of the leader's chamber, observing the situation within. Is he asleep? Indeed, it appeared so. The figure inside was a burly man with a scruffy beard. Could this be T-Buka Sanseki? At that moment, T-Buka Sanseki lay sprawled on his grand bed, snoring without a care, clutching a jade goblet that clearly held significant value, unwilling to release it even in slumber. Should we proceed? Adhering to a principle of utmost caution, Asaka T-Suk decided to first introduce a sleeping potion before making any aggressive moves, for the occupant was a nin, a formidable opponent. To err on the side of safety, he carefully retrieved a small bamboo tube filled with powdered sedative, positioning the opening towards the door crack and gently blowing. The fine powder drifted into the room like mist, slowly enveloping T-Buka Sanseki. SH-Ju held his breath, fixating on the room's interior, fearful of awakening the giant. Moments later, the snoring abruptly ceased, and the hand gripping the goblet fell limply. The jade cup clattered to the ground. Asaka T-Suk exchanged glances with SH-Ju. then quietly opened the door and stealthily entered the room. The air was thick with the pungent smell of alcohol, making them grimace. As Asaka Tsuki reached out to test Ibuka Sanseki and Amp, Appos, S breath, the giant and Amp, Appos, S eyes suddenly snapped open, bloodshot and fierce. Ha! You thought I was truly asleep? How dare you wreak havoc on my territory? It turned out that Ibuka Sanseki had been prepared all along, merely feigning slumber. With a swift motion, he swung his arm, a stone wrapped in cloth soaring towards the two intruders with deadly intent. Asaka Tsuki thought, this is perilous. Chapter 47. Fierce battle. Due to the earlier initiative taken by Asaka Tsuki to test the air with his presence, he found himself exceedingly close to Tohu Sanseki. Faced with the sudden onslaught of a mighty punch, swift and forceful, he was utterly caught off guard, leaving him with no recourse but to exclaim, damn. Internally, he lamented. My life is forfeit. However, at that critical moment, a fist unexpectedly emerged beside Asaka Tsuki, colliding forcefully with Tohu Sanseki and Appos' punch. Asaka Tsuki was momentarily astonished, but he quickly regained composure, retreating to a safe distance. Observing the clash of fists between Rope Tree and Tohu Sanseki, he exhaled a sigh of relief and uttered a simple, thank you. Heaven knows what had raced through his mind in that fleeting instant. He had contemplated everything, realizing that he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand that punch. Tohu Sanseki had employed the rock fist technique, encasing his fist in stone. It was anything but an ordinary punch. Should it land, his head would surely suffer grievous injury. Meanwhile, Rope Tree unleashed his full strength, engaging Tohu Sanseki and Appos' stone fist with his own formidable might. The ground shattered beneath them, erupting with a web of cracks. Amidst the flying debris, the struggle lasted but a moment. Rope Tree let out a muffled groan, sliding back several meters. Fortunately, Asaka Tsuki steadied him from behind, preventing him from losing his balance. Rope Tree glanced at his crimson fist, noticing the rocky fragments cascading from the back of his hand. Tohu Sanseki, however, remained steadfast, unmoved, save for a few superficial cracks appearing on the stone enveloping his fist. The disparity was glaring. Rope Tree and Appos' expression turned grave. His full-force punch had failed to budge his opponent even an inch, and his own hand bore the brunt of the impact. Although the back of his hand appeared merely slightly reddened, he alone knew that 2 of his finger bones were fractured. Yet, he gritted his teeth, resolutely clenching his fist to conceal any tremors. Revealing weakness might invite scrutiny from his enemy, and Asaka Tsuki would surely worry, for he did not wish to be a burden. Are you all right? Asaka Tsuki observed the subtle redness on Rope Tree and Appos' hand, sensing that something was amiss despite the absence of blood. Rope Tree shook his head. I and Appos am fine. Just a little pain. This guy and Appos' stone is quite hard. Is this what they call the rock fist? Seeing Rope Tree still in good spirits, Asaka Tsuki felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seems to be mixed with some form of nature transformation, he mused. Asaka Tsuki had attempted to encase his fist with rocky debris to enhance his attack power, but it proved exceedingly difficult, and he had yet to succeed. After all, mastering such a technique would signify control over the earth element and Appos' nature transformation. Observing Tohu Sanseki, Asaka Tsuki quickly discerned that this was a ninjutsu. As his opponent began forming seals once more, in the next instant, several stones on the ground began to clumsily envelop his fists. With his reinforced rock fist, Tohu Sanseki stomped the ground, sending a shower of debris into the air. Die, you pests! He shouted, as fragments of rock began to levitate around him, coalescing into sharp spikes that rained down upon Asaka Tsuki and Rope Tree. Scatter! Asaka Tsuki shouted. The 2 men darted in opposite directions, but the area was too expansive, and the debris too fine, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Asaka Tsuki and Appos' pupils constricted as he retreated, forming seals in haste. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth, roughly humanoid in size, erupted from the ground, just in time to shield Asaka Tsuki from the majority of the incoming spikes. The sound of rocks striking the wall echoed like a drumbeat. Yet, a few cunning spikes penetrated the wall's weak points, grazing his shoulder and tearing through his clothing, drawing forth droplets of blood. Damn it! On the other side, Rope Tree deftly rolled away from the frontal assault of the rock spikes, only to find a boulder the size of a grinding mill plummeting from above. He pivoted and leaped, channeling chakra into his uninjured fist, executing his mighty punch aimed at the center of the boulder. With a resounding explosion, the boulder shattered into numerous fragments, sending debris flying as Rope Tree propelled himself upward again. In midair, he twisted, adopting an inhuman posture, and delivered a fierce kick toward the splintered rock spikes. They shot forth like bullets towards Tohu Sanseki, who merely snorted in response. His body shimmered with a rocky armor that thickened instantaneously, deflecting the sharp debris as sparks flew from the impact. Before Rope Tree could land, Tohu Sanseki formed seals and slammed both palms onto the ground. Earth release, earthquake wave. The ground convulsed as if boiling, with menacing fissures spreading toward Rope Tree, upheaving stones to form a jagged rocky prison. Rope Tree spun mid-air, narrowly avoiding the chasms, only to see a massive rock sphere coalescing above him, accompanied by a howling wind as it descended. In a moment of peril, Asaka Tsuji charged from the side, his hand crackling with lightning chakra, striking the rock sphere with a tremendous blow. With a thunderous boom, the sphere exploded, and Asaka Tsuji seized Rope Tree and Amp, Appo's arm, propelling them both away on the shockwave. Phew, using Chidori for the first time is quite unrefined, he muttered. Lacking the Sharingan and having practiced only a few times with a simplified version that sacrificed much of its power and speed, he found his vision and reflexes struggling to keep pace. Yet, even so, this first real battle application felt clumsy. By sacrificing the distinctive chirp of Chidori, he slightly expanded its range, allowing for better defense against the cascading debris. Nevertheless, the pain was undeniable in his effort to clear the massive stone above Rope Tree. Asaka Tsuji had spent considerable time gathering chakra, leaving his hand feeling nearly numb. As a result, his right hand was now in a state of numbness, devoid of sensation, akin to the aftermath of sitting too long on a toilet. Only this discomfort persisted longer, amplifying the ache. The numbness in his right hand, coupled with the blood seeping from his shoulder, indicated that Asaka Tsuji was not in optimal condition. Rope Tree, too, was suffering, although he had evaded the larger stones. The smaller shards had still grazed his exposed skin, resulting in minor injuries that would likely scab over in mere moments. Asaka Tsuji spoke softly. So only Rope Tree could hear, your fingers are broken, Arin and Amp, Appo's, they? Rope Tree turned in shock to meet Asaka Tsuji and Amp, Appo's gaze, seemingly asking how he knew. We don't have time for that. My right hand is losing feeling too. This was Rope Tree's first encounter with such a potent lightning technique. But he had never witnessed it used by Orochimaru. Was that the lightning technique from earlier? Asaka Tsuji's right hand bore a slight electric current, his skin dry and wrinkled. If he exerted himself further, he feared it might char Chapter 48. Earth Clone. The situation was dire, with one hand incapacitated and the other similarly impaired. A ninja who has lost one hand finds it exceedingly challenging to perform hand seals. Not everyone possesses the skill to execute one-handed seals. And the concept of performing jutsu without seals is utterly preposterous. Here we are, mere genin, and we're expected to perform without seals? Although the esteemed Shinku possesses a powerful Rasengan that can be executed without seals, he is no fool. The true prowess lies in actually landing the attack. If it cannot be hit, then it is nothing more than empty bravado. You may think that ninja battles are merely contests of skill. But we are not mere stat monsters. These abilities only yield surprise attacks. If one were to confront them face to face, the opponent would undoubtedly gauge their strength. Even if unaware of their true power, they would dodge instinctively. Suddenly, Shinku murmured inexplicably, it is about to succeed. The nearby SHG was momentarily taken aback. What? What is about to succeed? In the next instant, the earth-clad T-Ka Sanshur shouted, what is happening? What have you done to me, you little brat? I cannot move. Upon witnessing the immobile T-Ka Sanshur, Shinku breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Finally succeeded. But when exactly did it happen? It was when he had gathered the debris around him. After using the earth flow wall to block an attack, Shinku, observing the scattered stones on the ground, predicted that his opponent would undoubtedly make use of them again. He thus inscribed seals upon many of the stones. However, the seal on a small fragment had little effect. Yet, if this adversary amassed enough debris, all the seals would activate, intertwining and supporting one another. After adjusting his breath, Shinku brandished a kunai. Let us take advantage of his weakness. Ju followed suit, also wielding a kunai. Yes. As Shinku's kunai pierced T-Ka Sanchi's throat, he anticipated a gushing spray of blood, but instead, the opponent's body transformed into pliable clay, and a tremendous suction ensnared his wrist. A chilling intent to kill surged from behind, causing Shinku's pupils to constrict. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, but the clay had gripped his wrist, rendering him unable to escape. A sharp rock spear shot towards his back. Ju, having witnessed the scene, executed a mini version of the painful sky leg, causing debris to scatter. Damn. It's an earth clone. Mean employing an information war against us mere genin. Shinku lamented, yet his hands desperately sought to extricate themselves from the clay. His earlier misjudgment had caught him off guard, particularly regarding the timing of the earth clone's deployment. Meanwhile, the real T-Ka Sanshur emerged from the ground, shrouded in a peculiar glow from his rocky armor, grinning at the two. What fools. Ninja battles are battles of information. To recklessly reveal all your cards without gathering intelligence is sheer folly. Shinku, attempting to buy time with his words, retorted. I never expected such a brutish appearance to possess such cunning intellect. The sharp-tongued youth, who had initially planned to torment him, now declared, you shall perish. Nanny. Shinku felt a heat radiating from his wrist. Could he have placed an explosive tag within the earth clone? Damn it. Shinku had not anticipated that he would be the first to perish from an explosive tag. Ju. Run. No. We shall stand together. You. Get away. Seeing Ju's resolute expression, he reluctantly retreated a distance, adhering to the principle of trusting his comrade. The left hand enveloped within the earth clone rapidly began to gather chakra, spinning and accelerating. Rasengan. In an instant, the Rasengan detonated within the earth clone, unleashing a violent gust that propelled debris in all directions. Shinku let out a grunt, swept away by the blast, crashing against the wall and spilling blood from his mouth. Yet, the intense exhilaration combined with adrenaline made him forget the pain. It worked. Tika Sanshur, momentarily stunned by Shinku and Amp, Appo's jutsu, soon sneered, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos. In swiftly formed hand seals, earth release, rock pillar prison. The ground erupted with dozens of sharp rock pillars, isolating Shinku and Ju. Anxiously, Ju attempted to rush towards Shinku, only to find Tika Sanshur appearing before him like a specter, his rocky fist crashing down. In a panic, Ju raised his arm to block. The tremendous impact left his hands numb, sending him crashing backward. Meanwhile, Shinku struggled to rise, his garments tattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wiping his mouth, his resolve grew stronger. Observing the rising rock pillars, Shinku began to gather lightning chakra in his left hand, preparing to unleash another Chidori. However, after this release, he feared he would collapse, as all his chakra had concentrated in his left hand. Combined with his waning stamina and injuries, this final Chidori would undoubtedly leave him unconscious. It's all up to you now. To divert Tika Sanshur's attention, Shinku shouted. Lightning release, Chidori. Simultaneously amplifying the sound of the chirping, possessing a penetrating quality, the lightning chakra stimulated his cells, enhancing their activity and increasing his speed. Yet, Shinku's reflexes and vision could not keep pace. Nonetheless, he could not afford to dwell on that now. Lightning release counters earth release. And with a sweep of his left hand, several rock pillars crumbled to dust. Spotting Tika Sanshur's approximate location, Shinku charged forward. So swift, and such penetrating power. I must not allow this strike to connect. Tika Sanshur observed the rock pillars shatter upon mere contact, realizing that should this technique land, it would be excruciating, if not fatal. Simultaneously, Shinku and Amp, Appo's speed was remarkable. Tika Sanshur and Amp, Appo's time to unleash a jutsu was insufficient to evade. Just as he prepared to dodge, Ju, who had fallen earlier, suddenly lunged forward, executing a slide tackle, wrapping his arms and legs around Tika Sanshur's thigh. Internally, Tika Sanshur cursed his misfortune as he struck Ju's head with a fist, the impact shattering the stone. Had it not been for Ju's tough exterior, his brains would surely have splattered. Let go. Most importantly, this kid is too strong to shake off. Though it was a clone, creating an earth clone demanded considerable chakra. Not to mention releasing jutsu and condensing the rocky armor. Consequently, Tika Sanshur and Amp, Appo's own armor was significantly depleted, covering only his upper body. I'll never let go. Tika Sanshur snarled, then I shall kill you first. But as he raised his left arm, he found himself unable to move. What is happening? Heh. Unbeknownst to him, Ju had affixed numerous sealing tags to his feet. These were provided by Shinku during a previous mission, and little did he know they would come in handy. As Shinku approached, witnessing this scene, he could not help but commend Ju and Amp, Appo's tactical acumen. Well done. No, I cannot die. Tika Sanshur, eyeing the advancing Chidori, struggled to control his arms, managing to shift slightly. It appeared that simple sealing tags could not entirely restrain Nin, but restricting his movements was sufficient. With stone arms shielding his head and throat, encased in rocky armor, he hoped it would withstand the onslaught. Chapter 49, 1,000 Birds. A critical hit. With danger looming so near, the three individuals felt an undeniable tension. Just as Asaka Tsuji was about to close in, he exerted himself to bend his knees. Shinju, lie down. In a near-instinctive response, as soon as the words left Asaka and Amp, Appo's lips, Shinju released his hold and naturally lay down, simultaneously wrapping his legs around the feet of Tsuji Mitsushi, his head resting against the ground. A flicker of curiosity crossed his mind. Why was he being instructed to lie down? Then, Shinju witnessed a scene that would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Asaka's left hand unleashed a flurry of 1,000 birds that pierced through Tsuji Mitsushi. Thud. There was no resistance, merely the sound of flesh being pierced. Almost immediately, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig reverberated throughout the cavern. At that moment, Tsukikage Kamikaze, who was fleeing with hostages, also heard the chilling cry and raised his hand to signal those following him to pause. Hold on. That voice. It seems familiar. They should be fine, right? Despite his concern, his immediate priority was to escort the hostages to safety, thus allowing him to return swiftly to provide support. Yet, one scream was insufficient. A second cry erupted as Asaka withdrew his left hand. With a thud, Asaka collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. What are you waiting for? Finish him off. Asaka had initially aimed his attack at Tsuji and Amp, Appo's waist, as his upper body was encased in stone armor. To be cautious, he intended to strike at the exposed areas. However, perhaps due to Tsuji's favorable physique, with a longer lower body, Asaka struck true, landing a critical blow that delivered 100% of the pain. At that moment, Shinju was still processing the events, as the piercing had occurred directly beneath him. It wasn't until a foul, viscous liquid dripped onto his forehead that he snapped back to reality, gazing at Tsuji Mitsushi, who lay on the ground clutching his groin, nearly faint from the agony. Let me give you a swift end. And no. Suji attempted to plead for his life. But the excruciating pain had rendered him unable to articulate a coherent thought, even to gather his chakra to staunch the bleeding. The agony was unbearable. Only a man could truly comprehend such suffering. Thud. Shinju's hand struck down with precision, the kunai severing Suji's throat, granting him a merciful end. Suji, though a seasoned jonin, blinked a few final times, his body convulsing, before he succumbed to death. The nauseating odor filled the air, prompting Shinju to wipe his face. Wondering if the foulness originated from Suji and Appo's lower regions. What is that? It stinks. Just then, Asaka, still sprawled on the ground, called out, "Come help me up." Shinju approached. "Suji, please promise you one and Appo's to that move on me in the future." The memory of the earlier scene sent a shiver down his spine. Asaka struggled to sit up but was weakened from the fierce battle, his complexion pale. "Stop your rambling. If it weren't for Suji being entirely encased in stone, I wouldn't have." The thought of that moment made Asaka feel nauseous. His left hand was stained, and though it was covered in blood, an odd, foul smell lingered that was distinct from the metallic scent of blood. Before he could finish his sentence, Asaka erupted into a violent cough. Blood seeping through his fingers and staining his clothing, clearly indicating internal injuries. Shinju swiftly helped him up and retrieved a pill from his pocket. "Quick, take this. I wonder how Kamikaze is faring. It's been silent for too long." Asaka swallowed the pill, feeling a warm sensation spreading through his stomach, gradually reaching his limbs. Soon, the tightness in his chest eased, and he was no longer coughing up blood. The potency of the medicine was remarkable. No news is the best news. "Can't you learn some medical ninjutsu from your sister? At this rate, we can't even move." Earlier, Shinju had barely managed to support Asaka. But now he found himself too fatigued to continue. He plopped down onto the ground, swallowing a military food pill to slowly replenish his chakra while regulating his breathing. "Perhaps we should rest for a moment." Asaka could no longer stand upright, both mentally and physically exhausted. If they didn't regain their strength, any attempt to assist would only hinder their allies. Agreed. He, too, sank down onto the ground. For a time, silence enveloped them. Thoughts of killing or mercy were overshadowed by their immediate need to recover energy and spirit before assisting others. Outside, Tsukakage Kamikaze had successfully led the hostages past a series of sleeping bandits and reached the cave entrance. Observing the group of elderly, women, and children, he felt a sense of relief, as the area had been previously surveyed, revealing no additional enemies. Does anyone know the way back? Among them, a small boy, half Kamikaze's height, stepped forward, raising his hand. "I know the way." This little boy was the most alert and resilient among the group. While the others appeared dazed and terrified, their eyes vacant. Many did not respond to Kamikaze's earlier inquiries. "Very well, you shall lead us. Trust me." Kamikaze was eager to reunite with his companions and deal with the sleeping bandits. "All right, I believe in you." He watched as the boy took the lead, brandishing a stick like a little hero, proclaiming, "Follow me. I'll protect you. When I grow up, I want to be like that ninja brother." Kamikaze chuckled softly, "Ha." He then turned back towards the cave. After taking a few steps, he arrived at the leader's chamber. As he entered, the door swung open slightly, and Kamikaze, intending to use his intangibility technique, caught sight of Asaka and Shinju resting on the ground with their eyes closed. He pushed the door open wider. "Are you both all right?" Asaka, alerted by the sound, instinctively tensed, but upon recognizing Kamikaze, he sighed in relief. "We're fine. Just need a moment to recover." "What about you?" "No major issues, just a few injuries." Observing Kamikaze's pale complexion, which usually appeared as such, it seemed even more pronounced at that moment. "You should recover as well. Take some medicine." Kamikaze nodded in agreement, not wishing to be overly dramatic. "Okay." Chapter 50. The annihilation of mountain bandits. The taste of these military food pills is truly unpalatable. Moonlight Shinfeng chewed the pills in his mouth, noting their bitter and astringent flavor. Although he had consumed them before, this time they were particularly unappetizing. They were made by the rope tree family, presumably a special formulation. And the effect should be more potent, as the old adage suggests that bitter medicine is often the most effective. Shallowed Song Zongxi could only comfort himself with this thought. Why not just swallow them whole? I have never been one to chew, as the bitterness is overwhelming. How would you know how bitter they are if you don and Appo's tea chew? They don't have much taste when merely inhaled, he mused, holding the pills in his mouth for a moment before swallowing. After a brief 5-minute respite, the three individuals rose from the ground. Though they had not fully recovered, the outside world was filled with ordinary people who had succumbed to a narcotic. As long as they swiftly plunged their concealed weapons and withdrew them in a repetitive motion, they could manage. However, the closer they approached the moment of action, the more their minds raced with thoughts, especially in the absence of immediate danger. Stepping outside, they beheld the mountain bandits in deep slumber. Each one was a burly figure sprawled without grace upon the ground, some murmuring in their dreams, others snoring, while a few clutched their weapons even in their sleep. Rope Tree retrieved an explosive talisman from his pocket, contemplating whether to grant them a swift end. Given the geographical layout, we cannot employ too many explosive talismans here, or we risk a collapse, Moonlight Shinfeng cautioned. Come now, we've killed before, we were prepared for this. Besides, these are not virtuous souls. Their hands are stained with the blood of others. Our objective is to achieve maximum benefit with minimal effort and equipment. Surely, explosive talismans aren't free. Each one bears a significant cost, Shallow Tsongzongsi thought, reluctant to expend them so readily. Even though his family was not financially strained, he could not afford to squander resources, especially when the tools of their trade were not inexpensive, particularly with the practice of sealing techniques. There would be even more costly endeavors ahead. Drawing a kunai, Shallow Tsongzongsi approached the nearest sleeping bandit. I shall go first. With swift precision. He struck without a moment and Appos' hesitation, causing blood to spray across his face. Damn it, I shouldn't Appos' have tried to show off, he thought. But to set a good example for his companions, he steeled himself against the nausea rising within and approached the next target. This scene evoked admiration in the eyes of his companions, who exchanged glances before one brandished a knife and the other a kunai, heading towards the remaining slumbering bandits. The sound of blades cutting through the air echoed throughout the cave, enveloped in an unsettling silence. For this was the grim reality of murder, an act committed with steel. Not words, and the emotional toll was difficult to digest. As the final body fell limply to the ground, Shallow Tsongzongsi's kunai was drenched in crimson. Even the blood that splattered across his face had dried. He had lost count of his victims. By the second, his reactions had become instinctual. Staggering against the cave wall, he felt the acidic churn in his stomach threatening to erupt, yet he swallowed it back upon glimpsing the wounds on Moonlight Shinfeng and Rope Tree. The former, with a blade in hand, supported the latter, whose sleeves were soaked with blood, due to a fractured arm. Rope Tree had been forced to wield his weapon with one hand, and fatigue was beginning to take its toll. Though swaying, the trio instinctively straightened their backs. Youthful stubbornness compelled them to conceal their vulnerabilities before one another. Once outside the cave, they simultaneously declared their intentions. I need to use the restroom. I must wash my face. I'm going to clean my hands. Rope Tree dashed behind a tree, clutching its trunk as he began to heave violently. Ugh! As Moonlight Shinfeng retrieved his water flask, intending to quench his thirst before washing his hands. The moment the water touched his tongue, his eyes widened, and his stomach began to churn violently, expelling everything within. Observing his companions in their retching state, Shallow Tsongzongsi could not help but shake his head. Look at you too. Ugh. Upon catching a whiff of the scent on his own face, he too succumbed to nausea and collapsed onto the ground, heaving. Meanwhile, a shadow approached Orochimaru. Witnessing the trio and Appos' distress, he found himself at a loss for words. While assessing their remaining chakra reserves, it appeared they had little left to perform ninjutsu, leaving him no choice but to intervene. Very well, I'll take care of the bodies. Gazing at the corpses within the cave's entrance, Orochimaru spoke coldly. In future missions, when faced with numerous adversaries, do not leave the slain scattered haphazardly. Stack all the bodies together and incinerate them. Otherwise, a plague may arise. Utilizing his technique, Orochimaru summoned serpents from his sleeves, each slithering towards a body and wrapping around it, gathering them into a pile. Beholding this small mountain of corpses, Orochimaru formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A roaring inferno erupted, casting an eerie glow upon his pale visage. The bodies twisted and charred in the flames, fat sizzling and crackling as they dripped into the fire, filling the air with a noxious blend of burnt flesh and blood. The acrid stench overwhelmed Shallow Tsongzongsi, compelling him to retreat several paces. Remember, concealing traces is as crucial as completing the mission, Orochimaru declared, retracting his hands as the serpents receded like a tide. He glanced at the trio. Their garments stained with blood, particularly noting Shallow Tsongzongsi, whose face bore the marks of his first kill. It was clear they lacked experience. Orochimaru regarded them with his calm, serpentine eyes, imparting wisdom without concern for their emotional turmoil at having taken a life. In future missions or battles, if you find yourselves outnumbered, ensure to clean up the bodies or seal them for transport. If the enemy discovers your fallen comrades, they may trace your whereabouts, leading to mission failure or your demise. In cases of overwhelming odds, I suggest retreat. Having imparted his guidance, Orochimaru turned to leave, gesturing for the three to follow. Let us go. Moonlight Shinfeng remarked. Orochimaru's sensei is remarkably composed. Rope Tree added, I assumed Orochimaru was merely cold in expression, but his demeanor is quite frigid. Nonetheless, during our time together, I shall surely convey my warmth as his disciple. Among the trio, Shallow Tsongzongsi had spent the most time with Orochimaru, both due to familiarity from the original narrative and a desire for knowledge. He found himself in agreement with Orochimaru and Appos' perspectives on the ninja and Appos' profession. Hesitance in the face of killing would only hinder future engagements in warfare. Yet, he recognized that such reactions were inevitable during one and Appos' first kill, and he resolved to rest thoroughly for 10 days to half a month upon their return. Chapter 51. Returning to the village at long last, they had returned. The pace of their return was markedly slower than that of their departure. Along the way, they had to tend to their injuries and regain their strength. The most challenging aspect was keeping up with Orochimaru under such circumstances. Several times, Shanchao Zongxi and his companions felt as though they might be sick from exhaustion. Yet Orochimaru did not pause. He deliberately moderated his speed, ensuring that they were pushed to the brink of nausea without losing consciousness. Upon reaching the village gates, although the two guards recognized Orochimaru, the necessary procedures could not be overlooked. They required the exit documents. Please hold on a moment. One of the guards instructed as he examined the seals on the documents and found everything in order. Welcome back to the village. Without further ado, Orochimaru strode towards the village, raising a hand to signal the three trailing behind him to follow. Initially, the guards had not noticed the three. But as they emerged from the woods, supporting one another, their expressions were one of incredulity. The guards stared, wide-eyed, at the trio, whose faces were pale, steps unsteady, and clothing tattered, resembling beggars. Each bore stains of blood and sweat, and it was evident even from a distance that the stench emanating from their dirty toenails was unbearable. The guards instinctively covered their noses. Sensing their disdain, Shinshu managed a pained smile as he croaked, "Uncle, please don't look at us like that." If there had been a hole in the ground, he would have undoubtedly crawled into it without hesitation. In contrast to the elder guard, the younger ninja suppressed his revulsion, gulping hard as he stepped forward to assist. However, Shanchao Zongxi waved him off. "No need. Let us catch our breath. And could you kindly bring us some water?" The three of them leaned against the village wall, slowly sliding to the ground. Their chests heaved violently, sweat saturated their clothes, clinging to their bodies in a disheveled state. Their parched lips were cracked, and while the filth and stench were considerable, they had grown numb to it as time passed. At that moment, Orochimaru, having taken a few steps forward, halted and turned to glance at the three collapsed figures. A faint, enigmatic smile played at the corners of his mouth, his gaze suggesting a mixture of pride and other unspoken sentiments. He then leisurely remarked, "Once you've rested enough, let us return. I will handle the task submission." Without waiting for their response, he resumed his path. Shanchao Zongxi clenched his teeth, trembling as he pushed himself up from the ground, the veins on his forehead bulging as he posed a particularly critical question. How should we handle the distribution of the task rewards?" The other two exchanged glances before turning to look at Orochimaru and Appos' back. "It's all yours to divide among yourselves. After all, I did not contribute much," he replied nonchalantly. "Oh joy! Ouch, that hurts!" Shinshu exclaimed as he attempted to celebrate, only to be jolted back to reality by the pain in his hand. Shanchao Zongxi sighed in relief. "Having money is all that matters," he added. The three continued their respite against the village wall. It was not that they wished to remain idle. The entrance was frequented by returning teams or those setting out on missions, and each time a squad passed by, they would cover their noses and cast the trio incredulous glances. Initially embarrassed, they eventually adopted a nonchalant attitude, thinking, "It's fine, I just need to recover. No one is leaving until I'm ready." As they sipped the water offered by the elder ninja and nibbled on rice balls, Shinshu felt as though he was tasting the most exquisite food in the world. Shanchao Zongxi and Ugetsu Kamikaze remained silent, merely focusing on devouring their rice balls. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the air above. "Hey, Zongxi, Shinshu, Kamikaze?" The three, momentarily startled, looked up. It was none other than Minato Namikaze, who had just returned from a mission. Observing their disheveled state, he gently inquired about their well-being, asking if they were injured and how the mission had gone. In that moment, his tender words, coupled with the warm sunlight and the worried expression on his face, made him shine like a sun illuminating the trio. Shanchao Zongxi wiped the crumbs from the corners of his mouth and forced a bitter smile. "Minato, let us not go there. It's a tale filled with tears." Shinshu took a large gulp of water, swallowing the rice ball before eagerly interjecting, "We accompanied Orochimaru on a mission, and the journey back was utterly torturous." Ugetsu Kamikaze silently pointed to his raw, blistered toes, along with the dark mud and bits of grass lodged within, emanating a foul odor. Had he not known it was his own foot, he might have considered severing it. Minato knelt beside them, his gaze sweeping over their exhausted faces and visibly injured bodies, filled with concern. "Don't rush. Take your time explaining. If you're injured, you must head to the medical department immediately. It was just nonstop travel. We hardly had a moment to rest." Shinshu and Appos' voice carried a tone of grievance. "Orochimaru kept pushing us, and he acted as if nothing were amiss." Shanchao Zongxi patted Shinshu's shoulder, signaling him to refrain from excessive complaints, for standing behind Minato was another figure, a tall man with long white hair, Jiraiya. "Jiraiya. Feel free to laugh, but don't strain yourself," he jested. "Ha ha ha. I never imagined you'd end up like this, and Shinshu. You should have proposed to join me back then. Look how poorly Orochimaru cares for children," Jiraiya remarked, contrasting the current state of Shanchao Zongxi with his previously spirited demeanor when battling formidable foes. He then glanced at Shinshu, teasing, "See? This is what happens when you don't choose me." Ignoring Jiraiya, Shanchao Zongxi turned to Shinshu and smirked. "Humph, I'm going to tell my sister." Upon hearing the word complain, Jiraiya immediately panicked, squatting beside Shinshu and fervently explaining, No, I'm just concerned about you." Shanchao Zongxi returned his attention to Minato and Appos' caring gaze, observing the attire and demeanor of Minato and his two companions. Beyond their tired expressions, they bore no signs of tattered clothing or blood, appearing more like travelers on a leisurely outing rather than mission participants. "If you weren't disheveled and weary, At the very least, you should carry a bit of dirt. Shan Chao Zongxi expressed his bewilderment. Minato, was your mission a C rank? Indeed, came the reply. Chapter 52. Homecoming. Did you kill anyone? Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato and Appo's expression darkened slightly. He remained silent, merely nodding. Clearly, it was his first experience with taking a life, and it stirred a wave of emotions within him. Aoi SG, on the other hand, had grown indifferent to the matter of killing. Why should they all be subjected to the same C-rank mission? Even if Aoi had encountered an elite shinobi like Tasaka Mitsushi, the circumstances deviated from expectations. However, he questioned, then why is there not a speck of dirt or blood on you? Oh, about that. We conducted our mission in the land of hot water, and afterwards, Jiraiya-sensei took us to soak in a hot spring. Aoi felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him, a dark cloud instantly enveloping his heart. The same words reached the ears of the pouting SHJ and the distracted Tsukiyakari Kamikaze, who was preoccupied with his own feat. The three fell silent for a moment before SHJ erupted. Why? Tsukiyakari sighed. Sigh. Aoi exclaimed. Why? Yet. Their gazes were not directed at Minato, but rather fixated on Jiraiya. Why did he feel the need to treat the mission so differently? Unable to endure the intensity of their stares any longer, Jiraiya cleared his throat. Ahem, let us go submit the mission report. It seemed that if he lingered any longer, the three might consume him with their glares. Orochimaru, oh Orochimaru, how could you act this way? I do not wish for you to treat them as I do. Yet you cannot torment them like this either. Determined to escape this realm of strife, Jiraiya thought, jealousy drives one to madness. If he stayed, he feared the trio would mutate, possibly even consume him. All right, here's a local delicacy I brought back from the land of hot water. If you're hungry, have this for now. With a sense of urgency to meet the Hokage, the task submission could not be delayed. However, seeing the forlorn expressions of the trio, Minato swiftly retrieved an exquisitely packaged dessert box from his bag and placed it before them. Let us meet at the barbecue restaurant tonight, the same one as before. Jiraiya-sensei said we have dinner there. Initially taken aback, Aoi and the others experienced a transformation akin to that of a master of disguise. Upon seeing the dessert box, their eyes sparkled with emotion, then shifted to a foolish greed as they imagined the delectable treats inside. Finally, upon hearing Minato mention that Jiraiya would treat them to dinner, their expressions changed once more, their eyes seemingly declaring, tonight, we shall not let you leave empty-handed. I shall not be Aoi SG. I shall not be Senju SHJ. I shall not be Tsukiyakari Kamikaze. Thank you, Minato. No problem. I'll head off with Jiraiya-sensei to submit the mission. Take your time on the way. Sure. Once Jiraiya and his team of 4 departed, the remaining trio exchanged glances. Let us split it 3 ways. Or take it to the barbecue restaurant. Let us take it to the barbecue restaurant. Good things are meant to be shared. After all, Minato isn't exactly wealthy. He might have advanced this mission as reward to buy it. I agree, it would be a shame if Minato didn't get to enjoy it. Always suggested. I'll hold on to it for now and bring it with us later. For now, we need to head home, take a shower, and rest. We mustn't overindulge. As tonight, I understand. Enduring the stares that resembled those directed at beggars, OASG made his way home. Upon arrival, his mother almost mistook him for a vagrant and handed him some money. It was only when Aoi spoke that she recognized him. His mother wrinkled her nose in disdain. Did you go out on a mission to scavenge? Why do you smell so terrible? You're not hurt, are you? Despite the foul odor. She still looked at her son with concern, checking for injuries, as the bloodstains were unmistakable. Aoi tugged at the hem of his clothes. The grime mixed with sweat had congealed into clumps, exuding a sour stench, while the bloodstains had darkened. Mom, this mission, it's complicated. He tiptoed into the house, careful not to bump the doorframe. I'm fine, just exhausted. His mother frowned and followed him, chiding, You say you're fine? Look at you. You resemble someone who just crawled out of a mud pit. She hurried to the cupboard, retrieving clean clothes. Then rushed to the bathroom to run hot water, all the while reminding him to wash up, change out of his filthy clothes, and make sure to clean thoroughly, lest he lose his appetite at dinner. As Aoi was about to head to the bathroom, his mother suddenly pulled him back, scrutinizing the wound on his arm. Her expression turned sorrowful. What happened? You said you weren't hurt? Before Aoi could respond, his mother dashed to fetch the medical kit and sat down. I'll take care of your wound. It's just a minor injury. I can manage it myself. Aoi's words were cut short by a stern glare from his mother, prompting him to sit obediently. While she disinfected his wound, she murmured softly. I've told you countless times not to become a ninja. Your father and I are ordinary people. We can't offer you any assistance. Just live a peaceful life. Yet you insist on becoming a ninja. Look at what your missions have done to you. You don't even know how to take care of yourself. After removing his shirt, more wounds came into view, causing her heart to ache. Nonetheless, she silently applied the ointment. Watching his mother, who quipped while delicately tending to his injuries, Aoi felt a warmth spread through him, alleviating some of the weariness from the mission. After she finished dressing his wounds, Aoi soaked in the hot water, feeling his muscles and bones unwind, listening to the sounds of his mother tidying up the floor and doing laundry. Interspersed with her occasional complaints, he couldn't help but smile. Perhaps no matter how dire his circumstances outside, returning home always meant someone would be there, caring for him and leaving a light on for him, a warmth his past self could never have comprehended. Aoi called out from the bathroom, "By the way, Mom, don't prepare dinner for me. My team is going out for a meal." Upon hearing her son's voice, his mother immediately replied, "Got it. Don't soak too long. You might faint. I've changed your sheets. They're fresh. You've been gone for a week. And I didn't want them to smell. I'll let you use the new ones. Make sure to get some rest this afternoon." All right. After saying this, he indulged in a relaxing soak. The earlier rinse had washed away all unpleasant odors, and now the bath eased his fatigue. Delightful. After finishing his bath, he donned only his shorts, leaving his hair damp, and collapsed onto his bed, falling asleep instantly. Seeing her son already in a deep slumber, his mother approached, covering him with a blanket, closing the window, drawing the curtains, and gently wiping away the moisture from Aoi's hair. "You can't even cover yourself. Honestly." Finally, she tiptoed out of the room, quietly closing the door behind her. Chapter 53. New ideas. After an afternoon of slumber, Shalot-song Zongsi slowly opened his eyes, feeling a parching thirst that prompted an instinctive search for water. Turning to the small table beside him, he spotted a glass of water resting there. Extending his hand to touch it, he found it pleasantly warm. Just right. He lifted the glass and drank it down in one gulp, the soothing liquid coursing down his throat and instantly alleviating his discomfort. As he set the glass down, he noticed a note pressed beneath it, pinned in his mother's elegant handwriting. "If you awaken and go out, do not forget to lock the door. Place the key in its usual spot." His fingertips brushed the paper, and a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Sitting up, Shalot-song Zongsi caught sight of neatly folded clothes by the window, not only a clean set of pajamas but also a brand new ninja outfit, the fabric imbued with a faint scent of soap. After donning his pajamas and splashing cold water on his face, he felt instantly refreshed. A glance at the clock on the wall revealed that there remained an hour until the evening gathering. What to do with this hour? Shalot-song Zongsi retrieved a book, dedicating the time to study and reflection. Seated at his desk, he pulled out a notebook filled with notes taken during his regular studies of sealing techniques, along with some ideas for techniques. Flipping open to a new page, he recorded the strategies of the past week and the insights imparted by Orochimaru. The information was profound. Yet Shalot-song Zongsi was acutely aware that he could not guarantee he would not forget it later. Thus he sought to document it while his body and mind were still in a state of heightened receptivity. This would aid him in refining his practice and facilitate progress. In the realm of combat, uncertainty loomed in many forms. Why employ a specialized running posture? Because it effectively reduces wind resistance, allowing one to keep their hands behind them, ready to deploy shurikens to catch an opponent off guard without the need to flail their arms, thus conserving stamina. Furthermore, he had observed the sluggishness of sealing techniques in practice. If one could not swiftly release a seal during combat. Currently, Shalot-song Zongsi was only capable of instantaneously executing a handful of low-level seals. The others required preparation time inscribed on scrolls. Could it be that he must study the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? He recalled the advanced sealing techniques demonstrated by Minato Namikaze in the original narrative, the 4-symbol seal and the 8-trigram seal, both executed with a single hand press, suggesting that proficiency, along with the unique learning methods of the Uzumaki clan, played a significant role. Yet why ponder such shortcuts when he had yet to finish his own meal? He refused to believe that even the hand seals could not be simplified or performed without seals. Shalot-song Zongsi reopened the earlier pages of his notebook, densely packed with annotations, reviewing them anew, perhaps to glean fresh insights or inspiration. To achieve instantaneous sealing techniques, one must not only possess proficiency, but also a profound understanding of the techniques themselves. After all, there are myriad sealing techniques, each uniquely intricate, unlike ninjutsu, which consists of only 12 hand seals that merely require memorization of their sequence. Sealing techniques are far more complex. Currently, the only techniques he could recall with muscle memory were the basic 12. The foundational 4 seals include sealing chakra, sealing limbs, sealing the 5 senses, and sealing objects. These 4 represent the most fundamental seals, with subsequent techniques evolving from these basics. Although these 4 are relatively simple to counter, defeating an adversary often hinges on these seals. Thus enhancing them to thwart opponents becomes essential. This necessitates straightforward engravings, as complex seals require excessive time to manifest, resulting in diminished power when simplified. Every aspect possesses duality. To ensure strength, one must sacrifice speed, and vice versa. If one desires both, myriad considerations arise. As Shalot-song Zongsi examined the contents of his notes, a sudden epiphany struck him. Previously, in pursuit of enhancing the encryption of his sealing techniques, he had devised a set of unfamiliar characters, essentially English, unbeknownst to the denizens of the ninja world. With its 26 letters, the combinations are infinite, simple and memorable, yet utterly unrecognizable to others. Should anyone attempt to decipher it, they would have no means to do so, only brute force could breach it. Eureka! Initially, he had only added a few letters, but now, Shalot-song Zongsi aimed to amalgamate the new with the old, a daunting task. Would he need to relearn everything? Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted that only half an hour remained. He resolved to convert all the foundational seals first. Shalot-song Zongsi retrieved a scroll and a brush, beginning to inscribe the most basic sealing techniques, writing down all the necessary characters, followed by the 26 English letters. The next step involved blending them together. Certain characters required specific strokes, curves, and sizes to elicit unique responses. For instance, which possesses greater space, a lowercase a or an uppercase a? Doubling the 26 letters yields 52. Thus commenced the process, experimenting with various characters to determine which letters could effectively replace specific techniques. Time passed incrementally as Shalot Song Zongxi meticulously inscribed letters, rewriting them until they elicited the desired response, confirming their forms. Some individuals and amp, oppos, a and amp, oppos, s appeared identical to typed text, while others resembled a potato with a tail. At last, he managed to represent the most fundamental sealing technique using English letters, allowing him to exhale in relief. Few he had written 5 and amp, oppos, a and amp, oppos, s, indicating that the sealing technique could be denoted using 5 and oppos, a and oppos, s. It felt as though he had discovered a portal to a new world. Until the alarm clock beside him chimed, signaling the end of his designated time. Reluctantly, he closed the notebook. Few sealing techniques are indeed fascinating. Thus far, he had mastered 12 sealing techniques, excluding the 4 foundational ones, which included limb resealing, finger engraving seal, binding array, one-thread lamp array, for crimson sun array, triangular seal, fire sealing technique, and the 3 talents confinement array. These constitute all the sealing techniques Shalot Song Zongxi had acquired. However, mastery did not equate to ease. Some required extensive preparation and substantial chakra expenditure. For instance, the 4 crimson sun array and the triangular seal could not rely on shadow clones for execution, as he feared he would be drained of energy before completing them. They must be inscribed on scrolls, requiring a day's worth of chakra for storage. Chapter 54. A grand feast. Asanagawa Tusha removed his nightgown and donned a brand new ninja outfit. Ah, how comfortable. The attire fit his physique perfectly. Crafted from soft material that surely came at a considerable price. He sighed gratefully, "Thank you so much, Mom." As he pushed open the intricately carved wooden door of the barbecue restaurant, the smoky aroma of charcoal mingled with the lively chatter of patrons. The paper sliding door of the private room on the second floor was slightly ajar. Just as he raised his hand to knock, he exclaimed, "What a coincidence." Turning around, he saw Kamikaze. "I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Didn't you want to sleep in a bit longer?" Kamikaze replied, "I could ask you the same. I believe I'm the least injured among the 3 of us. I've nearly recovered, and if I sleep any longer, I might just overthink things." Initially, Kamikaze had hoped to catch a few more moments of rest, but the vivid memories of his violent deeds plagued him, prompting him to forego sleep altogether. "I dozed off for a brief moment while bathing, but now I feel quite refreshed. Then shall we head inside?" Asanagawa asked. Upon entering, the scene was unchanged from their last barbecue visit, filled with familiar faces. "Oh, it seems you all arrived quite early. We're just waiting for one more person, Tsunade. Didn't you say your brother would be here soon? Where is he?" Tsunade shrugged. "How should I know? I called for him before I left, and he said he would come. He might have fallen back asleep." Asanagawa placed the dessert box, previously given by Namikaze Minato, on the table. "Here you go, Minato." Namikaze scratched his head. "Didn't you all eat? Is it because you don't enjoy sweets? I thought this was something you bought for yourselves." "Of course not. Good things are meant to be shared, especially since this is yours, and you haven't even had a bite yet." Just as Namikaze was about to respond, a commotion erupted from downstairs. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed on the wooden stairs as a boy with a tousled hairstyle burst in, bits of grass clinging to his neck. Sorry. I encountered an injured kitten on the way." Nara, seeing her brother arrive at such a late hour. Tsunade and Amp, Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Look at what time it is." She picked up a fan from the table, ready to scold him. But upon noticing the bandage on his forehead, she relented. "Never mind, just sit down." Asanagawa chuckled, making room for Nara and teasing him. Was it really just to save a kitten? Separated into different tables, Orochimaru and the other adults occupied one, while Namikaze, Uzumaki Kushina, and his teammates sat at another, leaving Asanagawa, Kamikaze, and Nara together. "Shoo, I just woke up late and tripped on my way out. Please don't tell my sister," he whispered, glancing at the 3 engaged in conversation, relieved that Tsunade had not noticed him. Namikaze opened the dessert box and distributed portions onto small plates for his teammates and Kushina. Then cut 3 portions for Asanagawa and the others. "Here," he quickly. "This dessert is best enjoyed the same day it's bought, though I got it yesterday, so the taste might have changed." "No worries. Anything is better than ration bars," Nara replied, having eaten nothing at home to save room for the feast. Only sipping some drinks. The cook at home had wanted to prepare something, but he had quickly declined, fearing he would succumb to temptation. While the boys dove into the sweets, Kushina approached with a more discerning demeanor, perhaps due to her feelings for Namikaze. "Hey, if you eat all that, you won't have any left." "Not at all. I sampled a bit before buying it. It was delicious, which is why I purchased it. If it were unappetizing, I wouldn't have bought it." "That is not fair. You can't judge how much you'll enjoy it from just a taste. Let us share a portion," she suggested almost impulsively. Namikaze paused, a hint of color rising to his ears. Realizing the implication of her words, Kushina blushed and quickly clarified, no misunderstanding. It's not what you think. I haven't and amp, oppos, tea eaten yet. We can just divide this one portion. Ah, all right. Namikaze stammered, nodding nervously, his throat tightening. He pulled out a small plastic knife and carefully attempted to cut the delicate dessert into two, but as soon as the blade met the sweet exterior, it slipped, splattering pink jam onto his fingers. The dessert, reminiscent of a snow mochi, was challenging to slice. Idiot. Kushina chuckled, snatching the knife from him. The scent of her shampoo wafted past, fragrant and sweet. Allow me. With deft movements, she expertly sliced the dessert evenly, spearing a piece with a small fork and presenting it to him. Here. Thank you. Namikaze stuttered, his cheeks still flushed as he accepted the treat. Asanaga was suddenly exaggeratedly gagged. Ugh, it's so sour. The aroma of the barbecue can't mask it. He jabbed his chopsticks playfully at Kamikaze and Amp, Oppo's shoulder. Isn't that right, Kamikaze? Holding back laughter. Kamikaze placed a piece of charred beef tongue into Asanaga's bowl. Eat up. Otherwise, I fear you'll be too full soon. The implication was clear. They were joking about being filled with dog food. Asanagawa chuckled in understanding, but then noticed Nara's curious gaze fixed on the interaction between Kushina and Namikaze. Meanwhile, Tsunade merely shot a brief glance their way before returning to her sake, a faint blush creeping onto her ears. Jiraiya, however, observed the scene with keen interest. Surprised to see his disciple so adept at charming the ladies, effortlessly engaging in a flirtatious exchange. Right? Namikaze exclaimed suddenly, as if recalling something important. He hurriedly rummaged through his ninja tool pouch and produced 3 small cloth bags. I picked up some herbal candies from a town we passed while on a mission. They're said to help restore energy. He distributed the candies to everyone, and, when handing one to Kushina, his fingers trembled slightly. Why, you have the largest one. Kushina smiled as she accepted the herbal candy, tucking a strand of her red hair behind her ear. Thank you. Asanagawa urged. Eat up. Kamikaze chimed in. Dig in. Nara added, let us feast to our hearts and Oppo's content. Determined to avoid being left with dog food, the trio, along with Jiraiya, who had promised not to hold back today, commenced a fervent assault on the barbecue. Jiraiya observed the 3 devouring meat at an astonishing pace, his lips twitching as he thought inwardly. No. Chapter 55. A brief respite after an hour had passed since Shallow Blue Commander returned home. He found himself unable to stop hiccuping. Just before their separation, Orochimaru had specifically instructed the trio that for the next half-month, they would have no other tasks, and their only obligation was to rest and adjust. As for what needed adjusting, the 3 of them were well aware. As night fell, Shallow Blue Commander once again walked alongside Minato Namikaze, the two engaging in conversation about their respective missions, the sights they had encountered, and the adversaries they had faced. When Minato learned that Shallow Blue Commander had even encountered a Jainin, his eyes widened in surprise, quickly followed by a spark of curiosity. Observing the flicker of curiosity in Minato's eyes, Shallow Blue Commander proudly tilted his chin, reaching for the kunai at his waist. That Jainin was indeed troublesome, at first. We were quite overwhelmed. He elongated his words, catching a glimpse of Minato leaning in, and couldn't he help but chuckle internally before lowering his voice. Then I took him down. As he spoke, he mimed a throat-cutting gesture. Minato replied, huh? Shallow Blue Commander laughed heartily. All right, I won in Oppos. Tease you anymore. The Jainin was indeed formidable, far stronger than we had imagined. While he may not compare to Orochimaru-sensei or Jiraiya, he is still not someone we could handle alone. It would take at least 3 of us, and we must be of Nin rank. He wasn't just boasting, though the 3 of them were merely genin. Their capabilities certainly surpassed that level. He then continued with relevant details. Recently, I have made significant progress in sealing techniques, and I must quickly enhance my understanding. After all, I have been feeling a sense of impending storm lately. He didn't elaborate further, hinting at the war that loomed. Do you feel it too? Shallow Blue Commander asked. His insight stemmed from a time traveler's perspective, but how did Minato know? Could it have been Jiraiya who mentioned it? Oh, what feeling? Minato pondered. It's a feeling that something significant is about to happen. I can't quite explain it. Perhaps it's fate in the making? Shallow Blue Commander suspected that Minato's intuition had nothing to do with the impending war. Fate in the making? Was it akin to a romantic encounter under the moonlight? Suddenly, Shallow Blue Commander teasingly remarked, oh, fate in the making? Could it be that romance is on the horizon? Minato's cheeks flushed slightly at the unexpected jest, and he instinctively rubbed the back of his head, stammering, why you shouldn't say such things. I meant the situation in the ninja world. Despite his words, his mind involuntarily drifted to a certain spirited red-haired woman, Kushina Uzumaki. Shallow Blue Commander erupted in laughter, nearly hiccuping again. All right, enough of that. But Minato, since we both sense something, we truly must prepare. I will delve into sealing techniques, and you will research new ninjutsu. Whatever significant event comes our way, we will face it with confidence. He said this while patting Minato's shoulder, his gaze earnest. Minato nodded, his earlier shyness dissipating as his expression grew serious. Indeed, the recent tensions at the borders of various nations are becoming more frequent, even during this mission. The people from the Land of Water have received intelligence indicating that several major ninja villages are secretly mobilizing their forces, although there are no clear signs of war. The pervasive atmosphere of unrest is undeniably unsettling. Shallow Blue Commander felt a jolt. He was taken aback by how accurately Minato grasped the information and his astute perception, nearly voicing the word war. Yet, whether or not such events would come to pass, voicing them would only disturb the peace of those around them. Even without the perspective of a time traveler, Minato had already sensed the signs of war through his keen insight and analytical skills. Shallow Blue Commander couldn't help but admire. Minato, you truly are impressive. With you around, Konoha will surely be safe. Please don't say that. The peace of Konoha is a shared responsibility among all ninjas, Minato replied gently, his eyes shining with determination. They continued their conversation, and before they knew it, they had arrived at a fork in the road. See you tomorrow then. Yeah, see you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Minato, Shallow Blue Commander headed home. In no time, he reached his doorstep. Upon entering, the warm glow of the lights enveloped him, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. Once in his room, he collapsed onto his bed, reflecting on the experiences of the past few days, his lips curling into a smile. Perhaps this was the everyday life of a ninja, filled with thrilling missions and warm moments shared with comrades. With that thought, he drifted into a peaceful slumber, eagerly anticipating the leisurely yet fulfilling rest that lay ahead. The moment his head hit the pillow and his eyes closed, he was already snoring. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the dimly lit residential areas and commercial streets, the Hokage Tower was ablaze with light. Sarutobi Hiruzen, deep in thought, smoked a cigarette as he processed the missions carried out by ninjas over the past few days, along with a series of intelligence reports. The cigarette between his fingers flickered in and out, its smoke curling in the warm light, casting shadows across his furrowed brow. Mountains of intelligence scrolls cluttered his desk, nearly obscuring half of his face. The latest report from the borders was marked with a crimson ink circle. Large groups of ninjas had gathered at the border between Sunagakure and Iwagakure, while Konoha Zumbu had also reported unusual troop movements from other ninja villages. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle tapping sounded at the door, and without looking up, the third Hokage said, "Come in." Umbu Captain Kakashi Hataki entered like a shadow, kneeling with a serious demeanor. Hokage-sama, unidentified ninja activity has been detected within the Rain Village, with preliminary estimates suggesting over 100 individuals, their route heading directly towards the borders of the Land of Fire. The cigarette in Hiruzen's hand struck the ashtray with a heavy thud, sending sparks flying. He slowly rose and approached the vast map of the ninja world, tracing the borders with his calloused fingers until they halted at the area bordering the Rain Village in the Land of Fire. There, he had tied a copper bell with red string. In the draft, it emitted a faint hum, reminiscent of the prelude to war. Yet, he was aware that the war had not yet fully ignited. All that transpired were mere tests among the villages. Send out orders for all CH9 and above to enter a state of readiness. Increase Umbu patrols, particularly in the direction of the Rain Village. The third Hokage's voice held an undeniable authority, yet it was tinged with a hint of fatigue at the end. Also, summon Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. I have matters of great importance to discuss. After Kakashi departed to carry out his orders, the Hokage's office fell into silence once more. Hiruzen gazed out at the moon hanging high in the sky, reminiscing about the days he undertook missions with Tobarama Senju, when the ninja world was similarly on the brink of tumult. He retrieved a family photograph from his pocket, where his wife and son smiled radiantly. This was perhaps his most tender yet heaviest concern as Hokage. He must bury that tenderness deep within to confront the storm that was about to engulf the entire ninja world. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his desk, resuming his planning. If the battlefield truly came to pass, the Iwagakure and Sunagakure would undoubtedly choose the Rain Village as the main theater of war. Chapter 56. The Art of Instant Movement at the Training Ground. 7 lower ninjas gathered at the training ground, including Asaka Tsuji and others. With a swift motion, Asaka Tsuji observed the intense duel between two competitors, Namikaze Minato and Shinjiu. This was a true contest of speed and strength. Minato and Appo's figure darted across the training ground like a specter, while Shinjiu relentlessly pursued him, his fists slicing through the air with a menacing force. Asaka Tsuji leaned against a tree with his arms crossed, his keen gaze capturing every nuance of the battle. There was much to learn from this encounter. The subtle angles of Minato and Appo's ankles as he pivoted, the slight shifts in Shinjiu and Appo's center of gravity after missing a punch. Suddenly, Shinjiu let out a fierce shout, propelling himself forward in an arched motion with his left leg, his right fist, enveloped in chakra, hurtling toward Minato and Appo's face like a cannonball. Gasps erupted from the onlookers as Minato and Appo's lips curled into a faint smile. Instant movement. In the blink of an eye, his form transformed into a golden afterimage, appearing directly behind Shinjiu. Shinjiu's powerful punch met only air, resulting in a resounding thud as Minato's visage dissipated into smoke. Realizing it was a shadow clone technique, Shinjiu questioned when the hand signs had been completed. Fortunately, his innate physical prowess allowed him to sense the presence behind him, compelling him to twist midair and execute a sweeping kick. Minato, using one hand to brace against Shinji's leg, propelled himself backward, swiftly forming hand signs and releasing 3 shurikens. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The speed at which Minato formed the signs was astonishing, and the sheer number of shurikens left Shinji momentarily dazed. What? In an instant, dozens of identical shurikens erupted in a fan-like formation, the sound of slicing air resembling a swarm of bees, as their metallic sheen wove a deadly net aimed at Shinji. Yet, Shinji prepared himself to counter. As long as he could gauge the general direction, he only needed to shatter a few shurikens before they struck him. Bang! Huh? The expected sound of shattering did not reach his ears. Instead, the shuriken he hit transformed into white smoke, another shadow clone. Indeed, what Minato had executed was not the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, but rather the Shuriken Clone Technique, a subtle yet significant difference, with varying levels of difficulty. Realizing the urgency, Shinji suddenly found that one of the shurikens had transformed into a flash bomb. Just as the flash bomb detonated, blinding light engulfed the entire training ground. Instinctively, Shinji raised his hands to shield his eyes, only to hear a voice behind him. My apologies. Asaka Tsuji, overhearing Shinji and Appo's involuntary exclamation, remarked, There are always those who imitate my speech, yet I must admit, a single word can convey more than any phrase. Turning to see a shuriken mere centimeters from his neck, Shinji sighed, Minato, your speed is simply astounding. Must you deny me the opportunity to land a solid punch? Shinji and Appo's formidable strength was not to be underestimated. A genuine blow from him would leave Minato severely injured, if not dead. Even a full defense would yield consequences, leading to paralysis or broken bones, an encumbrance in battle. Haha, if I were to take a hit, I might be completely incapacitated. Shinji paused, acknowledging Minato's recognition of his power, and then burst into hearty laughter. Aha, but next time, I shall definitely catch you. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his eyes sparkled with determination. The two then formed a reconciliation sign, preparing for a well-deserved rest. Kushina Izumaki approached, advising, Shinji, refrain from relying solely on brute force, employ technique against Minato. Next time, engage in close combat. She punctuated her words with animated gestures, leaving Minato scratching his head, nodding with a smile. It's easy for you to say, I'm older. Can't you just call me brother? You used to call me Shinji Unii and Onaiken when you first came home. Why have you stopped now that you've grown? Kushina turned away, pouting, just wait until you can outmatch Tsunade in strength. Then we'll talk. Your strength is even less than mine. Shinji felt as though his heart had been pierced. Such was the teasing from his sister. At that moment, his teammate, Kagyuki Kamikaze, approached. Indeed, Shinji. Next time you engage in battle, be more mindful. Contemplate your strategy instead of charging in like a reckless brute. Hearing the term reckless brute pierced Shinji's heart anew. Just then, Akimichi Jinchuriki joined the conversation, not to chide Shinji, but to address Minato. Your instant movement technique has improved significantly. Minato, you're much faster than before. Yes. Perhaps I infused it with a touch of wind chakra, Minato replied. The instant movement technique was well known, classified merely as a D-rank ninjutsu, barely qualifying as ninjutsu at all. It merely concentrated chakra in the legs to enhance mobility, creating an illusion of instantaneous movement. However, it always required chakra. To accelerate further would demand even more energy. Most ninjas wouldn't exhaust their chakra unnecessarily, unless in a life-or-death battle where a single decisive move could determine victory. Otherwise, depleting chakra would leave one vulnerable and awaiting demise. Not everyone possessed a vast reservoir of chakra like Naruto, capable of continuous instantaneous movements at a speed akin to lightning. There was also the method of the impure world reincarnation, which could be used limitlessly without fatigue. However, chakra infused with elemental properties was an entirely different matter. For instance, gathering lightning chakra would invigorate the cells, enhancing speed, yet it also demanded immense physical strength to withstand the intensified stimulation. Minato's wind-enhanced instant movement was yet another realm. The wind could be gentle or fierce. A gentle breeze could lift a bird, while a strong gale could uproot trees. Minato's wind instant movement not only affected himself, but also the external environment. A gentle wind activated his leg muscles, providing slight damage, while a powerful wind surrounded his legs, significantly enhancing speed by reducing air resistance, an acceleration effect, while simultaneously offering protective and offensive capabilities. Asaka Tsuji gazed at Minato with an expression of disbelief. Did you devise this yourself? Not entirely, Minato admitted. Jiraiya-sensei inspired me. He mentioned a technique similar to the lightning instant movement in the Cloud Village, but I lack lightning chakra. Although I could cultivate it, I couldn't achieve immediate combat effectiveness, so I opted to experiment with my wind affinity, as it too can enhance speed. Can it not?